Chapter 1039, Countless cultivators were gathered together below Lihan heaven. Many people from the top forces had come as well. Countless cultivators were gathered together below Lihan heaven. Many people from the top forces had come as well. Everyone's gaze fell upon Yi Futian. Yi Futian and those with him descended from the sword and looked up, then started forward. Everyone looked on in amazement. There were 5 people coming forward. Besides Yi Futian, there was Yu Sheng, Yi Wuchen, Shui Ke, and Zui Qianqiu. Yi Wuchen and the other 3 must be the ones that Lihan heaven had surrounded and tried to kill, said someone in the crowd. Ah, that must be it. After Yu Sheng arrived, the sword saint of Liang struck out, and after but a single sword stroke Yu Sheng was covered in blood. Once someone had brought up the reason that this bitterness had started, many people suddenly understood. Yi Futian was bringing them up to Lihan heaven to rid them of their enmity. Up in the air there was a blue phoenix riding the wind with a stunning figure standing atop it. It was Princess Xia Qingyuan, who had come to witness the battle. Having here there would ensure that no saints interfered as Yi Futian ascended the 33 levels of heaven. Yi Futian and the others stepped forward onto the staircase and entered Lihan heaven. The village saint and the others waited below. With Xia Qingyuan there, they did not need to worry about Yi Futian's safety, so it was best that they wait for his return there. Each of the 33 levels of Lihan heaven had many cultivators, richly decorated jade palaces. It was towering and majestic. Step by step, Yi Futian and the others ascended to the first level of Lihan heaven under everyone's gaze. A group of cultivators appeared before them, all of them on the sage plane. There were only 5 people in front of them, but their eyes were still serious. It was said that Yi Futian had wounded many cultivators at old man Zhao's feast with a single pluck of his guqin, including Feng Shao and Mo Li. They were not equal to this kind of power. But since he had come, they could not just huddle up in the corner. They stood there gripping their swords, with sword wills flowing around them. But at that moment, Yi Wuchen, Su Ke and Zui Qianqiu stepped forward as fast as lightning. Yu Sheng followed behind them, and Yi Futian came last. Lihan heaven was the primary holy land for swordsmanship in Emperor Xia's realm. Where else could be a better place for training with their swords? In the past, Lu Chen of Lihan heaven and his men had cornered Yi Wuchen and the others. After they had been defeated by Yu Sheng, their saint had gotten involved. Today, they were going to give the cultivators of Lihan heaven a taste of their own medicine. The life spirit in Yi Wuchen's brow spat out brilliant golden light as radiant golden sword wills wrapped around him, and his whole body became exceedingly sharp. Su Ke and Zui Qianqiu both had divine implements, and they struck forward. Although they were only mid-level sages, and many of the cultivators from Lihan heaven were at the top of the sage level, their divine implements made up the difference. Even if their opponents had had divine implements, using them would still have been more advantageous to Su Ke and Zui Qianqiu than if both sides had not had them. Of course, the strongest among them was still Yi Wuchen, who had Ren Huang's sword will. Yi Wuchen flashed over in an instant. He opened his eyes that were as sharp as swords, and light swords shot out, piercing everyone's minds. An illusion appeared before the cultivators of Lihan heaven. It seemed that the sky was full of swords. A sword struck, and they all felt a clear sense of danger, but they did not know where it came from. This was the illusory sword technique. However, they were well trained for this. Some of the best among them closed their eyes and struck out, and in an instant there were swords everywhere. Yi Futian stood behind them calmly. He had heard that in the first 11 levels of Lihan heaven the cultivators were all those who had not yet officially joined Lihan heaven or whose talent was not enough and thus had not yet advanced to the core. The people on the middle 11 levels were the true core disciples. As for the top 10 levels, those were reserved for those whose talent was enough to certify their genius. Starting at the middle 11 levels, each level had someone at the saint level to train them. It was easy to see how powerful Lihan heaven was. The teachers on the middle 11 levels were of the first tier of the saint ranking. They were disciples on the divine path. The top 10 levels were the true foundation of Lihan heaven, and the teachers were of the elder generation. As for the 33rd level, it was called the heaven beyond heaven. Only top talents like Wang Chuan had a chance to go there and be taught by the sword master of Lihan. It could be said that the division of ranks in Lihan heaven was very strict. The sword saint of Liang was in the top 11 levels of Lihan heaven. Lu Qing, who had gotten involved previously, Chu Qingyang, Wang Mang, Li Qiushui and Mo Li were all there cultivating. Of course, anyone who could get into Lihan heaven was an outstanding cultivator. Those whose talent was referred to as not enough were only not good enough when compared with the people of Lihan heaven. But Yi Wuqian and the others were enough to handle them. After all, by using Ren Huang's sword will and their divine implements, they could bring to bear a combat prowess equal to one at the top of the sage level, especially Yi Wuqian. In the previous battle he had wounded Chu Qingyang, overbearing sword, and Wang Mang. Yi Wuqian launched the main attack, and sword illusions wrapped around his opponents. Su Ke and Zui Qianqiu accompanied him. They both sped up and launched surprise attacks. They were invisible and left no trace. With their help, the attacks became even more amazing. Cracking sounds rang out as the cultivators in front of them found their clothes stained with blood. They had all suffered wounds of various degrees. The sword's will still flowed all around them as Yi Wuqian and the others continued forward. Yu Sheng and Yi Futian followed close behind. Along the way, countless cultivators attacked them, but all of them were defeated by Yi Wuqian and the other two. Yu Sheng did not even have to lift a finger. They quickly passed through the lower 11 levels and reached the middle 11. By that time Yi Wuqian and the others were short of breath. Even though it had only been the lower 11 levels, everyone there had been extraordinary. They looked up into the sky and saw that their path was filled with swordsmen, but Yi Wuqian still looked very calm. A brilliant light shone from the life spirit sword. He reached out with his single arm and suddenly thousands of swords gathered together into an unbreakable sword that seemed able to sweep away anything. "Lend me your swords," he said. Su Ke and Zui Qianqiu nodded. As they stood behind him, their sword wills flowed wildly into his. "Let's go," said Yi Wuqian, and suddenly the three of them turned into a single light sword. They tore through the air as they shot into the sky as fast as a bolt of lightning. An incomparable sword will emanated from them as they tried to break through the 33 layers of heaven. Boom! There was a loud sound as Yu Sheng stepped forward quickly. That sturdy figure followed close behind Yi Wuqian, causing the earth to tremble and countless buildings to waver. Ahead of them, a figure stood watching them with sharp eyes. Countless sword wills flowed around him, and eventually formed together into a terrible sword diagram. He reached out with both hands and pressed them down, and suddenly the sword diagram sliced through the air towards the light sword that was shooting up towards him. A line of sword will tore through the sword diagram, slicing it apart. The sword will in front of the cultivator collapsed wildly. He turned pale and turned to retreat, dodging out of the way of the sword. He saw it pass in front of him, and he was instantly covered in cold sweat and his face was as pale as ash. He had to retreat. And this retreat would damage his swordsmanship. Up ahead, another cultivator was coming after them. A terrible storm appeared in front of him, and it turned into a storm of swords that covered the sky. The sky darkened as the swords fell, as if the end of days had come. Yi Wuqian and the other two shot up into the sky like swords, cutting through the air. They pierced through the storm and cut it open. The storm of swords turned into an endlessly destructive light that could annihilate anything. Yet Yi Wuqian seemed not to notice it as he continued forward. The sword will of the great path followed him, and the sword will present in the storm was also integrated into his sword. The swordsman paled as the sword sliced through the air. He flew away covered in blood, feeling like all the sword will within him had been destroyed. If Yi Wuqian had let his sword will explode, he would have been a dead man. The group continued forward. They wanted to pierce through the 33 layers of heaven. Swordsman after swordsman was wounded or retreated. Many people watched them from below. From down there they could faintly feel the invincible sword will. And of course there was an incomparably powerful figure following behind them. At that moment there was no sword will on the 33rd layer of heaven. It seemed as if there was only one person in the entire world. He sat there with his single eye closed, as if he had entered into a state of emptiness. This was Wang Chuan. A figure appeared in a palace across from him and stood at the edge of it. He stood there casually. He gave off no aura, but he wielded a sword that could pierce the heavens and the earth. The foremost swordsman in Emperor Xia's realm, the sword master of Lihan, had returned from his cultivation. "Why did you ask him to come here to fight?" he asked. The 33rd layer of Lihan heaven is also known as the heaven beyond heaven. You once said that there are men beyond men, and heavens beyond heavens. The swordsmen of Lihan heaven say that I am unequaled, but my swordsmanship is impure. I need someone to break me out of my habits, said Wang Chuan. Do you seek victory or defeat? Asked the swordmaster of Lihan. Neither. I only wish that my swordsmanship can be without fault, answered Wang Chuan. You lack a single step on the path of swordsmanship? Asked the swordmaster of Lihan. Yes. Wang Chuan nodded. You have invited someone to Lihan heaven to fight before the eyes of all the world to prove your determination, and seek defeat to prove your lack of flaws. If you can break through your limitations, and achieve success through defeat, then you will surely be the foremost swordsman of Lihan heaven. The sword master of Lihan spoke calmly and without surprise as he quietly watched his disciple kneeling before him. Chapter 1040. At the 11th heaven of Lihan heaven, Yi Wuqian moved forward with great momentum. The swordsmen of Lihan heaven who were in front of him were all wounded and retreated. At the 11th heaven of Lihan heaven, Yi Wuqian moved forward with great momentum. The swordsmen of Lihan heaven who were in front of him were all wounded and retreated. At this time, some of the sacred elders of Lihan heaven stood next to the battlefield and observed what was happening inside, and their hearts were slightly disturbed. They did not think that Yi Futian's group of 5 came to challenge Lihan heaven. So far, only Yi Wuqian was making the moves. The 2 strongest people, Yi Futian and Yu Sheng, had not yet fought, and Yu Sheng followed Yi Wuqian closely. As for Yi Futian, he walked alone in the back as if taking a leisurely walk outside, relaxing. As if the 33rd layer of heaven of Lihan heaven meant no threat to him at all. They are about to break the 11th heaven. Looking at the radiant sword opened a path that would go straight to the 33rd layer of heaven. Even just Yi Wuqian alone had a sword way superior to countless swordsmen of Lihan heaven. Soon, Yi Wuqian set foot onto the 11th heaven, and it was also the place where the real geniuses of Lihan heaven gathered. In this 11th heaven, there were elite cultivators of sword way from Lihan heaven. Since Yi Futian's group of 5 set foot onto Lihan heaven, until now not much time had passed before they had crossed the 11th heaven, and Yi Wuqian only had one sword. At this point, the sword stopped, the forward-moving sword will finally dissipated, and Yi Wuqian's group of 3 stood there, still surrounded by infinite sword will. They looked up and forward, then continued moving forward. It seemed that they intended to take the momentum and get to the highest layer of heaven. Yu Sheng still followed closely behind, with Yi Futian taking up the rear. Until now, Yi Futian and Yu Sheng still had not made a move. There were even fewer people who were on the 11th heaven. When they looked up, they saw a line of figures that lined up straight from bottom to top. In each heaven there were just a few people, but everyone was of the existence at the peak of the sage plane. At this time, there was a swordsman standing in front of Yi Wuqian and the others, standing in the void above them, surrounded by sword will, his life spirit blooming, and above his head there was now a sword diagram, shining downward. The light fell on Yi Wuqian and the others. From there, an astonishing atmosphere of sword way atmosphere faintly permeated the outside. At this moment, the sword chi vaporized into rain. The sword diagram was growing bigger and bigger, covering the void. Endless sword will was falling down from the sword diagram, with extremely fast speed, without any rules or restraints. These sword will were dropping with craze, completely drowning the area beneath the sky. Yi Wuqian and the others stood below, like standing in the rain, only that this was a rain of swords. Pust. Around the eyebrow chakra of the sword spirit rushed out, and an even more dazzling sword will shrouded his body, as if once again entering into the state of the last battle when he was assassinated. He stood there, as if he had transformed into Sword Wei, completely in charge of the great path of the sword, infinite sword will between heaven and earth gathered together, centering on Yi Wuqian body. In the void, as the sword rain fell, Su Ke and Zui Qianqiu were resisting and dodging, but Yi Wuqian still did not move. The sword rain fell on him, but did not harm him at all, even melting into the sword will that surrounded his body. An even more beautiful sword light swept out from his body, as if he reigned supreme in the sword way. Wuqian's comprehension of the Renhuang sword will is even deeper, Yi Futian thought to himself. It had been some time since the last battle, so it was normal that Wuqian's power had increased and improved. But the power he now comprehended was the Renhuang sword will, just a shred of improvement translated into considerable increase in combative power. Above the sky, the swordsman of Lihan Heaven frowned, and felt a sense of danger. Then he saw that Yi Wuqian moved. His whole person seemed to be turning into Sword Wei and integrated with it in one, not at all within the possibility of someone in the sage plane. But the one-armed figure that bathed in radiant glory, at this time gave that feeling to the swordsman of Lihan Heaven. The white garment was bright as snow, and he moved directly toward the sword diagram, and the one arm lifted, pointing to the void. Buzz! At this moment, brilliant light poured over the sword diagram above, but Yi Wuqian seemed to be unaware of it. Just like the last time, his one finger pointed to the sky, and suddenly there was a sword light between heaven and earth, directly tearing and opening, smashing toward the sword. The sword diagram spun wildly and became more violent and dangerous. The sword will that erupted from it seemed to be all-powerful, but it was broken by Yi Wuqian's sword. There was a gap in the sky, and Yi Wuqian carried the shredding rules of Sword Wei toward it, the sword diagram oscillated, and cracks seemed to appear faintly upon it. The cultivator made a snorting sound and the sword diagram disappeared instantly. It was formed with his own life spirit, so naturally he would not have allowed Yi Wuqian to destroy it. A sword crossed from his side, and Yi Wuqian did not even give it a glance, but simply continued going up. The swordsman from Lihan Heaven had a trace of blood from the corner of his mouth, looking pale. Only one move of the sword. He had guarded here and had thought that today, he would fight with Yi Futian or Yu Sheng, but he would never had thought that he just saw these two people instead without even making an exchange with either, and he was defeated by one move from Yi Wuqian's sword. This guy, Su Ke and Zui Qianqiu saw Yi Wuqian breaking the sky with his sword and could not help but tried to catch up with him quickly. Did he want to try to get to the 33rd layer of heaven by himself? At this time, Yi Wuqian was urging the Renhuang sword will with his spiritual power, and his strength was exerted to the limit, such possibility was not entirely without merit. Maybe, he could really make it. In those previous battles, Yi Wuqian did not really exercise all his power, but was reserving it, waiting to explode for the 11th heaven to reveal his true strength. Yi Futian showed a flash in his eyes, and he and Yu Sheng continued to keep up. Today, Wang Chuan invited him to come to challenge the 33rd layer of heaven, but it had always been Wuqian and the others fighting, because he also wanted to see if Wuqian could get to the 9th heaven. The five of them kept moving forward and the opponents were stronger and stronger, but the advancement of Yi Wuqian's kept pace without stopping. All the way upward, all the cultivators seemed to only have one sword. As if Yi Wuqian had only one sword and was only good with one sword. At this time, above the sky up front, a suffocating pressure dropped down, and the loud rumbling sounds could be heard. The heaven and earth made a sharp whistling sound, and a boundless and beautiful sword mark blossomed upon the sky, as if to sever the sky and cut directly toward Yi Wuqian's body. 3,000-mile sword, a sword that cut through 3,000 miles, slashed toward Yi Wuqian in the air. The last time, Yi Wuqian was defeated by this sword. At this time, he was still simply raising his hand, pointed in the void, and a sword opened up the sky, colliding with the thick sword mark that came chopping down from the sky. For a moment, the world seemed to be collapsing, and the storm that could tear and destroyed everything swept out. The sword mark was torn, and Yi Wuqian rushed forward. However, there was another sword that greeted him, and seemed to be even more fierce and violent. The figure that stood in front of Yi Wuqian was the enchanted genius of Lihan Heaven, Lu Qing. After Lu Qing lost to Yu Sheng that day, he had gone to the outer layer of heaven to seek higher cultivation. Although it was impossible to metamorphose his strength, it must have been much stronger than it was before. Could it change the outcome of this battle? Yu Xing was still behind Yu Wuchen. Originally, he was the target of Lu Cheng, but at the moment, only it seemed that he had to first defeat Yu Wuchen. Yu Wuchen blocked a sword move again, but then he saw endless sword marks came down from the sky that seemed to chop through the sky. This time Lu Cheng asked for Wang Chuan's help to understand a truth. Swordsmanship often did not need to be too rigid in its practice. Sometimes, the most simple and direct sword moves could often exert the strongest strength, so that sword and heart became one, sword and will became one. Lu Cheng at this time had comprehended this point. Every time he pulled out the sword, it was the same. He was at the peak of his spirits, and many sword marks had broken the sky, that seemed to be dividing the sky. But more than that, horrific sword marks melded into the sword will, intending to destroy Yu Wuchen's spiritual will. Lu Cheng understood that although Yu Wuchen had not been instructed, he also understood. In the midst of the storm, he broke a lot of swords, but the sword marks of the Great Path became stronger and more aggressive. Upon his body, an extremely strong sword will seem to appear, the radiance of two different swords will shine at the same time. At this moment, the endless sword will above the sky flowed toward Yu Wuchen's body and blended into him. Back then when he went through the trials at the ruin, he had received 3 Renhuang sword wills. 1 sword to open the sky and 1 sword to return the truth. Yu Wuchen's body moved, as if entering a state of selflessness, like a sword, but with actual physical existence. His body skyrocketed, without unsheathing the sword, not attacking nor dodging. Lu Cheng's expression was cold. If Yu Wuchen was looking to die, then even Xia Qingyuan would probably have nothing to say. Many cultivators witnessed Yu Wuchen meld into the sword marks, slamming into them with his own body. When Yu Xing tried to block him, Futian used voice transmission to stop him. He knew a little of Yu Wuchen's style, he was extremely decisive, and usually cared nothing about himself. His person melded into the sword marks, seemed to trample and collapse, and the sword will drop down madly. Many watched the scene in the void with great shock. Then they saw the sword marks explode and smash, and Yu Wuchen figure rushed forward. Bang, bang, bang. Sounds of loud booms came out. Yu Wuchen actually passed through folds of heavy attacks, and his whole person became illusory and appeared directly not far in front of Lu Cheng. He did not stop, but continued forward, and in an instant landing in front of Lu Cheng's eyes. As his one finger fell, there were stone-breaking shocks. Lu Cheng let out a scream, gathered all his entire life's cultivation of sword wei, and unleashed the most powerful strike with his sword. The fingers of Yu Wuchen's illusory and immaterial body had already pressed down on the sword. In this moment, Lu Cheng only felt that his body seemed to be penetrated by thousands of swords. He watched the body that was getting closer and closer, the sword he had unleashed was slowly broken bit by bit. An unparalleled sword light exploded forth, stung everyone's eyes. The next moment, countless people were shocked to see that Yu Wuchen was still standing there, but the sword will from his body had weakened much. As for Lu Cheng, he was covered in blood, falling to the ground, letting out a moan, and coughing up bright red blood. Yu Wuchen looked at him calmly without too much emotions, and continued to move forward. Yu Xing took a big step forward, and also glanced at Lu Cheng coldly, directly passing over him and continued going upward. Another swordsman made a strike, and Yu Wuchen did not move again. Behind him, Yu Xing rushed out and threw a punch that pierced through the void between heaven and earth, just as tyrannical as that day when he battled Lu Cheng. Just one punch was enough to shatter the sword of the other, and shocked another swordsman to fly out, breaking many of his ribs. Back then, Lu Cheng couldn't take the blow, and today it was the same with the other swordsmen, unless they were like Wang Chuan, who was no longer at this level. A group of 5, rolling forward over everything that was in their path, and no one was able to resist. With an absolutely strong posture, they had now gone to the highest place of Lihan heaven, the 33rd layer of heaven. Looking up, one could see the figure sitting in front of the ancient palace, and several swordsmen beneath him. Chapter 1041, the 33rd layer of heaven from Lihan heaven, also known as the outer heaven, was in the midst of clouds and mist, just like a place where swords celestial would reside and cultivate. The 33rd layer of heaven from Lihan heaven, also known as the outer heaven, was in the midst of clouds and mist, just like a place where swords celestial would reside and cultivate. Wang Chuan was sitting in front of the palace, his eyes closed, his robes fluttered in the wind. His aura was extraordinary, as if he was not of this world. Around Wang Chuan, traces of sword will float about, surrounding his body without dissipating, forming a terrible field of qi around him. At this moment, when Futian looked at Wang Chuan, he had a false sense that was as if what he was seeing was not a person but a sword. He was now one with the great path, and although he sat there quietly, he was more dangerous than anyone else. Wang Chuan, the leader of the younger generation from the Lihan heaven who had been gifted in sword way, just below the Saint Plain, who had slayed the cultivators of Emperor Li's realm with just one sword strike. At this time, he was sitting in the 33rd layer of heaven, waiting for Futian to arrive. In the other direction, above the ancient peaks that were steep and sharp as a sword, there were towering palaces. On its edge, a person stood with his hands behind his back, looking downward calmly. The sword master of Lihan was observing the battle in person. In the void, a sacred beast of blue phoenix floated in the sky, and Xia Qingyuan stood upon it, quietly looking down. She bore witness of Futian and his party reaching the 33rd layer of heaven, and until this moment, Futian still had not made a single move. Wuchen had exhausted a lot of power urging the Renhuang sword will. Otherwise, just he alone could make it to the 33rd layer of heaven from Lihan heaven. But after his battle with Lu Cheng, it was difficult to sustain his own spiritual willpower, and Yusheng took his position as forward to clear the path. No one was able to stop this group of 5 when they arrived. This scene seemed somewhat familiar. Just like the time when they entered the 9th layer of heaven at the Jiutian temple, they moved with incredible momentum. However, the swordsmen at Lihan heaven, especially those at the post-11th heavens, was much stronger than those that were at the 9th layer of heaven. After all, Pei Qianying was just one of the disciples of the 11th heaven, but today's Futian, Yusheng, and Wuchen were also much stronger than they were. In front of Futian and company, a group of swordsmen stood there, blocking the way of Futian and Yusheng. They had been moving their way up to this point with ease, and it was clearly not a good look for Lihan heaven, especially when the swordmaster himself was watching all this in person. The fact that Lihan heaven was penetrated so easily by them seemed to confirm Futian's opinion that there was no one under the Saint Plain in Lihan heaven. Yusheng stepped forward, and shook the ground, and he went to those swordsmen. These were the swordsmen from the 33rd layer of heaven of Lihan heaven. Any one of them would be swordsmen at the top of Sage Plain, and the sword will was clearly stronger than any of the opponents they had encountered before. At this moment, a person attacked, and a sword came at Yusheng. When the sword was unleashed, and lightning and thunder exploded between the heaven and the earth, as if they could break stones, and shattered someone's spiritual will. This sword was like a thunder catastrophe of the great path with the speed of lightning, and the domineering destructive power of the thunder, like the terrible light of catastrophe of the sword way. In the void, traces of horrific purple marks slashed toward the immense body of Yusheng, and in his mind, there seemed to also appear a sword light that wanted to chop his spiritual will to pieces. On the body of Yusheng, the light of the Buddha and demon circulated, the immortal body was indestructible. As the horrific sword light came to him, a loud booming sound was heard, and even the defense that was as strong as Yusheng started to crack, but his actual body was unaffected as he continued forward. The roaring sound came out, like the sound of the great path, turning this space into a destructive space of sword way. Endless sword light slammed into the body of Yusheng. At this time, Yusheng felt that he was in the end days of sword light, his spiritual will seemed to be drowning in the sword way. Streams of destructive currents curled around his body and the immortal body was broken, but there was still a terrible dark golden light floating about his body. When that horrible sword way hit his body, it was devoured little by little and demonized. Boom! A loud sound, Yusheng continued to step forward, like a demon god, gave out a suffocating pressure. The body of the swordsman in front twirled in flight, and the light of the end days permeated the void. In an instant, Endless sword will was produced between heaven and earth. Since Yusheng was going to devour and demonize it, he would let the rules of the sword way break his physical limit until it was destroyed from within. He wanted to see just how strong this immense body was that could bear the sword way. Bang! Another loud sound, the space trembled, and Yusheng took another step forward. The demonic power bloomed in his pupils, and the swordsman felt that there was a horrible pressure, centered on his body. There now appeared statues of demon god, so that he no longer faced a man, but a demon. The expression of the swordsman changed slightly, and there were now statues of horrible demon gods surrounding him. Yusheng stepped out again, and a destructive dark thunder sword of catastrophe exploded from the midst of the demon gods, as if the attack he was using on Yusheng was now demonized by Yusheng, whose destructive power seemed to be even stronger now that there was demonic power integrated into it. The sky was dim without light, like a real end-days sword catastrophe. His look changed slightly, fighting now against his own strength, and sword chi continued without ceasing, difficult to destroy. In front, a gigantic demonic Buddha palm print covered the sky and the sun, crushing the void, slamming down to all living beings and collapsing the sword way. Boom! With a loud sound, his body was slammed to the ground, completely suppressed. His whole body was like being torn apart, full of blood, and terrible to behold. However, the swordsmen from behind continued to attack with no fear whatsoever. Even if they knew it was a lost cause, they were still willing to fight. From the 33rd layer of heaven of Lihan heaven, they were the swordsmen who stood at the highest point. If they retreated, who else would fight? Futian did not look at below, but stepped forward, alone, toward the swordsman who was sitting on the edge of the palace. From the body of Wang Chuan, Futian could feel an aura, the aura of someone who had dipped into the Saint Plane. That day when Wang Chuan took his sword and came down from the 33rd layer of heaven, and ended the cultivator of Emperor Li's realm with one strike of his sword, he had already felt that Wang Chuan had truly reached the limit below Saint Plane, and this limit meant that he was infinitely closer to the divine path. Perhaps it was only a thin line apart, but from Wang Chuan's person, he had been able to perceive a trace of divine authority. After that battle, outside of Emperor Xia's palace, many people in Emperor Xia's realm had proclaimed that Futian was already the first person below the Saint Plane within Emperor Xia's realm, and were betting that he could step onto the 33rd layer of heaven. However, his halberd would be broken here, and lose to the hands of Wang Chuan. Although this ending was unlikely, the strength and the heart of Wang Chuan were not something that the likes of Pei Qianying and Lu Qing could have compared. At this time, Wang Chuan opened his eyes and looked at Futian. His eyes were full of terrible sword will, and when he looked at Futian suddenly felt that there was sword will piercing into his eyes, as if to pierce through his spiritual will. Nonetheless, he stood there steadily, and his eyes stared directly toward the other. An extreme suppressive atmosphere enveloped this space. Wang Chuan had not really made his strike yet, and Futian felt that he was already in the midst of ruinous sword will which was everywhere, wrapping the space around him, madly stabbing his body, his spiritual will. His white hair flew in the air, and his clothes flapped in the wind, emitting sharp and harsh sounds. In just a moment, they had been riddled with holes. Futian continued to move forward, as if he was not at all disturbed by the sword will, and headed directly toward Wang Chuan. He wanted to see if this first person below the Saint Plane, this swordsman who was only a step away from being a saint, could threaten him. Every step that was taken, the sword will madly enhanced, enough to tear everything into pieces. If it was anyone else in the Sage Plane but Futian, they would probably already have been turned into endless pieces now. Wang Chuan's expression was as usual and extremely calm, not at all as if he was being threatened by a major battle. In front of him, there was the once-in-a-lifetime genius who was known as the unparalleled of 9 states. Even after having entered the upper worlds, he was still one of a kind, much valued by Emperor Xia and the princess. In this battle, he did not seek victory nor defeat, only that the heart and the sword would connect into one, and that the sword way would be flawless. Sword. Wang Chuan spat out a word. It was the first word between the two in this first meeting. There was not an extra word. The sound fell, the sword chi surged to the sky. The sword of heaven and earth, above the firmament, countless swords descended, surrounding his body, humming and spectacular. Go! Another word fell, and thousands of swords broke through the sky in an instant, breaking the air and away from the spirit. The sword way of all heavens falling like a river of heaven. Each of these thousands of swords was like a divine implement, tearing the void, and slashing the souls. It was truly a sword that contained divine authority. Above Yi Futian, there loomed a ruinous light of catastrophe, centering on his body, like the end of days, and thousands of rays of the light of catastrophe exploded at the same time. Every light beam was like a sword, colliding with the onslaught of the sword will. The sword light and the light of catastrophe madly burst and destroyed, and there was a horrific scene between the two. The sword will did not extinguish, nor did the light of catastrophe. Yi Futian carried the catastrophe of end days, and continued to move toward Wang Chuan, like a god who was taking a walk in the infinite sword will. Seeing Yi Futian coming forward step by step, Wang Chuan's body slowly floated up, and he straightened out his legs that were originally in the sitting position. Like Yi Futian, he also stepped forward, toward Yi Futian. The two did not seem to be in the middle of a battle. But every step that was taken gave birth to destructive power that was enough to pulverize sages. The space between the two of them had become an absolute no man's land. The light of catastrophe and the sword light madly entangled and colliding, without any sword skills, magical powers, just confrontation of the simplest kind. Wang Chuan's entire body radiated a flawless sword light, as if his entire person had been integrated into thousands of sword will and entered into a state of meditative consciousness. While in this state, Yi Futian actually felt the pressure, and he had a feeling that he was not facing someone who was half-dipped in sainthood, but a true saint. By the sword way of 3,000, Wang Chuan spat out a command, and as his voice fell, the sword light of all heavens melded into his body, rendered his body even more radiant, like an illusion, as if it was no longer a physical entity, but a body of sword. 1,000 rays of sword light dissipated. All of them were integrated into the body of Wang Chuan, but the sword will between the heavens and the earth was several times stronger than it was before, as if a qualitative change had taken place. The light of catastrophe around Yi Futian's body was suppressed, and the way overpowered the rules. Under the sword way, no rules could exist. Wang Chuan borrowed 3,000 swords and turned them into the way. Wang Chuan of this moment represented the sword way. The man was the sword, was the way. He continued to move forward, and the sword will stabbed into Yi Futian's body, as if to break his body and cut off his spiritual will. Chapter 1042, Yi Futian stood there as countless sword will pierced his body as he was caught in the storm of sword will. Even his spiritual will seemed to have been caught in that Lihan sword will. What he was caught in felt rather familiar to him, like how it was when he was being subjected to the medicine baths and suffering their intense agony. There had been multiple times when he was subjected to his breaking point and almost crumbled. Yi Futian stood there as countless sword will pierced his body as he was caught in the storm of sword will. Even his spiritual will seemed to have been caught in that Lihan sword will. What he was caught in felt rather familiar to him, like how it was when he was being subjected to the medicine baths and suffering their intense agony. There had been multiple times when he was subjected to his breaking point and almost crumbled. The medicine baths provided by Saint Jiang had him breaking his limits all the time back then. The limit of both his physical body and his spiritual will continue to be challenged, making him infinitely near to experiencing the divine calamity. What Wang Chuan subjected him to actually made him feel a sense of familiarity. It was a testament that Wang Chuan's sword will was infinitely close to the level of divine calamity as well, making him simply one step away from achieving sainthood. Having suffered through the medicine baths meant that the level of sword will attacks he was subjected to then was utterly unable to truly shake him. Not enough. The storm of calamity conjured by his spiritual will within his mind seemed to have become even stronger. His physical body rang and shone with brilliant light, seemingly having resonated with the great path. Yi Futian's eyes were incredibly sharp. It was as if he were to pierce through the great path. He took one more step forward, intending to see what Wang Chuan's limits were and if Wang Chuan would be able to shake him. An opponent like that was hard to come by, so much so that he had met no one of such prowess before in Emperor Xia's realm below the Saint Plain but Xia Qingyuan. Wang Chuan's eyes stayed on Yi Futian. Yi Futian, as one who had trained his ways through his physical body, meant that he was far from being able to reach Wang Chuan's level, yet Yi Futian was nonetheless capable of taking on his attacks with his physical resilience alone. There was hardly anyone as powerful as Yi Futian in that sense, and he had no idea if Xia Qingyuan would be capable of that, as he had never fought her. However, his mind remained as calm as the surface of a lake. Every single step he took amplified his sword will. The space between the two of them seemed to have burst with a harrowing storm. The high-pitched whipping seemed rather deafening. Wang Chuan's hand extended as he looked before him. Boundless sword will coalesced before his hand, and a sword seemed to be conjured bit by bit. I shall conjure a sword using the powers of the Great Path. If you're able to take this strike, there is probably no one below the Saint Plain who can defeat you, Wang Chuan said. The sword before his hand gradually materialized, pulsing with the will of the way of the sword. It pierced through the space and Yi Futian vaguely felt as if his body was about to be torn apart. All pressure that he was suffering at that moment had actually surpassed that of the medicine baths he went through all those years ago. So this is what the so-called edge of pinnacle below Saint Plain is. The people of Emperor Xia's realm claimed that Wang Chuan possessed powers at the level of edge of pinnacle below Saint Plain, and they had been right. He was indeed qualified to be called such. It was a pity that Wang Chuan met Yi Futian. Despite being the edge of pinnacle below Saint Plain, the Holy Land where he came from would still be reduced to having no one around below the Saint Plain. The space seemed to have been frozen solid and everything seemed to have stopped flowing. Yi Futian's rule powers affected the entire space, yet it was still unable to stop the sword will from flowing. The sword will of his opponent was above the level of his own rules. Yi Futian extended his hand and the rules conjured a halberd. It was shining all over and it pulsed with powers capable of tearing everything apart. Wang Chuan waited for Yi Futian's halberd to come into being before lashing out with his sword. That simple thrust seemingly merged his being with his sword into a single entity. That one thrust seemed to be of true swordsmanship. A dazzling flash of the sword appeared in the space around them. The currents around them crumbled, and everything seemed to have been reduced to nothing. The space seemed to be truly stifled. One thrust with the sword seemed to have destroyed everything in the world. It seemed to be the other sword thrust capable of doing so. Great force shot to the sky from Yi Futian's body. While his plane was not at Wang Chuan's and he had yet to comprehend the power of the Great Path, the terrifying force about him continued as he stepped forward. Light of rules coursed about his body as they were infused within his halberd. He thrust his halberd as he saw the sword coming from the other side. Dazzling light burst and a black dot of vortex actually manifested below the devastating sword will. With every inch the halberd moved, the force turned greater. I don't care how strong your sword is, my halberd shall take care of it. Both parties had been fighting for quite some time and it was only then that they truly attacked each other. Both were figures at the pinnacle of their training below the Saint Plain. One of them trained in the way of the sword, while the other, in the way of the halberd. Both parties were capable of infusing everything they were capable of into their weapons, bursting with a single thrust, and there was utterly no need for complex methods. As such, both parties never needed more than one attack. The sword clashed with the halberd. Abundant sword will was reduced back to the way while the halberd crumbled 1 inch at a time. The sword crumbled as well as the halberd, being reduced to bits inch by inch as well. The terrifying storm pierced through the bodies of both men. If both men had been top-notch sages beneath the 33rd layer of heaven, they would have simply torn each other apart. However, both of them continued moving forward. Wang Chuan pointed with his finger after his sword crumbled, and Yi Futian replaced his halberd with his fist. The space rumbled as they kept going at one another. The first and the finger clashed in an instant. Boundless sword will pierced through his arm from his fist. His body burst with the light of the sword. At the same time, his fist punched through his opponent's finger, sending shockwaves into Wang Chuan's body, where he raged furiously. Stifling noises were heard and the actions of both men seemed to have halted altogether. Yu Xing had finished his battle before things came to that point between the two. Everyone turned their eyes to the battlefield above, then at the two unmoving figures. Things seemed rather eerie at the moment. Eerie sword aura coursed about Yi Futian's body as they pierced him all over the place, while the sword will on Wang Chuan seemed to have disappeared altogether. So, who won? The devastating aura circling both men finally dissipated altogether. A terrifying sheen was seen on Yi Futian's body. Thunderous sound resounded from his body, and the sword will finally dissipated altogether. It seemed as if he had never been hurt by the sword will in the first place. His silver hair billowed in the air and his eyes remained looking brimming, as he gazed at Wang Chuan before him. Cough. Wang Chuan coughed and blood was seen at the corner of his mouth. At that moment, the hearts of the swordsmen below shuddered violently and they looked ashen. Big Brother actually lost? Being the number one figure below Saint Plain of Lihan Heaven and having superb talent in swordsmanship, the seniors of Lihan Heaven claimed that under Saint Plain, Wang Chuan was a plane on his own. At that moment, however, blood was seen from his mouth, and the strength of his aura was dropping quickly. It was as if he had been crippled altogether. It seemed that even his body was barely holding on. It felt as if one had made it to Saint Plain in an instant, yet quickly dropped back down as a mortal. Wang Chuan turned around and stepped out in the air. His steps were slow and narrow as if he had been reduced to a complete mere mortal. The skyscraping bearing he had before was nowhere to be seen. He walked before the palace and sat down where he had been before. Wang Chuan then closed his eyes. There was no doubt that he lost. As someone who had become a semi-saint and almost achieved sainthood, he remained incapable of destroying Yi Futian. In contrast, his opponent had managed to deal considerable damage to him. His internal organs were all rattled and no one knew exactly how many injuries he had sustained, causing his aura to feel so weak. Wang Chuan recalled the path of cultivation that he walked all along. He became famous at an early age and had been the focus of everyone else ever since he became a part of Lihan Heaven. His path had been smooth sailing right up to the point where he entered the 33rd layer of heaven and became a personal student of the Lord of the Swordmaster of Lihan. He made it to Archmage Plain 5 years ago, and there were few in Lihan Heaven capable of fighting him toe-to-toe back then. He defeated every single one of his peers below Saint Plain at Lihan Heaven 2 years ago. Few were even able to make him lash out with a second attack. He was lauded as the edge of pinnacle below Saint Plain back then. However, he knew that it was now, at this very moment, that he truly became someone befitting the title, someone who was truly one step away from achieving sainthood. He knew well that if he were only to keep walking the path that he had walked so far, even if the likes of Yi Futian did not show up, his hard work would have eventually bore fruit and enabled him to become a saint. It would not have made any difference even if he had been able to defeat Yi Futian. Yi Futian had not appeared at the upper worlds for long but had become incredibly renowned. Both Emperor Xia and Xia Qingyuan held him in very high regard. When he fought the Lihan Heaven swordsmen at the Shao clan's residence back then and had indeed proved that none of them were qualified to fight him, Wang Chuan knew right there and then that Yi Futian would become a rare rival. He might have been able to fight Wang Chuan and Wang Chuan might have even ended up losing. However, he invited Yi Futian to fight him at the 33rd layer of heaven nonetheless. If Yi Futian was able to fight all the way up to the 33rd layer of heaven and truly defeat every single swordsman of Lihan Heaven, even beating me, what will become of the swordsmen of Lihan Heaven, and what will become of me? Wang Chuan thought. Will our minds in swordsmanship practice be fractured, and our way of the sword become flawed? He lost moments ago and his mind was shaken. He was a semi-saint and yet he was unable to shake Yi Futian. There would have been no way that his state of mind would have remained totally unmoved. Everyone in the world would know of his defeat and his reputation would be tarnished. There was no way he could be unaffected. No one in Lihan Heaven under Saint Plain had been able to defeat Yi Futian. The gleaming title of being the #1 holy land of the sword in all of Emperor Xia's realm would be tarnished because of him from then on out. His mind was definitely affected. He sat cross-legged and closed his eyes to think. Countless thoughts welled up in his mind in a single instant. Am I practicing the way of the sword for fame, for wealth, or to better my mind? If you feel troubled by anything, then the only to do is simply to cut it down with one swing of the sword. The voice of the sword master of Lihan was heard from the palace at the highest peak. Wang Chuan was shaken. He recalled the way of the sword that he practiced and the myriad of teachings from his teacher. Fame, glory, and everything else in the world felt as if they were of no value. There was simply no way one could have always remained undefeated in one's cultivation to reach the great path. Wang Chuan looked up at the sword master of Lihan, then smiled and said, I understand, teacher. He then turned his eyes at the air before him. His weakened aura spiked and became incredibly powerful in an instant. His sword was shot to the heavens within a single moment. He remained seated upright and he said, there will be one less person in this world tangled by worldly matters of fame and wealth. On the path of the sword, there shall be me, Wang Chuan. He lost, and yet his path leading to sainthood was complete. Sword calamity of the great path showered from the heavens above. The clouds rumbled and things looked severe at Lihan heaven within that instant. Divine calamity. Yi Futian looked up at the sky and his mind was slightly rattled. They stepped into Lihan heaven's territory and fought all the way up to the 33rd layer of heaven. However, Wang Chuan ended up using his ordeal to reach sainthood and his mind was elevated. Wang Chuan lost but had become a saint. At that moment, Yi Futian felt the turn of events to be ridiculous and something did not sit well with him. Thank you. Wang Chuan looked straight ahead at Yi Futian. Yi Futian's expression was a complex one. It was not only him. Even the swordsman at the 33rd layer of heaven did not know what to feel about the turn of events. Is brother Wang Chuan setting himself as an example here? They wondered. At that moment, an unflinching gaze shot towards Yi Futian and his people. Yi Futian felt something and looked up. The sword master of Lihan was looking at them. Yi Futian felt as if that one look from the sword master of Lihan had penetrated his being, seeing all that doubt and struggle in his mind. The sword master of Lihan then looked at Yi Wuchen, who was right behind Yi Futian. A sword shot down from above straight into Yi Futian. That sword was conjured from the body of the sword master of Lihan himself. Yi Futian was totally startled and turned around to look at Yi Wuchen. He saw the sword punch right through Yi Wuchen's body, which was then coiled around by unparalleled sword will in his entire being. That sword seemed to have seeped into his body. Yi Wuchen felt as if his entire body was about to be torn apart. The sword will raged in a frenzy within. Slivers of terrifying sword will coursed about his body. At that moment, he had instead chose to close his eyes and let the sword will rage on. The sword will about him grew increasingly strong. It continued until his way of the sword became elevated and he broke into Archmage Plane. Yi Wuchen opened his eyes and there seemed to be sword will in his eyes. He then looked up at the sword master of Lihan above with a complicated expression as well. Your mind of the sword is pure. I shall lend you my sword then. The sword master of Lihan's voice sounded fleeting as it came from above. Yi Futian turned around and looked at the sword master of Lihan, with a tinge of regret in his eyes. He then bowed to the air and turning around, saying, let's get out of here. Chapter 1043, Countless were standing before the layers of palaces of Lihan heaven. Countless were standing before the layers of palaces of Lihan heaven. Yi Wuchen was able to throw his weight around with his way of the sword and Yu Sheng had been unervingly overpowering. They all made it up to the 33rd layer of heaven and everyone was eager to learn of how things ended up there, but they were unable to do anything but wait. Everyone, instead of the swordsman of Lihan heaven, was waiting eagerly. There were countless others who gathered below Lihan heaven, including top-notch figures from all over Emperor Xia's realm. That was the very first day of year 10021 of Divine Prefecture calendar. Yi Futian went to Lihan heaven and was about to fight Wang Chuan. Xia Qingyu and the princess would have served as the witness, making the fight one that caused quite a stir. No one knew how Yi Futian and his people had been able to get to The powers of Yi Futian and Yu Sheng would definitely allow them to get to the 33rd layer of heaven. Will they be able to come back in one piece from the 33rd layer of heaven though? Look, someone shouted in the crowd. Countless turned their eyes to the air. Terrifying light of calamity of the great path appeared. It got increasingly strong as the skies changed. Every single beam seemed like a sword of the great path. Divine calamity. The minds of many shuddered. Someone actually made it to become a saint. Furthermore, it might have very possibly been one from the 33rd layer of heaven. They had originally thought that Yi Futian's entourage would take some time despite being able to get to the 33rd layer of heaven. No one expected the fight to conclude so quickly. Is it Yi Futian or Wang Chuan? Someone seemed to be mumbling to themselves. They naturally thought of Yi Futian and Wang Chuan first when it came to making it through divine calamity. While Yi Futian is indeed formidable, his plane should still be quite a long way away to get that far. Wang Chuan, on the other hand, has been an upper-level archmage for years. He was already at the pinnacle of Sage Plane 2 years ago. He attacked with only one single stroke in that battle 7 days ago. He was already half a saint by then, someone said, and the other one who mumbled earlier did not say anything further. There was no doubt that if it were one between the two achieving sainthood, it would definitely be Wang Chuan. So Wang Chuan won then? Someone else asked. He invited Yi Futian for a battle at Lihan Heaven so that he would defeat Yi Futian at the 33rd layer of heaven and have his way proven then? Many thought so. That battle should have been won by Wang Chuan. He would not have been able to achieve sainthood otherwise. They were not the only ones who thought so. Most of the swordsmen of Lihan Heaven shared that opinion. At that moment, Yi Futian stepped down from the 33rd layer of heaven. Everyone around watched them as they made it through the layers. When he passed by, Lu Cheng, Feng Xiao and some others stared at Yi Futian coldly. No one below Saint Plane in Lihan Heaven is capable of beating you, eh? Feng Xiao said in a sarcastic manner. She thought that brother Wang Chuan had defeated Yi Futian in that battle and became a saint afterward. Yi Futian, on the other hand, seemed to have asked to be humiliated with what he did. However, he saw those harsh words as nothing but jokes. Yi Futian took one look at her. If what just happened at the 33rd layer of heaven had not happened, he might have actually replied. But, at that moment, he was not in the mood. That look he gave Feng Xiao was a plain, uncaring one. He ignored her altogether and continued walking. There was no doubt that Feng Xiao was exceptionally talented for being able to train at the 11th layer of heaven, and she was presumably a future candidate for sainthood. However, if she were to find out the truth, her mind would have been so rattled that her path to sainthood would have turned out much more difficult. But then, none of that had to do with Yi Futian. The calamity of the great path ceased as they walked down. Wang Chuan was able to make it through the calamity of the great path at the 33rd layer of heaven. Many from Lihan Heaven smiled. Yet another saint was born in Lihan Heaven, and one who had been an incredibly renowned and high-profile one. Yi Futian and his people felt more like lonely guests. They came with great force and left Lihan Heaven in silence. That seemed to have made many swordsmen of Lihan Heaven cement their speculations. When Yi Futian and his people appeared below Lihan Heaven, countless eyes stared at him. The village chief, Qin Zhuang, and the others were waiting below as well. It was only natural that they were aware of the discussion. Yi Futian emerged. The ones who were waiting said and asked nothing. After having fought that sacred battle outside the Holy Ji Palace years ago, they knew too well to even assume that Yi Futian lost. The fact that Wang Chuan became a saint after the fight did not matter. It was just that something might have happened during the fight. Let's go, Yi Futian said to the village chief, who nodded and manned the sword. The entourage stepped onto the huge sword and flew away right there and then. What happened to that battle? Countless watched the figures who left. So they just leave without saying anything? Judging from Yi Futian's expression, did the fight end up shaking him so much that his state of mind became affected? He claimed that none below the saints of Lihan Heaven would be able to fight him. He lost, and it is no surprise that his mind is affected. The discussions went on and someone claimed gleefully, "See, I told you. Wang Chuan would definitely win. The number one figure below the saints is now a saint." There were always post factum wise men around, regardless of day and age. But then again, it remained a fact that none of them knew what the truth of the battle was truly like. Yi Futian left, but the crowd remained unwilling to disperse. Someone continued to watch the sky until the divine calamity ceased altogether and Wang Chuan truly emerged a saint. It was only then that they reluctantly left. The news of Yi Futian's defeat began to spread everywhere. Countless talked about the battle as if they had been there themselves and witnessed the entire battle. Many saints emerged at the 33rd layer of heaven of Lihan heaven after Wang Chuan attained sainthood. They all naturally knew of the outcome of the battle. Despite being saints, they still felt rather restless. The sword master of Lihan then looked at the saints and said, "I've been on pilgrimages throughout the realms and have fought several great battles, suffering several defeats as well." Many looked up at the sword master and felt rather shaken deep down. The sword master of Lihan, the number one swordsman of Emperor Xia's realm, had actually suffered several defeats out there. As cultivators of the great path, who in the world dares to claim that they shall never be defeated? The sword master of Lihan spoke calmly and then continued, "This battle shall be a lesson. Lihan heaven is a place for learning swordsmanship, and that is all. This holy land is not the number one holy land of the sword." The people of Emperor Xia's realm all claimed that he was the number one swordsman, yet that was in no way to say that he shall forever be undefeatable. The sword master of Lihan finished. He turned around and left. The saints felt rather shaken still. The state of mind of the sword master had been elevated to an even higher state. There was none in the world who was free of ego. Cultivators were not exempt even if they were to become saints. As such, there had been cases of the sword saint of Liang sending out swordsmen of Lihan heaven to regain face lost for the Holy Land. If they were to continue to succumb, no one would be able to tell how things would end up in the future. Wang Chuan seemed to have merged with his surroundings into a single entity at the moment. His aura was stable and conserved. He looked below Lihan heaven and said, "We shall always remember the words of our teacher. Lihan heaven claimed to be the number one holy land of the sword all the time, and today's battle shall be a lesson." "Brother, what was Yi Futian actually like?" some swordsmen below, who had been defeated by Yu Xing before, asked. They were still unable to understand that as powerful as their brother had been, he nonetheless lost. Wang Chuan turned his gaze far away. His expression was a fleeting one as he said, "You all once claimed that I was a plane of my own among the swordsmen of Lihan heaven. However, from today's battle, I shall tell you that below Saint Plane, Yi Futian is on a plane of his own, while all others are of other planes." He then turned around and continued, "Despite having become a saint, I still need to train in silence for a period of time." The swordsmen below froze. They never expected brother Wang Chuan would have such a high opinion of Yi Futian, so much so that he appraised Yi Futian with words that his elders had once appraised him with. Below Saint Plane, Yi Futian was a plane on his own, while others were of other planes. There was no way Yi Futian would learn of Wang Chuan's praise of him. He was riding the sword with the village chief after all. The wind blew on him as he stood quietly at the forefront of the huge sword. His clothes flapped about in the wind and his silver hair danced wildly. Despite having won the battle, he did not feel what he once felt after winning. He was steeped in deep thought instead. He recalled the scenario when he trained in the cottage back when his third brother and teacher were always the ones teaching him. There were countless cultivators in the world, and only people of an open mind would be able to make it as sages. Attaining sainthood had even stricter requirements on the state of mind. A lacking state of mind would have never been able to make such a breakthrough. Despite the reasoning, the so-called flawless state of mind actually differed from one person to another. Some made all the way to become saints due to hate, some due to resentment, and some were so bigoted that their state of mind actually proved flawless. As long as one was able to maintain their state of mind until there were no openings to be found, such states would then prove flawless. Wang Chuan's plane was truly at the very edge of the pinnacle and he was really one step away. The battle with Yi Futian proved that his state of mind was indeed flawless, and then he made to become a saint. Yi Futian's teacher, Dozhan, protecting his principles with his life at the Battle of the Holy Ji Palace. He was then able to break through the limits of his physical body, elevating his plane and making him a saint. Everyone had things that they needed to hold fast to. Yi Futian actually thought that the sword master of Lihan was actually acting out against Yi Wuchen back there. However, the sword master never said anything. When they made it all the way through the 33rd layer of heaven, he had lent a sword to Wuchen and helped the young sage make it further. He did not know what the sword master was holding fast to, but that state of mind alone made Yi Futian felt rather ashamed of himself. It might have been time for him to quiet down and train for a period of time. He was not all that far from becoming a saint, after all. Yi Wuchen walked towards Yi Futian quietly and cast his gaze far away. The sword master lent him a sword, and that shaken him considerably as well. The sword lent by the sword master of Lihan is still with me, Yi Wuchen said quietly. Yeah. Yi Futian nodded. The number 1 swordsman of Emperor Xia's realm is really above us. Yi Futian took one deep breath, and smiled all of a sudden, becoming able to let go. He then looked at Wuchen's empty sleeve and said with a smile, Wuchen, you're now an upper-level archmage yourself. The path leading to sainthood is no longer all that far away. The sword master claimed that your mind of the sword is pure, so you'll definitely be able to make it as a saint. After attaining sainthood and being baptized by the great path, emerging as a new being, your arm might actually be restored. Yi Wuchen took one look at his left sleeve and said, it's been years. I've gotten used to it. Yeah. We've been around for this many years in the blink of an eye, so much so that you've gotten used to it. Yi Futian smiled, as did Yi Wuchen. Chapter 1044, the curtain was closed on the 10,021st year of the divine prefecture calendar with a battle between people at the peak of what was possible below the saint level. Afterward, Wang Chuan embarked upon the divine path. The news of Yi Futian's defeat shocked Emperor Xia's realm. The curtain was closed on the 10,021st year of the divine prefecture calendar with a battle between people at the peak of what was possible below the saint level. Afterward, Wang Chuan embarked upon the divine path. The news of Yi Futian's defeat shocked Emperor Xia's realm. But no one from Lihan heaven would talk about it, and there were even rumors that Wang Chuan had evaluated Yi Futian very highly, saying that he stood on his own level. His high evaluation of him made the other cultivators of Lihan heaven throw themselves into their own training. This made people wonder if it had been Wang Chuan who had won or Yi Futian. Could it have been a draw? The two men of talent obviously appreciated each other, and this battle had allowed Wang Chuan to advance to the next level. Had this ended the battle between them? Given the ambitious character that Yi Futian had shown before, if he had won, he would not have held his tongue and would have instead mocked Lihan heaven. It was said that after the battle, he had gone back to the cottage to lose himself in cultivation. It was as if this battle between geniuses had never happened. Princess Xia Qingyuan never mentioned the battle either, making everyone even more curious about what had happened. What had happened on the 33rd level of Lihan heaven? The days passed, and people's interest in the battle gradually cooled. Important things happened in Emperor Xia's realm every day, and the people's eyes would not remain fixed on a single battle forever. This was especially true over the past few days. It was said that the top forces had been summoned to Emperor Xia's palace, and Princess Xia Qingyuan had summoned the cultivators from the lower realms that she had chosen in the past to come to the upper realms. In addition, many saints from the 9 states came to Emperor Xia's palace as well. As the news of this spread out, many people understood what it meant. 10 more years had passed. At that time Yi Futian was at the villa cultivating. His state of mind had changed after the battle, and now he was firmly fixed at the upper sage level. His next goal was the saint level. Yaya and Glass Saint were also there cultivating. With her reincarnated body, Yaya's state of mind was already in the right place, so she only had to increase her level. Thus, Her rate of progress was extremely fast, and she grew far stronger each day. And she was receiving her instruction from incredibly powerful glass saint. Yi Futian sat beside Yaya and whispered, "Yaya, how is the saint plane divided up?" Looking straight forward, she replied, "Some people say there are 3 tiers of the saint plane, and some people say there are 4. Very few people reach the 4th tier, but if you want to reach Renhuang's plane, you have to reach this 4th tier first. The first tier of the divine path consists of proving your holiness. Your state of mind is without blemish, your faith is firm, and you must pass across the catastrophe of the divine path. Most of the saints of the 9 states are at this tier. At the 2nd tier of the divine path, you know your true self, and thus it is called the true self plane. Your state of mind is even more firm and pure. She is on this tier, but now she is a little confused. She hesitates on this tier, trying to find her true self." Yaya looked at Glass Saint. In the past, all she had wanted was to kill the great Zhou sacred king, and her mind was firmly set on that. But she had run into difficulties and was unable to advance to the next step. After the great Zhou sacred king had died, she had been severely wounded and her level was very unstable now. Although her swordsmanship was coming along well, she was not advancing in terms of her level. She needs to undergo a change in her state of mind in order to advance to the 3rd tier of the divine path. This tier is close to the level of perfection and is called the flawless holiness. No one in the 9 states has reached this level. Saint Xia and Saint Li are the closest, but it will still be difficult for them to reach it. At the 3rd tier you are already tending towards perfection. As for the 4th, it is called the legendary plane or holy nirvana. In order to go even higher and reach the Renhuang plane, it is first necessary to achieve nirvana. Yaya spoke slowly as she introduced Yi Futian to the 4 tiers of the saint plane. "What is the highest tier that you ever got to?" asked Yi Futian. "I achieved nirvana." Yaya did not hide anything and spoke directly. Yi Futian looked at her, then reached out and patted her head. It felt great to have a legendary sister who had achieved nirvana. In the future, he would rely on her more. Yaya's face grew dark and she bit her lip, but it seemed that she had already become used to this guy's shocking behavior. There was no use resisting it. She knew that Yi Futian still looked at her as the old Yaya and did not want her old personality to disappear. "What about the sword master of Lihan?" he asked as he pulled his hand back. Right now, the sword master of Lihan was the best swordsman in Emperor Xia's realm. He must have reached the legendary plane. "So many years have passed, he must have had many years of nirvana," answered Yaya. Yi Futian was not surprised. With his supernatural state of mind, the sword master of Lihan was known as the best swordsman, so there was nothing strange about him entering the legendary plane. "How many saints in Emperor Xia's realm have achieved nirvana?" Yi Futian asked curiously. "I don't know much about the cultivators in Emperor Xia's realm, but there are probably a few at the 3rd tier of flawless holiness. There can't be more than 10 who have achieved nirvana though," answered Yaya. Yi Futian nodded. He trusted Yaya's judgment. If the number of people who had achieved the peak of what was possible below the saint level was so small, then the number of people who had achieved nirvana would be even smaller. The sound of footsteps came from behind him. He turned and saw the village chief, who said, "Someone has come from Emperor Xia's palace, saying the princess has summoned you to the palace." "Xia Qingyuan." Yi Futian was a bit confused. He didn't know why she would be looking for him. These past few days, he had been cultivating diligently and had not paid attention to the affairs of the outside world. "The saints from the palace are probably there as well," said the village chief. A strange look came over Yi Futian's face. "What has happened?" he asked. "The princess has probably summoned you because of this." "If you go you'll find out," said the village chief. "All right." Yi Futian nodded. "Why don't you come with me?" He had entered the upper levels of the sage plane, but he was still nowhere near as fast as the village chief, and the villa was quite far from Emperor Xia's palace. The village chief nodded and the two of them left, riding on a sword towards Emperor Xia's palace. Many cultivators had gathered together in a mighty hall in Emperor Xia's palace. Yi Futian walked in with the village chief and saw many familiar figures there. He smiled when he saw Dozhan, Yu Qi, Zhuge Qingfeng, Su Shang, Yuan Hong, and Yun Shang coming towards him, calling out, "Palace Lord." 6 of the saints from the barren state were here. Only Saint Jiang was not. "Saint Jiang isn't here?" asked Yi Futian. "Saint Jiang only cares about cultivating." "You still don't understand him," said Dozhan with a smile. Everyone in the palace was extremely grateful to Saint Jiang, especially Dozhan. Saint Jiang had played a key role when he had passed through the catastrophe of the divine path. If he had not been there then, Dozhan would not be here today. Yi Futian nodded. He knew Saint Jiang's wishes. He smiled and said, "With Saint Jiang and his 2 great disciples there, the disciples of the palace will improve greatly." "Of course, and they also have instruction from us saints." "There is a different scene in the barren state every day," said Yu Qi with a smile. "With 7 saints stationed in the lower realm, you have no need to worry. And you have been named the princess's valet by Emperor Xia. You truly are worthy of being the leader of the barren state." Everyone looked at him with faces full of smiles. His status as the princess's valet was truly extraordinary. Yi Futian looked at them all in shock. They were all saints, shouldn't this have seemed ordinary to them? It must be because his mood had changed. Now that the barren state had stabilized, he was in a much better mood. That was indeed the case. Their dream had always been to become saints, and now that they had achieved that, everything was on the right track. How long had Yi Futian been in the upper realms? And he had already become the princess's valet. And moreover, his fame was growing. They were happy. "Futian," said a voice. Yi Futian looked forward and saw 3 figures coming towards him. He bowed slightly and said, "Greetings, seniors." The 3 who were coming towards him were Saint Xia, Saint Li, and Moon Saint. During the Great War in the 9 states, they had all been very close to him, and Moon State had even directly participated in the war. "I knew you would become famous in the upper realms, but I never would have imagined it would happen so quickly," said Saint Xia with a smile. "But from now on, you can't face the princess the same way that you used to." Saint Xia had been sick with worry over Yi Futian. He was far too brazen. But now Emperor Xia had personally given him a title, and now that he had come to the upper realms, he would become close with the princess. He was her valet, after all. "Don't worry, the princess may have a bad personality, but she is a good person," whispered Yi Futian. "You," Saint Xia pointed a finger at Yi Futian. He was speechless. This guy had the guts to say that the princess had a bad personality. That was simply. Yi Futian smiled when he saw Saint Xia's reaction. Saint Xia stared at him. This guy's future was growing brighter and brighter, and now he even dared to tease him. "I heard that not long ago you went to Lihan Heaven to take care of matters. You should restrain yourself as much as possible," said Saint Xia as he shook his head. But even though he had said this, Yi Futian would probably not listen to him. Legendary figures were always overbearing to the extreme. Yi Futian was obviously this kind of person. There was no use urging him. But Lihan Heaven was the top force in Emperor Xia's realm, and this guy had still dared attack them. "Do you know everything that happened?" asked Yi Futian. "I know a little bit about everything that you've done in the upper realms," said Saint Xia. "There has not been a man like you in the 9 states for many years. Please don't disappoint us old fellows." Yi Futian thought of Yaya's evaluation of the saints of the 9 states and understood what Saint Xia truly meant. Right now there was no one in the 9 states at the 3rd tier of the saint plane, the flawless holiness. Thus, Saint Xia was full of expectations for him. His expression grew a little more solemn, and he nodded seriously. Saint Xia was more or less the leader of the 9 states. He did not expect to get anything from him, but he still had great expectations of him. Thus, he paid attention to what he was doing in the upper realms. That was his current state of mind. Many other powerful people from top forces were also nearby. Shao Xing from the Shao clan and Gong Sun Zhong from Divine Cloud Valley were there, and they were all looking towards Yi Futian. Seeing the saints gathered around him, they whispered about this unparalleled figure from the 9 states. He truly must be incredibly important down there, for as soon as he came, countless saints flocked around him. But even though he was unparalleled in the 9 states, there was nothing unusual about the people of the 9 states placing so much importance on someone like this. After all, the lower realm did not have as many powerful figures from top forces as the upper realms. Chapter 1045, Yi Futian naturally did not care about what the other top forces thought of him. He turned his gaze and saw some of the most powerful figures who had come. He had seen many of them before, like Lin Shubai from 9 States College, Tong He, and Bai Luli from Jixia Holy Palace. And beside Bai Luli was another powerful figure from Jixia Holy Palace, one of Princess Xia Qingyuan's heavenly chosen ones. In fact, all of the heavenly chosen ones were here, aside from the ones that he had killed. He knew that these were all people that Xia Qingyuan specifically wanted to train. Yi Futian naturally did not care about what the other top forces thought of him. He turned his gaze and saw some of the most powerful figures who had come. He had seen many of them before, like Lin Shubai from 9 States College, Tong He, and Bai Luli from Jixia Holy Palace. And beside Bai Luli was another powerful figure from Jixia Holy Palace, one of Princess Xia Qingyuan's heavenly chosen ones. In fact, all of the heavenly chosen ones were here, aside from the ones that he had killed. He knew that these were all people that Xia Qingyuan specifically wanted to train. Of course, in addition to the people from the 9 states, there were also some people that Xia Qingyuan had chosen to guard her in Emperor Xia's palace, like Tian Ji, the son of the sacred general of Tian. At that moment, a maid came up to Yi Futian and said, "Imperial bodyguard Yi, the princess summons you." A confused look came over Yi Futian's face when he heard he call him Imperial bodyguard Yi. He looked at the maid and recognized her as the maid who had told him that the princess would not see him when he tried to enter the palace. She looked at him coldly, as if she was not pleased by this turn of events. She probably thought that he had no respect for Xia Qingyuan. Yi Futian naturally did not want to get into an argument with a maid, and moreover, there was nothing wrong with being called an imperial bodyguard. After all, he was the princess's personal valet. "Go on," Saint Xia said to him. Yi Futian nodded and walked forward. All the geniuses of the 9 states watched him with trepidation in their hearts. After all, Yi Futian had grown up with them, and it could even be said that he had risen with their help. But in the last sacred war, Yi Futian's reputation as the best in the 9 states had been created, and later in the battle of proving holiness, the barren state had produced 5 saints. Later, they had heard that after they left with Xia Qingyuan, Yi Futian and Yu Xing had gone to the upper realms, ascended the sky stairwell and fought through many layers of heaven to retrieve Yi Wuqian's life spirit. They had heard many more rumors about Yi Futian after coming to Emperor Xia's palace. He seemed to be quite famous in the upper realms, and he had been named the princess's valet. And now the princess had invited only him to come over. Did that mean she trusted him? Lin Shubai watched Yi Futian walking over with a conflicted look on his face. When Yi Futian had gone to 9 State College to cultivate, he had been nothing more than a talented junior. There had been many small disturbances in the college because of him. He had once reminded Su Chehan of this, but now he and Little Butterfly had entered the Holy Ji Palace, and Saint Jiang as well. It was enough to make one sigh. What kind of charm did he have to make saints act like this? Even his master, Saint Li, regarded Yi Futian highly. Yi Futian walked through the crowd to another palace hall. Xia Qingyuan stood there quietly, looking forward so that she could see everyone who was coming in. "Princess," said Yi Futian. "Come here," said Xia Qingyuan. Yi Futian nodded and walked to her side. "Why is it that you have summoned people from both the upper and lower realms?" he asked. "Do you know the history of the divine prefecture?" asked Xia Qingyuan. Yi Futian shook his head. No. He had grown up in remote Qingzhou, and although he had read through many books at 9 States College, he still did not know the history of the divine prefecture. He only knew a few things about Donghuang the Great and Emperor Yiqing. Moreover, as he got stronger and set his gaze higher, he realized that what he had once thought was the truth was often just rumors. Only by standing in a higher position could one touch the actual truth. In ancient times, the heavenly path collapsed, all cultivation was blocked, and the path transformed into thousands of realms. For thousands of years, powerful figures plundered the heavens and the earth, controlled the great path, and enslaved all sentient beings. The world of cultivation became exceedingly strict, and people did as well. The strong became stronger, and the weak had no choice but to submit, said Xia Qingyuan. She spoke calmly as she recounted the history of the divine prefecture. Yi Futian's heart trembled as he heard her words. He felt solemn. In ancient times, the heavenly path had collapsed. What was the heavenly path? What did it mean that cultivation had been blocked and that the path transformed into thousands of realms? In Emperor Xia's realm, the rules of the upper realms were much clearer and richer, and obviously more suited to cultivation than in the lower realm. Xia Qingyuan said that powerful figures plundered the heavens and the earth, controlled the great path and enslaved all sentient beings, and that the world of cultivation became extremely strict. Did that mean that there was a better place for cultivation? At that moment, he thought of Chess Saint. Although he was a plunderer himself, his words were perhaps not meaningless. What happened 300 years ago? Yi Futian suddenly asked. He thought of Emperor Yiqing. 300 years ago, Donghuang the Great and Emperor Yiqing had declared themselves emperors of all the world. However, he did not know if what this person from the lower realm had told him was true or not. The history of the divine prefecture is a history of chaotic looting and plundering. Because the great figures of the age created powerful forces, their plundering of the great path became even crueler. 300 years ago, Donghuang the Great and Emperor Yiqing declared themselves emperors and rebuilt the world in an ordered fashion. Thus, the divine prefecture has been much better off for the past few hundred years, but the fundamental problem still cannot be solved, continued Xia Qingyuan. But this has little to do with us. Best not to think about it too much. Her father had said that Yi Futian's background was probably dreadful. She guessed that he might be related to Emperor Yiqing. Yi Futian wanted to know why Donghuang the Great and Emperor Yiqing had fallen out, and why Emperor Yiqing was taboo in the divine prefecture. Everything had been destroyed, and so Xia Qingyuan probably didn't know. In any case, this gathering probably had nothing to do with any of this. What Xia Qingyuan had said was correct. None of this had much to do with him. Does the history of the divine prefecture have to do with this gathering? Asked Yi Futian. What I was just talking about is just the background. Most of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path are under Renhuang's control, but there are some exceptions. These are the lordless realms. For example, not far from Emperor Xia's realm there is a place known as the Empty Realm, which was formed from a piece of the shattered heavenly path. Now that the divine path is not scattered, its will covers the empty realm. Many wandering cultivators have gathered there to cultivate. In addition, many cultivators from the realms of the three emperors are stationed there, answered Xia Qingyuan. Emperor Xia's realm and Emperor Li's realm? Asked Yi Futian. Xia Qingyuan nodded. And the demon emperor's realm that is ruled by the demon peacock emperor. These three realms are neighbors, and the empty realm is the area in between them all. When Yi Futian was cultivating in the 9 states, he had heard that the barren state was connected to the demon emperor's realm, and if you continued west past the summer state you would reach the Dali dynasty. In the upper realms, this represented the realms of the three emperors. Is this place there for the purpose of helping people understand the way of the divine path? Asked Yi Futian. Xia Qingyuan nodded. And the empty realm isn't the only place like this. There are many resources for cultivators in the upper realms. You did not take part in the battle of proving holiness, but the resources for these battles come from there. These things were formed from the heavenly path, and are extremely mysterious. Not only can they help you understand the way of the divine path, but they also contain the broken pieces of great path that have been refined into sacred spirit stones. When used for cultivation, they have many uses, such as forging divine implements. This stirred up Yi Futian's feelings. He had not been in the upper realms for long, but he had already learned how lacking the lower realms' cultivation resources were. He had never heard of these things. Not long ago, Yaya had taught him of the 4 tiers of the divine path, the holiness of witnessing the divine path, the holiness of knowing your true self, flawless holiness, and nirvana. This had made him realize that one's state of mind was very important in becoming a saint. What Xia Qingyuan was telling him now made him realize that cultivation resources were also very important. When cultivating, it was important to raise your level bit by bit and then understand the great path. You needed your level to be stable, and your state of mind to be untroubled. When you had achieved both of these things, you could understand the divine path and break through to the next level. His understanding of cultivation had recently become much deeper. After the Sacred War, Yu Qi, Zhuge Qingfeng, and the others' mental states were strong enough, but their levels were not high enough. Thus they had participated in the battle of proving holiness, using outside power to understand the great path and bring their levels closer to where they needed to be in order to break through to the next plane. Master Dozhan was the same way. His mental state had reached where it needed to be, and he had used a battle matrix during the Sacred War to transcend the limits of his flesh and raise his level up to the divine path, thus attracting the divine catastrophe. Thus, there were 2 difficulties for a cultivator who wanted to break through to the saint level, which was why there were so few saints in the lower realm. The first was that if your talent was not enough, you would have no way to reach the peak of what was possible below the saint level. The second was if your mental state was not good enough, you could not succeed. For the people of the lower realm, the first difficulty was more important. If you didn't have enough talent, you could not break through the barriers that you would face while cultivating. Therefore, the people of the 9 states greatly cherished the battle of proving holiness. This was what the people of the upper realms called cultivation resources. For the geniuses of the upper realms, these were nothing, and instead, the thing that kept them from becoming saints was the second difficulty. Of course, this was only relative. The top forces of the upper realms had a broad vision. They practiced powerful martial arts and had famous teachers to instruct them. For example, Wang Chuan's state of mind was so strong that he could even set out on the divine path through a defeat. Thus, it was much harder for someone from the lower realm to become a saint than someone from the upper realms. Things were unfair for them from birth. If this is so important, how does it affect sages? Asked Yi Futian. The conflict between the 3 emperors' realms was a battle between saints. Which is of less importance, the loss of a saint or the loss of a sage? Asked Xia Qingyuan. Yi Futian suddenly understood. Compared to the sacred war that had just broken out, more saints would fall in this one. The 3 realms have agreed that a battle between cultivators below the saint plane will decide who has the right to control the empty realm for 10 years. Of course, saint-level cultivators will go there as well, since people not following the rules happens all too often. So a battle between saints could break out at any moment. Yi Futian nodded. Emperor Xia was there to enforce the rules of sacred wars in the 9 states, and no one would dare to go against him. But in this war between the 3 realms, the rules were nothing more than a 3-way verbal agreement. There were no cultivators above them to enforce the rules. Since the rules were set so weakly, they could be broken at any time. It seemed that Li Yao had also come for this same reason, in order to prepare in advance. When do we leave? Asked Yi Futian. He would definitely not refuse. One reason was because Emperor Li's realm would take part in the battle, and the other was because he wanted to experience this for himself. I will give 7 days for every force to send people here. When the time comes, you will command the forces of the 9 states, said Xia Qingyuan. She was giving her heavenly chosen ones over to him to command. Excellent. Yi Futian calmly agreed to this. Chapter 1046, Truth Hurts. Chapter 1046, Truth Hurts. 7 days later, in Emperor Xia's palace, many mighty cultivators gathered. Forces from all corners of Emperor Xia's realm gathered together, its composition impressive and strong. Of course, apart from the direct forces belonging to Emperor Xia, many of the top forces of the realm came on a voluntary basis. Still, there were also many who did not participate, such as the swordsmen of Lihan Heaven. Divine Cloud Valley and the Shao clan had the most cultivators in attendance. After all, their relationship with Emperor Xia was an extraordinarily close one, so it was only natural that they would follow Emperor Xia closely. Even though Emperor Xia did not personally participate in this event, since the princess would personally attend the Battle of the Empty Realm, it had already caused a great sensation among the people. This was the first time Xia Qingyuan participating in a direct confrontation involving the imperial realm, therefore defeat was not an option. The Shao clan was the family of Queen Shao and were the elders of Princess Xia Qingyuan, so it was natural for them to fully support her. From this battle onward, Shao Shen would officially become part of Emperor Xia's palace. The same was true of the Divine Cloud Valley. The Valley Master of Divine Cloud Valley was an old acquaintance of Emperor Xia, and Gongsun Zhong was its third generation. Though he was in love with Princess Xia Qingyuan, he was afraid to show it, but still, he held out hope in his heart. Of all the forces that arrived today, the people of the upper worlds formed one camp, while the cultivators of 9 states formed into a different camp. Yi Futian also arrived, in the camp of 9 states. It was not just Yi Futian or Yu Sheng, but Yaya, Glass Saint, and the village chief would also be attending this time, and the empty realm would be a suitable place for Yaya to continue her cultivation. Xia Qingyuan stood on the stairs in front, and looking down from the sky, she said, "This time in the empty realm, those elected from the 9 states shall be directly commanded by Yi Futian as their own independent camp." All the saints who heard her glanced at Xia Qingyuan and thought that the princess indeed thought highly of Yi Futian, as she was having him command those who were divinely selected. However, this was not unexpected, as Yi Futian now possessed the talent, strength, status, and all of the qualifications to make him a suitable candidate for this role. However, it also implied how highly Xia Qingyuan regarded Yi Futian. The top forces of Emperor Xia's realm had many strong and powerful cultivators, and they were followed by many other cultivators, forming a self-contained camp led by the best of them, such as Shao Sheng, Gongsun Zhong, and Xianyuan Ao. Now Yi Futian, along with his group and the divinely selected from the 9 states, although not as strong in numbers, was still able to form a camp of his own, enough to keep up with the top forces of the other camp. As for the camp of Emperor Xia's palace led by Xia Qingyuan, there was no more that needed to be said except that not all the powers were present there. 2 great armies had already arrived in the empty realm. Not only that, but in the empty realm, Emperor Xia also had his own principalities. Although the empty realm was not as vast as Emperor Xia's realm, it was a complete one. For those divinely selected in the 9 states to be commanded by Yi Futian, some had no disagreement, but there were also some who had other ideas. They thought that they would be following the princess, but now, were they to follow Yi Futian instead? It seemed that Yi Futian had gone farther than they had and had a different relationship with the princess. "Princess," guards came over and bowed at the stairs, "Virgin Yao Shi of Yaotai Divine Palace requests an audience with you." "What is she doing here?" Xia Qingyuan's voice was cold. Although Yaotai Divine Palace was also a top force in Emperor Xia's realm, it was not very close to Emperor Xia's palace. Its remote location was far away from Emperor Xia's palace, but recently it seemed that Yao Shi often visited this area, and her motivation remained unclear. She said that she wants to participate in the battle with the army. "Let them in," Xia Qingyuan replied. "Yes." The guards left, and not long after that, the cultivators of Yaotai Divine Palace came, led by Yao Shi, and attracted countless attention in an instant. After all, the beauty of the Yaotai goddess was extremely phenomenal, especially Yao Shi, whose beauty was out of this world and incredibly magnificent. Yao Shi greets the princess. Yao Shi bowed slightly to show her respect. Her every move was full of beauty which fascinated everyone. Xia Qingyuan looked at that beautiful goddess, and her voice was colder still. Did Yaotai Divine Palace only dispatch its sage-level cultivators? To answer the princess, the battle of the empty realm is now the battle below the Saint Plain. If it turned into the battle of the divine path, the great army of His Majesty would respond. Therefore, Yao Shi only brought the sages to come lend our help to the princess. Yao Shi's voice was still soft with a wonderful charm. Even as a woman, Xia Qingyuan had to admit that she was an enchanting creature. Just her voice alone was enough to charm one to the bones and led many to fantasize. After reaching the empty realm, you will wait for deployment, Xia Qingyuan said. Yes, princess. Yao Shi nodded. When she finished, she smiled and walked toward the other direction, where the people of 9 states gathered. Yao Shi's clear and pure eyes were full of smiles, enough to make anyone who beheld them feel their hearts skip a beat. Master Yi, we meet again. Yao Shi smiled at Yi Futian. Goddess. Yi Futian nodded in return. The people of 9 states, when witnessing this scene, all expressed a surprised look, silently watching Yi Futian. Who exactly was this bastard? In the short time since arriving in the upper worlds, the princess clearly favored him, and now this magnificent goddess greeted him first rather than any one of the powerful characters of the upper worlds. This. Never mind the people of the 9 states, even Yi Futian himself did not quite understand. Recent rumors in Emperor Xia's realm say that in the battle of the 33rd layer of heaven in Lihan Heaven, Master Yi was defeated, but Yao Shi does not believe it. Seeing Master Yi today, I would like to ask Master Yi, how exactly did the battle go? Yao Shi asked smilingly. The rumors in Emperor Xia's realm said that Yi Futian was sorely beaten. To be asked by another person, it might seem a bit rude. If Yi Futian was indeed defeated, it would be more like a deliberate attempt at humiliation, so no one would take the prerogative to ask such a question. However, when Yao Shi spoke, her speech and demeanor did not make anyone feel that there was anything inappropriate with the question, and no one would even consider it as an insult. It was as if she had complete confidence in Yi Futian. In fact, many cultivators of the upper worlds also wanted to know the reality of that battle, so their eyes were all fastened on Yi Futian. I won, but so did Wang Chuan, said Yi Futian. In that battle, he had made a breakthrough in his state of mind and his level had become higher. Wang Chuan especially had changed his mindset and had passed the divine catastrophe and become a saint. Therefore, there were no losers really, they both won. If no such thing had happened on the 33rd layer of heaven, he would probably have said something blatantly humiliating about Lihan Heaven, but he did not do so now. Yao Shi's eyes twinkled, and she continued to gaze at Yi Futian. She smiled lightly, although I don't know what that really means, since Master Yi said that both won, then it must be so. Winning is winning, defeat is defeat, how can both win in a battle? Gongsun Zhong of Divine Cloud Valley piped up. Even if the battle was a tie, it would only be possible to say that both were unbeaten. Yi Futian's words were somewhat ridiculous. Yi Futian looked at Gongsun Zhong. The Shao clan wanted to groom Shao Sheng in Emperor Xia's palace, following Xia Qingyuan, and become her most trusted right-hand man. Shao Sheng was unhappy about Xia Qingyuan and Emperor Xia's interest in him. But what could be the reason for Gongsun Zhong's hostility toward him? Was it because Shao Sheng wanted to marry his sister Gongsun and I? Or, was there a reason similar to Shao Sheng's? One day, if you can reach the realm of Wang Chuan, perhaps you will understand. Yi Futian did not expound further, but made a blunt declaration. It was equivalent to saying that the realm of Gongsun Zhong was not as advanced as that of Wang Chuan. Although that day, Wang Chuan took thousands of swords down the mountain to slay the people Emperor Li's realm, many had thought that Wang Chuan was the first person under the Saint Plain in Emperor Xia's realm, and even Princess Xia Qingyuan may not be able to surpass him. Even though Gongsun Zhong also had a reputation as being one of the best under the Saint Plain, it was probably not quite the same as Wang Chuan. But an unspoken thought was different than Yi Futian's public declaration, and it did not leave him any room to stand down. Moreover, Yi Futian stated that he and Wang Chuan had both won, which implied that he placed them in the same position. Now that he declared that Gongsun Zhong was not on the same level as Wang Chuan, was he also insinuating that Gongsun Zhong was not as good as he was? Gongsun Zhong stared at Yi Futian and calmly said, Wang Chuan has already broken into the Saint Plane. I'm clearly not at the same level as him, but what about you? From the 33rd layer of heaven in Lihan Heaven, Yi Futian and Wang Chuan battled. Yi Futian was the winner. At this time a voice was heard, making everyone's heart tremble. Everyone turned their attention to the person who had spoken. It was the only figure on the stairs, Xia Qingyuan. In the battle of the 33rd layer of heaven, Xia Qingyuan was a personal witness. Who would dare to question her words? In that battle, Yi Futian was the winner. Everyone present was stupefied. Many had speculated that Yi Futian was defeated, and some had speculated that the battle was a tie, hence Yi Futian's tight-lipped insistence that both of them had won. But no one had thought that it was Yi Futian who had won. If he had won, why was Wang Chuan the one who broke into the way? Why was he looking thoughtful when he came down the mountain that day? Why did Yi Futian never again humiliate Lihan Heaven? Many people were puzzled, and Yao Shi looked toward Yi Futian. Her eyes revealed a strange splendor. Even though Wang Chuan was defeated, he used the defeat to enter the way, eschewed the shackles in his heart and detached himself from winning and losing. He attracted the divine catastrophe but was able to enter the divine path. Yi Futian's pronouncement that Wang Chuan also won was not an incorrect statement, Xia Qingyuan continued. Her voice was calm, but every word was whipping Gongsun Zhong's heart. She continued, Do you have any more questions? Gongsun Zhong's state of mind had been shaken. If it was simply the news that Yi Futian defeated Wang Chuan, it would not have affected him much. However, a supposedly simple dialogue today put him into a trap. At the end, when Xia Qingyuan announced the result of the battle, it undoubtedly stung his heart deeply. Yi Futian had won, but he was not arrogant. He had not mentioned anything of the battle, even claiming that Wang Chuan had also won. But because of his persistence in asking for the details, attempting to force Yi Futian to admit his defeat in front of Xia Qingyuan, the level of the two men was now clear as day. Many people looked at Gongsun Zhong with sympathy. Although Xia Qingyuan did not reprimand him, this was a trap that he had dug for himself. Xia Qingyuan's simple announcement of the truth about the battle was enough to bruise him. The world misunderstood that battle, saying that Palace Lord Yi was defeated, and yet Master Yi never explained it, and even today, he pronounced that both won. This kind of generosity, Yao Shi looked at Yi Futian with a smile. Departure. She had not finished when Xia Qingyuan interrupted her and made a command coldly, which stunned many. Chapter 1047, The Empty Realm was located in the middle of the three major imperial realms. The endless and massive empty realm was shrouded in the boundless brilliance of the Great Path. Mysterious and unfathomable, a horrific light of Great Path was everywhere, and even had faintly condensed into physical form, creating a huge light screen that enveloped the entire empty realm like a boundless matrix. The empty realm was located in the middle of the three major imperial realms. The endless and massive empty realm was shrouded in the boundless brilliance of the Great Path. Mysterious and unfathomable, a horrific light of Great Path was everywhere, and even had faintly condensed into physical form, creating a huge light screen that enveloped the entire empty realm like a boundless matrix. This land without a master was, in reality, governed by all three imperial realms, and it had been the cause of many explosive wars. Later, the three imperial realms agreed that the right to control the empty realm should be determined by the confrontation under the Saint Plane, rotating every 10 years. This would avoid the never-ending battles of friction where no one would willingly give up control. Once every 10 years was a term acceptable to all three imperial realms. However, the empty realm was not sparsely populated because it was without master. On the contrary, the empty realm was extremely prosperous. Its martial traditions were extremely robust because the entire realm was bound by the rules of the Great Path. Many cultivators in the Saint Plane had crossed infinite distances and spaces to cultivate here. Over time, many characters of the Saint Plane had gathered at the empty realm. Some top principalities of faraway holy lands had even led the descendants of their clans to come here to cultivate, just as Xia Qingyuan had done in the beginning to go to other realms for experience. Over time, many cultivators even settled down in the empty realm, so that the empty realm of today could be said to be very populated. Of course, the empty realm was not a place of unrestricted access. In order to enter the empty realm to cultivate, a payment of sacred spirit stones was required as the entrance fee. Therefore, every 10 years, the governing realm of the empty realm could obtain a large number of sacred spirit stones. Furthermore, this was just a glimpse of the resources offered by the empty realm. At this time, above the sky of the empty realm, suddenly a loud sound was heard, and the void seemed to tremble. Then, an incomparable golden light screen appeared, and countless many looked up at the sky and saw that there was a huge diagram of a matrix, like a massive matrix of space, with a beam of light shooting from the sky and falling to one side of the empty realm. In that direction, there was an ancient city, with many flags flying in the city, engraved with the majestic character of Xia. The people of Emperor Xia's realm have arrived. Countless people who saw this scene said to themselves. Only the 3 major imperial realms could make an appearance like this in the empty realm. Not long ago, the armies of Emperor Xia's realm, Emperor Li's realm, and the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm descended and made camp. Today would be the arrival of key battle participants. Moreover, the armies that descended this time were very strong. The 2 great armies that were deployed were the army of Tian and the army of Dou in Emperor Xia's realm. These 2 great armies were controlled by Sacred General Tian and Sacred General Dou, with strong combative powers. The Sacred General Tian ranked number 1 among the 8 Sacred Generals, so one could imagine the importance of this battle. Many suspected that the leader of this war would likely be the most adored little princess in Emperor Xia's realm, Xia Qingyuan. As of now, she should be at the pinnacle of the Sage Plain, and it was possible that she would use this battle as the first battle after the growth she had achieved in cultivation. The Battle of the Empty Realm itself was meant as a way to temper the army of sages in the 3 major imperial realms, to train the best of those who were in the Sage Plain. Not only was the army deployed by Emperor Xia's realm very strong, but the same was also true for Emperor Li's realm and the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm. It was speculated that the main participants of this battle would all have surprisingly eminent backgrounds. The light beam descended from the sky and fell inside Emperor Xia's city. Many people had already begun to inquire who would lead the army. At this time, in another direction, there was also an extremely radiant beam coming down, and the void trembled once again. A spatial diagram of a matrix appeared in the sky. The cultivators of Emperor Li's realm had descended. Boom! There was a dull sound that came, and in the distance, the light of space sprinkled down, rocking the void. Terrible demonic aura slid down from the sky, followed by many figures who descended with the beam of light, falling inside the Demon Peacock City. The 3 imperial realms seemed to have had made an agreement and had come one after another. This sensational news spread quickly in the empty realm. The 3 imperial realms, as if with some tacit understanding, had all chosen their royal descendants as leaders of the armies. Emperor Xia's realm, Princess Xia Qingyuan led the army and descended. Emperor Li's realm, Prince Li Yao led the army and descended. The Demon Peacock Emperor's realm, the one and only twin siblings, Kong Zhan and Kong Xian. At once, the empty realm was shaken to its core. In the wars of years past, there had never been such a situation where all 3 imperial realms were led by the prince or princess of the realm. The battle this time was possibly the grandest battle of the empty realm in 100 years. It could even be a battle that would determine the status of the 3 major imperial realms going forward. After all, it would be a direct confrontation among the descendants of the 3 great imperial realms, and Xia Qingyuan and both Kong Zhan and Kong Xian were reputed to be the most outstanding descendants of Emperor Xia and the Demon Peacock Emperor. In Emperor Xia's city, the cultivators led by Xia Qingyuan descended from the sky and landed in the center of Emperor Xia's city in the empty realm. In front, there were many cultivators coming toward this side. The 2 who were leading had an unusually majestic aura and strapping physique. Both carried themselves with authority. Although there was no detectable breath being released, they still gave out an extremely suppressive power. Behind them, there was a group of cultivators in the Saint Plain, and further back was a horrific army of sages. At first glance, it was all great and strong cultivators. Futian and others from the 9 states trembled in their hearts. This was the war of the upper worlds. It was on a much grander scale than the sacred war that had involved the 10 holy lands. Moreover, this was the battle for the 10-year control of the empty realm. If it was a real battle of Renhuang's realm, what would it look like? Just imagining it gave people pause. It was rumored that there had been many battles of extinction in the past. Before Dongwang the Great and Emperor Yiqing unified the lands, the divine prefectures were also full of chaos and must have been even more so than today. Princess. The 2 great sacred generals who were in the lead greeted Xia Qingyuan with a slight bow and did not give a formal greeting. After all, they were already standing at the top of the Emperor Xia's realm, and as Emperor Xia's most trusted advisors, even in the presence of Emperor Xia, there was no need for them to perform formal greetings. Princess. Behind the 2, the mighty army saluted Xia Qingyuan, and it was a spectacular moment that shocked Emperor Xia's city. Although the army under the jurisdiction of Emperor Xia was constituted of warriors made of iron and blood, they knew that this princess, who was greatly favored by His Majesty, was not a delicate, sheltered little girl. She was extremely outstanding in her own right and had led the powerful cultivators of all kinds to trial. Even at a young age, she had already traveled through many realms and had survived many conflicts with others. Now, she was personally visiting the battle as the most precious princess of the realm. This itself was worthy of the respect of all military personnel. 2 sacred generals and everyone, thank you for coming, Xia Qingyuan said to everyone in a clear voice. The war was about to begin. The atmosphere here was a world away from that of Emperor Xia's palace, solemn and reverential. In the battle for the empty realm a decade ago, Emperor Xia's realm was disastrously defeated. Our city was breached and attacked. Not only was the flag of Emperor Xia torn and insulted, but Emperor Xia's city suffered numerous deaths and injuries, an incredible blow. After the war, many cultivators of the empty realm swore their allegiance to Emperor Li's realm. Now, 10 years have passed. Emperor Li's realm has become even stronger with the momentum of their last victory, and he intends to govern the empty realm for another 10 years. However, since His Majesty allowed the princess to personally participate in the war, our realm will be able to regain control of the empty realm and wash away our shame, the sacred general of Tian said clearly, not at all avoiding the defeat of 10 years ago. That's not all. For the victory of this war, Emperor Li used inhumane means to forcibly create demi-saint cultivators. He recently came to our realm to boast, Xia Qingyuan said to the sacred general of Tian. In that battle, Li Yao was not really intending to ask for her hand. The 2 great imperial realms were on very unfriendly terms. It was not something that would escape Emperor Li. It was merely a pretext to deter them and to test their resolve. It must have been the doing of the imperial advisor of Dali, the sacred general of Tian said with indifference. Emperor Li's realm was also known as the Dali dynasty. The world was ruled by imperial families so that all clan forces were obliged to obey. The imperial advisor of Dali was a cultivator who was neither just nor evil. His cultivation was great and his methods terrifying, and he was also well versed in the techniques of armory making as the premier armorer of the dynasty. Aside from armory making, he was also an expert in the dark arts and was considered to be one of the most terrible existences under Emperor Li in Dali dynasty. It was said that Prince Li Yao of the Dali dynasty was also a disciple of his. Even so, Emperor Xia's realm will win in this battle for the empty realm. Xia Qingyuan's voice was cold and confident. At this moment, Futian suddenly vaguely understood why Xia Qingyuan had not wanted him to respond that day when Li Yao challenged him outside of Emperor Xia's palace. Perhaps it was because she did not want Li Yao to know his true strength. Afterward, Xia Qingyuan had also not disclosed anything regarding the battle between him and Wang Chuan until right before they left, but she disclosed the results of the battle in Lihan Heaven to everyone. Was all this on the account of this battle? He could see that Xia Qingyuan had attached great importance to this war. Since the princess is so confident, there is no reason for us not to win. The sacred general of Tian nodded in agreement. After this war, all officers here are entitled to their share of the fragments of the great path unearthed in the empty realm in the next decade. Those who fight extraordinarily will be rewarded further. Xia Qingyuan looked at the crowd. What else would motivate worldly cultivators joining the army of Emperor Xia? It was also for cultivation, to grow by fighting wars of iron and blood. But, of course, it was also for cultivation resources. The fragments of the Great Path were also the sacred spirit stones, and it was undoubtedly an extremely valuable spiritual resource to them. At this time, the sacred general of Tian frowned. He turned back and looked into the distance and said coldly, "The war hasn't started yet, and Emperor Li's realm is already disregarding proper etiquette?" Apologies, Sacred General. Prince Li Yao would like to invite Princess Xia Qingyuan, as well as Kong Zhan and Kong Xian, for a get-together in Kongxian City at the Jiuxiao Tower so all three parties can meet, the messenger spoke clearly in the void. Xia Qingyuan looked up into the void and said, "Very well, I will go." "I'll take my leave then," the messenger replied, and the aura of the messenger disappeared. It seems that Li Yao is very confident, and believes that he already has the victory well in hand, remarked the sacred general of Tian. "Let's go. Since Li Yao invited us to visit, we will go and see about the leaders from Emperor Li's realm and the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm," Xia Qingyuan said and then stepped into the void. Suddenly, many people levitated with Xia Qingyuan to depart with her. "The army will station here." Sacred General of Tian and Sacred General of Dou would both go, and the army would remain in Emperor Xia's city. Those who had come with Xia Qingyuan from Emperor Xia's palace would follow her. Chapter 1048, Kongxian City was the largest city in the empty realm with cultivators from various realms found there. It was a very bustling trade city. Kongxian City was the largest city in the empty realm with cultivators from various realms found there. It was a very bustling trade city. Due to having great path fragments unearthed, the city was known to be a mine of treasures. That, coupled with powerful cultivators gathered from all corners, all sorts of trades were taking place in the city, as great path fragments were of different attributes after all, and the ones from the empty realm were of the great path of space. The Jiuxiao Tower was an extremely renowned place in Kongxian City. Many powerful saints were there and the place was getting cleared out. Mighty ones from the Dali dynasty. Many murmured and mighty ones gathered from all corners. Saintly, golden dragons were seen pulling carriages and a group of people appeared making a lavish entrance. The one who was taking the lead was dressed extravagantly and was of superior bearing. That was none other than Li Yao of the Dali dynasty. They quickly settled at the top of the Jiuxiao Tower and waited silently. The ones who witnessed the scene knew what was going on. The people who were able to make Li Yao and his entourage wait would have definitely been people of the two remaining forces. As expected, another group of mighty ones were soon seen coming through the air. Xia Qingyuan, princess of Emperor Xia's realm, and two sacred generals. Many turned their heads in her direction. Despite being dressed in men's clothing, her beauty nonetheless shone through. That was the very first time many laid eyes on the extremely renowned princess from Emperor Xia's realm. As for the group of people at Xia Qingyuan's side, Yi Futian, Shao Sheng, Tian Ji, and the others, few there knew much of them. They were at the empty realm after all, and those people would have only heard of the very top-notch figures. They naturally knew little to nothing about those at Sage Plain, but the sages from Emperor Xia's realm were perceived to be among the very best nonetheless. A smile was seen in Li Yao's eyes when Xia Qingyuan appeared. He then said, "It's been a while, princess, and you look extraordinary as ever. It's a pity that I've never gotten to see you dressed in women's clothing, and I wonder if there would be a day when I get to see that, princess." Xia Qingyuan's group descended on the top of the Jiuxiao Tower and took a look at Li Yao coldly, saying nothing in return. "It's entire fine to not respond at all, Princess Qingyuan. My goal in this year's Battle of Empty Realm is to see you get dressed in women's clothing after all," Li Yao continued with a smile. "How insolent of you," Tian Ji berated him with a cold voice, and many mighty ones at Xia Qingyuan's side looked cold as well. Li Yao had been to Emperor Xia's palace to ask for trouble a while ago. With the Battle of Empty Realm about to take place, he had gotten even more unbridled. That is, if you manage to live through the fight, Xia Qingyuan said with a bone-chilling tone. Please rest assured, Princess Qingyuan. I value my life very, very much. Eagerness was seen in Li Yao's eyes. Xia Qingyuan was not the only one present in that year's Battle of Empty Realm. The princess of the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm, Kong Xian, was there as well. It was a coincidence both princesses were his peers and he found that very delightful. Powerful demonic aura was sensed from far away. The sky trembled and countless turned their heads in that direction. They then saw sacred beasts and great monsters appearing in the air, emanating stifling pressure. An incredibly dazzling rock was seen in that direction, glittering with holy light and looking very dazzling. Every single feather seemed to be things created from gold. Its wings were spread wide as it flew and circled above the Zhouxiao Tower. There were a man and a woman, both of which looked extravagant, seen standing on the back of the rock, which was of sacred beast level. The appearances of both figures were extremely exceptional. The man looked demonically alluring and his skin looked as far as that of a woman. He could have been even described to be beautiful. The woman by his side looked undeniably stunning, with a perfect, extremely sexy figure. She had stunning looks to go with her demonic figure, looking alluring yet not overly so. There was hardly any flaws to be found on her. They were the descendants of the Demon Peacock Emperor, Kong Zhan and Kong Xian, who were twins. Yi Futian looked up at both of them. Judging from looks alone, Kong Zhan's appearance probably rivaled that of Yi Futian. Kong Xian's appearance was on par with that of Yao Shi, yet she was of a totally different kind of beauty. I have heard of sacred beasts being able to take human forms. Both of them are not even saints yet, but how come they possess the ability to take human forms? Yi Futian asked Yaya, who was by his side, telepathically. The Demon Peacock Emperor is the Emperor of the demonic realm. He has unparalleled methods and he is of Renhuang Plain himself. As such, he is long versed in the creation of the world, making him no different from humans, the most intelligent of all beings. Thus, his descendants possess the innate ability to shapeshift. Yaya explained to Yi Futian telepathically. The Demon Emperor don't even need to be involved. In truth, the Demon Saint, who is already capable of taking human form, is already capable of such feat as such. You could see many demonic beasts in the air actually appear in human forms instead. Alright, got it. Yi Futian nodded. It is not someone only demons could do, as humans could actually do the same. Descendants of extremely powerful people possessed innate extreme talents. The greater the ancestors' powers, the more apparent such signs show in the descendants. Truly extremely powerful figures could just impart their powers to their descendants, or simply meld the great path into their own life spirit, which was then passed on to their descendants. Said descendants would then continue to awaken stronger talents as their training grew. Yaya continued to elaborate. Yi Futian was awed by her words. So is that to say that my world tree life spirit harbors the power of great path, which could conjure all things in the world then? What level would be my ancestor would have been at then? From the looks of things so far, there had never been anyone else who possessed life spirits similar to Yi Futian's, and he dared not bring that up to anyone else as well. Knowing a man by repute is indeed inferior to seeing a man in the flesh indeed. Both are indeed superb. Li Yao then smiled and said, I'm rather curious then, between Princess Kong Xian and Princess Qingyuan, who would be the one with superior appearance indeed. The demonic eyes of both Kong Zhan and Kong Xian looked cold as they glanced at Li Yao. Terrifying demonic aura burst from behind them and their eyes turned to look extremely ferocious. I shall take your head apart and feast on your heart. I wonder what the heart of the Crown Prince of Dali would have tasted like indeed. A demonic figure whose eyes shone with frightening cold light behind Kong Xian, eyed Li Yao in an eerie manner. Looks like an animal that has not yet truly evolved then. Li Yao glanced at the demonic beast condescendingly and said, a proposal then. If either Princess Qingyuan and Princess Kong Xian is willing to serve me, then Dali dynasty shall share dominion over empty realm with the one who is willing to do so. How about that? Looks like you have a death wish. Two voices were heard at the same time. It seemed like Kong Zhan and Kong Xian shared a telepathic link as twins. Both of them said at the same time as they glared at Li Yao coldly. Your Highness, I shall tear this insolent one apart bit by bit. Another demonic beast was heard saying as they glared at Li Yao coldly. He dared disrespect Her Highness Kong Xian after all. If you like babbling so much, I shall skip the chatter. Xia Qingyuan then said coldly, let's get on with the sacrifice to the flag then. Well, since you're in such a hurry, Princess Qingyuan, let's set the time for flag battle to be 3 days later then, Li Yao said. That will do, Xia Qingyuan replied. 3 days later then, Kong Zhan responded as well. Who would you choose to fight in the flag battle, Princess Qingyuan? Li Yao looked at Xia Qingyuan and said, I've heard that Wang Chuan of Lihan Heaven has already made it to St. Plain and he is not here today. Quite a pity I'd say, I wanted to take my revenge at the Battle of Empty Realm after all. He sounded rather lazy and relaxed. It was a good thing for him that Wang Chuan had not been able to participate in the battle. There was no way he would have felt that to be a pity. Furthermore, it seemed that there were hardly any swordsmen from Lihan Heaven showing up. Whether Wang Chuan shows or not, the outcome would remain the same, Xia Qingyuan said. Is that so? Li Yao scanned the people around Xia Qingyuan and said, I've had a taste outside of Emperor Xia's palace a while ago. Tian Ji, son of Sacred General of Tian, Gongsun Zhong of Divine Cloud Valley, Xianyuan Ao of Xianyuan Palace, doesn't seem like much to me. Who would be the strongest below St. Plain at the moment in Emperor Xia's realm, other than you, Princess Qingyuan, I wonder? The eyes of countless youths behind Li Yao looked heated. They were all top-notch figures from Emperor Li's realm. They were determined to kill several important figures from Emperor Xia's realm and Demon Peacock Emperor's realm. There were a few who cast their gaze at Yi Futian. Li Yao was perceptive enough to take notice and looked at Yi Futian as well. So this is the guy who challenged Wang Chuan of Lihan Heaven a while ago then? Li Yao turned to look at Yi Futian and said, we meet yet again. He had actually met Yi Futian many times. Yi Futian glared at Li Yao with unmistakable killing intent. Seems like you're not the only one. There seems to be many coming from the lower worlds, even the guy who had acquired the Renhuang lineage before, I see. Li Yao turned his cold eyes at Huang Jioge. It was Li Yao who discovered the Renhuang lineage back then, and yet he ended up handing the place to someone else in a silver platter instead. Well, since you're here, how about you stay for a bit? I see that you have superb talent, so here is another choice, how about joining Emperor Li's realm then? I'd be happy to brush our scuffles before away, Li Yao said to Yi Futian. Let's go, Princess, Yi Futian said to Xia Qingyuan and ignored Li Yao altogether. Didn't you ask me about Saint Ji outside of Emperor Xia's palace? I was the one who made him did what he did. I've taken both his son and wife to Emperor Li's realm. If you're willing to come to my side, I'd be happy to offer them to you. Li Yao narrowed his eyes. So that genius in the 9 states back then is now an important figure serving Xia Qingyuan now then? Li Yao had marked Yi Futian to be a target and he deemed Yi Futian someone he needed to dispose of as soon as possible. We'll meet 3 days later, Xia Qingyuan said coldly, before turning around and left with the mighty ones at her side. Let's go, Kong Xian said as well. The rock took one look at Li Yao with its golden eyes and took to the air. The mighty ones from the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm left as well. Li Yao's eyes were devoid of the smirking and jesting demeanor about them after those people left. His expression became rather serious and said in a serious tone, Xia Qingyuan is indeed indomitable. I never expected Kong Zhan and Kong Yao of the demonic realm to be such as well. If they prove to be that resilient as well, it seems like we'd have a difficult battle to fight up ahead. His provoking words and condescending demeanor were not truly what they appeared to be. On the contrary, Li Yao was taking the upcoming battle with utmost seriousness. It was the first important task entrusted to him by his father, and it would have played an important role in determining the course of his future. He was unable to afford to lose. There is no need to be overly concerned, Your Highness. Teacher has gotten amply prepared this time and we tested what they were capable of outside of Emperor Xia's palace. We'd definitely be able to win this, a youth was heard saying by his side. Yeah, and keep a close eye on Yi Futian. If he were to participate in the flag battle 3 days later, we'd need to be careful with our selection. If the chance presents itself, we'll have to take him out first. Li Yao's voice was cold. His intuition was telling him that Yi Futian was extremely dangerous. Furthermore, Yi Futian held intense enmity towards him. Killing intent was almost spilling from Yi Futian's eyes, looking very determined to end Li Yao. While Li Yao did not care all that much, it was not a comfortable feeling being glared at like that after all, so he still needed to get rid of Yi Futian as soon as possible. Rest assured, Your Highness. The people behind him nodded one after another. They were all genius-level figures of the Dali dynasty, and they had absolute confidence in their respective powers. Chapter 1049. After the mighty ones from the 3 realms of the emperors left, one figure after another was seen descending onto the Zhouxiao Tower. All of them were cultivators from Kongxian City. After the mighty ones from the 3 realms of the emperors left, one figure after another was seen descending onto the Zhouxiao Tower. All of them were cultivators from Kongxian City. Seems like the Battle of Empty Realm this year is going to be rather interesting. Who do you think would win? Someone asked. Emperor Li's realm had been dominating the Empty Realm for the past 10 years and they had the greatest amount of power accumulated in Empty Realm, enabling them to pull all manner of tricks. With the cultivators from Dali dynasty added to the list, it was very, very possible that they might have ended up as the winner again. It's been said that that imperial advisor of Dali had developed new methods and created a bunch of killing machines. It seems like Emperor Li's realm is going to bag it again this year. The twins, Kong Zhan and Kong Xian, had unparalleled combat prowess. It's been said that the descendants of great monsters of the demonic realm serving the demon peacock emperor had been here to support the twins, in order to secure victory in the upcoming battle. Seems to me that the demon peacock emperor's realm has just as good a chance to come out on top. Yeah, Emperor Xia has claimed that her daughter, Xia Qingyuan, had talents rivaling that of his, which meant she might have become the empress of Emperor Xia's realm in the future, so there was no doubt that she was extremely exceptional. But then again, they are not fighting mighty ones from Emperor Xia's realm this time, and have to be fighting those of similar levels from Emperor Li's realm and Demon Peacock Emperor's realm. Li Yao, Kong Zhan and Kong Xian are probably just as capable as she is. We'll see if Emperor Xia's realm has any secret weapons with them this time around. Many talked and judging from the looks of things, Emperor Li's realm had the best chance of emerging victorious still. They secured an overwhelming victory 10 years ago after all. However, things were different at present. The leading figures of the Battle of Empty Realm at the moment consisted of the princes and princesses of the respective realms. Things had never been of such grandeur for the past 100 years or so. If the royalties were leading their forces personally, then their subordinates would have also definitely consisted of the most powerful lineup they were able to gather. However, no one would have known of the final outcome until things had gotten to the very last stages. At that moment, all of the spectators were only speculating. They were those who had set games in Kongxian City, betting on who would have emerged as the victor in the Battle of Empty Realm. Many saints put down heavy bets as soon as the games were set. It was only natural that most bet on Emperor Li's realm emerging victorious. 3 days later, the forces from Emperor Xia's city, Emperor Li's city and Demon Peacock Emperor's city, 3 cities representing their respective realms and laid out in a triangular layout, gathered at the central region between the cities. Stern, solemn pressure was felt everywhere. Countless mighty ones emerged in the air from far away, watching things unfold before them quietly. 3 grand armies appeared above that area. Their might shrouded the entire area as if they were celestial armies themselves. It was the day of the flag battle as agreed by all 3 sides, which was also the start of the Battle of Empty Realm. The mighty ones from the 3 imperial cities had all left their respective cities and gathered there. One figure after another took to the air and they formed 3 distinct camps as well. The sacred general of Tian, the sacred general of Do and other saints were high up in the air. The saints were forbidden from entering the battlefield and participate in the Battle of Empty Realm, as soon as the flag battle commenced. Deciding who would be the ruler of Empty Realm through battles between those beneath Saint Plain had been a consensus reached by the 3 emperors for many years. None dared to break the rules without good reasons, as any mishap could have resulted in a breakout of war between the emperor's realms. None of the realms dared to wage a war against one another until they were absolutely sure of it, as the price for doing so would have been too great. As such, having one battle held once every 10 years and only fought by the sages had been the most peaceful way they had been able to come up with to settle the matter. All 3 imperial realms had their chance once every 10 years, and the losers would have been able to yield easily. If the battle had been one deciding the right to permanent rule of Empty Realm instead, the other 2 that lost would not have been able to sit well with the result for long. While the saints were not participating in the battle, but all 3 sides nonetheless mobilized a great number of saints there, so as to ensure that none would have flaunted the rules. Things would have turned dire if something untoward were to happen. Furthermore, given how it was the royalties leading their armies personally in that year's battle, they needed to be extra certain of how things proceeded. The 3 forces below stood against each other in a similar fashion. The grand entourage brought about thick might and pressure to the place, making even the spectators standing from far away felt pressured somewhat. A group of people emerged from the army. Xia Qingyuan from the army of Emperor Xia's realm went forward. Tian Ji was seen bearing a huge flag and walked right behind her. There was an image of the lotus flower on the flag and said flag was none other than the flag of Emperor Xia. That day was the day of the flag battle. Xia Qingyuan's side was not the only one doing so, as both Li Yao and the twins emerged as well, coming to the very front of their armies and the flags behind them billowed. The flag of Emperor Li had an image of golden dragon on it while the flag of Demon Peacock Emperor had an image of a peacock. Per the rules of Battle of Empty Realm, after the flag battle, the bloodstained flag shall be placed at the highest point of the 3 imperial cities. The side with the shaft of their flags snapped shall be eliminated from the battle. Li Yao then continued, life and death occurring during the Battle of Empty Realm shall remain as the affair of the battle. Saints are not allowed to interfere. Anyone who violate the rule shall be punished by death. Battle matrices are forbidden within the imperial cities. Any side that violates the rule shall be eliminated. Other than that, all sages are permitted to participate in the battle. The battle shall be held for 3 months. If the flags were to remain intact after the duration of 3 months, the victor shall be determined at this very spot. The victor shall be granted the right to rule Empty Realm for the next 10 years. Everyone looked serious. The Battle of Empty Realm had been held for more times than they were able to count, so there was no way any of them would have not known about the rules. We shall begin. Kong Zhan's voice was cold as he turned his eyes at Li Yao. Well then. Li Yao nodded. The flag battle shall be one to be fought to the death. No divine implements were allowed to be used. The flag shall be stained with blood. I would present to you, my candidate. A stout figure was seen walking out from the army of Emperor Li's realm as soon as he finished, emanating terrifying power all over him, as if there was no way to conceal his aura. Futian took a look and knew that he was like one of those killing machine warriors fighting outside of Emperor Xia's palace back then, who was forced into semi-saint status using special means. However, their planes were unstable and they were no longer able to go further in their training, forever stuck at being semi-saints. A mighty one emerged from the side of the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm, emanating thick, unbridled demonic aura. His body transformed as soon as he walked out, taking the form of a demonic beast. It was a terrifying-looking demonic ape, who was leaking frightening power all over him. The flag battle was one that would have determined the morale of the forces in the Battle of Empty Realm. There were 3 battles to be fought, and in principle, the victors would have been able to stain their flags with the blood of their opponents, by winning 1 battle each. Furthermore, The flag battle was a battle fought to the death. Among the three emerging, only one would have been able to emerge alive, making the fight harrowingly cruel. Emperor Xia's realm was the last side to field their warrior in the first battle, giving them an edge by allowing them to decide their candidate according to the other two fielded. Who would be the one to fight? Xia Qingyuan said. I would. A figure emerged. It was Xianyuan Ao of Xianyuan Palace. He was one of the most powerful figures under Saint Plain in Emperor Xia's realm, and a descendant of Emperor Xianyuan. As a descendant of a Renhuang, Xianyuan Ao was extremely prideful, yet he was none one of those who lived off the glory of his ancestors and did nothing himself. On the contrary, he had a keen battle sense and possessed an overbearing temperament. Despite the flag battle being one that would have had him fight to the death, he remained staunch in coming out to fight in that very first battle. 3 candidates emerged and stood at the center between the armies. Terrifying aura swept all over the place. Xianyuan Ao burst with extremely dazzling golden light that looked like the light of Renhuang. An enormous sword appeared. While the blade was not a long one, but it was thick and looked overbearing. There seemed to be images carved on the sword and the light of celestial entities coursed on it, while sparks of lightning jumped as well. Xianyuan Ao was basking in terrifying light all of a sudden. The Xianyuan sword spirit. The mighty ones from Emperor Xia's realm gazed at Xianyuan Ao. As one of the top-notch figures below Saint Plain, it was only natural that he was renowned. It seemed like he would have been able to bag that very first battle. Li Yao turned his eyes at Xianyuan Ao as well, whose ancestor was Emperor Xianyuan and of great renown. There was no way Li Yao would not have known. It was said Emperor Xianyuan had infused the Great Path's power on his life spirit that enabled him to manipulating powers of the celestial entities as well as thunderstorms. It was then passed down throughout his bloodline and enabled his descendants to possess superior talents from birth. The Xianyuan sword spirit that Xianyuan Ao summoned was indeed terrifying. Yi Futian kept his eyes at Xianyuan Ao as well. He had never spoken to Xianyuan Ao before, yet he was nonetheless able to sense that Xianyuan Ao was an extremely prideful person. The man's ancestor had been a Renhuang after all. Huang Jioga's life spirit had only been able to be awakened again and became stronger all those years, after inheriting the lineage of his ancestor. Xianyuan Ao, on the other hand, has had his powers long awakened and had always been extremely powerful. As one who was lauded to be among the handful of edge of pinnacle below Saint Plain in Emperor Xia's realm, it was only natural that Wang Chuan had fought him before as well. All the others in that battle were naturally anything but weak. His blade was drawn and he blitzed like a streak of lightning at the mighty one from Emperor Li's realm. His opponent stepped forward and seemed to be shining with boundless golden light, seemingly having taken an invincible golden form, and saintly light burst from within. That mighty figure seemed like a human-shaped divine implement and actually simply lifted his arm, intending to beat down on the Xianyuan sword spirit lashing out at him. The flash of the sword dropped with a loud boom. The light of the celestial entities showered and lightning crackled. The power of the Great Path hammered down on its target with the force of doomsday. Boom! That mighty one from Emperor Li's realm remained totally unfazed. His legs steadied and both arms were outstretched, barging through the dazzling light and headed straight for the sword spirit. Xianyuan Ao took one step forward and appeared right above the sword, before he held the blade with both hands and brought it down hard. A beam of light of the Great Path out to tear space apart appeared from above, seemingly like a bolt of devastating lightning as it was brought down on the body of its target. That extremely powerful golden body was shattered, chopped in half and died on the spot. Saintly aura seemed to still emanate from that broke body after the man had died. So the imperial advisor of Dali had crafted men like he crafted divine implements then? The sacred general of Tian said coldly in the air. While such means enabled one to craft human-form weapons, it was nonetheless inhumane. The people from Emperor Li's realm did not respond. Li Yao looked at that dead body dropping below with a deadpan face. They were the ones to field their candidate first in that very first battle, so it was only normal that they ended up losing. It was impossible to win all 3 rounds of the flag battle, but each side would have had a chance of fielding their candidate last, which would have enabled them to secure one victory. Xianyuan Ao walked towards the mighty one from the demonic realm, and as expected, that demonic ape was quickly cut down as well. The Xianyuan sword spirit flew towards the Emperor Xia's flag, staining it with the blood of his opponents. The Demon Peacock Emperor's realm was the first to field their candidate in the next round. Yet another powerful figure emerging and looking extremely ferocious, as they turned around to look in Xia Qingyuan's direction. Who would be fighting in the next round? Xia Qingyuan asked. Yu Sheng. Yi Futian responded calmly. Yu Sheng then walked out, and Xia Qingyuan knew what was going on. With the Emperor Li's realm being the last to field their candidate, Li Yao would have definitely wanted to take one victory of his side, and as such, would have fielded someone extremely powerful. The very reason why Yi Futian wanted Yu Sheng to fight was precisely to prevent Emperor Li's realm from being able to win. At that moment, Yi Futian stood calmly in the crowd and took a cold look at Li Yao. He wanted the blood of all 3 mighty candidates in all 3 rounds of the flag battle, to stain Emperor Xia's flag. Chapter 1050, High up in the sky, many cultivators were watching the battlefield. In the first battle, the Xianyuan family had played a part, winning the first battle for Emperor Xia's realm. In the second battle, Emperor Li's realm had gotten involved right at the end, and they would most likely be the victors of that one. At that moment, a dark-robed figure walked about from beside Li Yao. A single glance at him gave everyone a feeling of raw power. He was cold and arrogant. High up in the sky, many cultivators were watching the battlefield. In the first battle, the Xianyuan family had played a part, winning the first battle for Emperor Xia's realm. In the second battle, Emperor Li's realm had gotten involved right at the end, and they would most likely be the victors of that one. At that moment, a dark-robed figure walked about from beside Li Yao. A single glance at him gave everyone a feeling of raw power. He was cold and arrogant. Chao Yuan, take his head as a sacrifice, Li Yao said to the man who was walking forward as he stared at Yu Sheng. Yi Futian had come from the 9 states to the upper realms and then had gotten involved in the battle for the empty realm. So, it was only right that he not leave this battle alive. And he had actively encouraged Yu Sheng to fight in this battle. He must have a death wish. Chao Yuan. Everyone in the sky felt their hearts tremble, even the sacred general of Tian. Many people had the surname Chao, but in Emperor Li's realm, there was someone who stood at the peak of all cultivators whose name was Chao. He was an outstanding magician from Emperor Li's realm who had founded a clan based on demonic methods that had achieved great prestige. He was one of the top 5 most powerful figures below Emperor Li, and thus it was obvious how powerful he was. He was a formidable man who had achieved the 4th tier of the Saint Plane, Nirvana. The man who strode forth now was named Chao Yuan, and he must be a descendant of that magician. The cultivators of Emperor Xia's realm and the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm are in trouble, many people thought secretly. Emperor Li's realm would certainly win this battle. Each of the 3 realms would achieve at least one victory in this flag battle, and the one who acted last had the best chance of victory. It would be difficult for them to lose this one. Even the 2 great saint generals of Emperor Xia's realm were looking at Yu Sheng nervously. Both Emperor Xia's realm and Emperor Li's realm had many descendants of powerful figures taking part in this battle, like the people from Xianyuan Palace, Divine Cloud Valley, and Jiutian Temple. But even if they were nervous, their expressions did not change. Being wounded was normal on the battlefield, especially as far as the 2 saint generals were concerned, who had experienced countless lives and deaths, and thus were numb to it. 10 years ago, Emperor Xia's realm had suffered a grievous defeat. Not only had the sovereign family in Emperor Xia's city been struck, but over half their army had also been killed or wounded. This time, they only hoped that the princess could obtain a victory for Emperor Xia's realm here at the empty realm. Chao Yuan stepped forward onto the battlefield, and his gaze fell upon Yu Sheng. He felt an aura similar to his own coming off of him. It was highly likely that his opponent had cultivated the demonic method just as he had. But he had never heard of anyone in Emperor Xia's realm whose demonic arts were stronger than those that had been passed down through his family. Li Yao wanted him to take his opponent's head, so he would do so and present it as a sacrifice to him and win the first victory for Emperor Li's realm in the battle for the empty realm. But before he could take Yusheng's head, he would first have to deal with the other fools. Chao Yuan stepped forward towards the demonic beast that had come forth from the demon peacock emperor's lines. The demonic beast reverted to its original form, a large and sturdy yak. Its roar thundered in everyone's ears, and destructive lightning swept forth from it towards Chao Yuan. Chao Yuan seemed not to see it, letting the terrible lightning pass through his body. Blood-colored demonic light burst forth from him that turned into blood-red lines that absorbed the power of the lightning. He used the electricity to increase his own power, and suddenly, the lightning was flowing over his body as he walked forward. The ground trembled with his every step. He was absolutely overbearing as he descended like a demon king, suppressing the giant yak. The yak's eyes were filled with demonic malice, but it still felt extremely threatened. Chao Yuan's every step was like a clap of thunder, causing his heart to flutter. It was a descendant of the sacred yak, with supernatural strength and power, and yet it was being suppressed by its opponent's power. It charged forward with a roar, rushing madly towards Chao Yuan. Heaven and earth seemed to crack and splinter as lightning shot out from it. Images of countless yaks appeared around it, filling both the earth and the sky. All of them were as large as the original, and they galloped towards Chao Yuan, trying to break everything before them into pieces. Boom! Chao Yuan seemed to turn into a demon, quickly growing to the same size as the yak. He stepped into the air, trampling on the images of yaks and crushing them to pieces. They could do nothing against him. Crack! Crack! The earth trembled violently, and Chao Yuan's body collapsed forward. A man and a demon rushed towards each other, and the dust flew up from the ground as they charged. Cracks appeared as the earth split apart. It was an astonishing sight. Cultivators of the demon path are truly overbearing to the extreme. This Chao Yuan is a devil in human form. He's even more wild and violent than the yak, thought many people as their hearts trembled. But when they thought of his family background they were relieved. His powerful nature was beyond doubt. Chao Yuan collided with the massive yak and struck forward with his fist. The yak pierced towards him with its horns, purple lightning wrapped around them. They were locked in close combat. The demonic cultivator and a demonic beast were locked in close combat. Crack! A loud noise rang out as the yak's horns snapped and Chao Yuan's fist smashed into its head. Its massive body instantly shattered into tiny pieces and its flesh and blood went flying everywhere. It was terrible to behold. Its blood splattered on Chao Yuan, and his fist was covered in it, not just the yak's, but his own as well. His blood dripped to the ground, but he seemed to have felt nothing. He turned to look at Yusheng. Yusheng was still standing there calmly. Chao Yuan walked towards him, and suddenly, Emperor Xia's army, which was standing behind Xia Qingyuan, felt a terrible pressure coming from his body. Yusheng had been able to sweep away all the cultivators that Lu Cheng had brought from Lihan Heaven and had once fought his way through Jiutian Temple. Would he die in battle today? A flag battle was a battle to the death. Only the victors would survive. There was a flash of cruelty in Chao Yuan's deep eyes. Is your head ready? Chao Yuan stepped forward, and a wave of overbearing demonic power swept out. A dark gold demonic power swept out from Yusheng as well. The flow of demonic energy covered the sky, and then the entire area. The two flows of demonic power collided up in the sky. Everyone narrowed their eyes as they watched. It seemed that both of them had cultivated their demonic arts. But Chao Yuan had such an impressive heritage. Could it be possible that Yusheng's demonic power would be stronger? He would likely come to tragedy. Boom! Chao Yuan stepped forward again, his large and sturdy body moving slowly towards Yusheng. His eyes were fixed on Yusheng's head, and that was probably where his attack would fall. There was a crisp snapping sound as Yusheng's body transformed. A demon-like illusion shone behind him. He stepped forward slowly, but each step shook the earth, and the vibrations were no weaker than those caused by Chao Yuan. Even more terrifying were his eyes. Everything that he looked at with those dark eyes would be crushed beneath his feet. Chao Yuan narrowed his eyes. He felt a bit uneasy, as if what was standing before him was truly a demon that could command all other demons. It seemed that in all the heavens and the earth there was only him and him alone. In his mind, a huge demonic figure appeared, pressing down upon him, making the demonic power flow through his body less smoothly than before. This feeling made Chao Yuan's heart beat faster. He felt faintly uneasy, but the fighting could break out at any moment. The two of them were already charging towards each other, and there was no way to retreat. This was no time to be thinking of defeat. He shook off the thought and gathered all of his power into his arm. Blood-colored light wrapped around it, tearing his sleeve apart. Suddenly, the blood-colored light shot through his entire arm, making it extremely terrifying. Boom! The earth trembled as the two of them drew together. Chao Yuan struck out with his arm. He did not manage to tear off Yusheng's head. He would have to defeat him first. Yusheng also struck out with his fist, thrusting it directly forward. The two great demonic cultivators fought each other with the most basic methods. A violent airflow swept out, and at the instant they collided, deep cracks appeared in the ground, stretching out towards the faraway armies. But everyone's eyes were firmly fixed on the battle. Yusheng felt his internal organs tremble and his blood surging. His opponent's attack reached into his body layer by layer. He thought it would break him apart and kill him. The demonic will within him roiled, suppressing the power that was attacking him. His mighty demonic power poured into his opponent's body. At that moment, Chao Yuan went pale. Blood dripped from his mouth, but this was masked by the vigorous courage that filled him now. A terrifying force exploded out from him, swallowing up the demonic energy within Yusheng, and even trying to suck the blood out of his veins. But a mighty rule power burst forth from Yusheng at the same time. Dark golden light flashed, and Yusheng's body became like a bottomless hole as he transformed into a terrible vortex that resisted Chao Yuan's devouring power. As those cold, demonic eyes met his, Chao Yuan felt his head begin to split as terrifying demonic images entered his mind. He was like an actual demon. At that moment, Chao Yuan realized that his opponent's demonic arts were stronger than his own and could suppress him. He saw Yusheng pull back his fist, and in the next moment, there was a loud cracking sound as it punched through his head. Everyone watched this scene with horror. This cannot be. Li Yao's heart quivered so fiercely it seemed it would jump out of his chest. He saw Yusheng reach out with his huge demonic hand and place it upon Chao Yuan's head. There was another snapping sound as under everyone's gaze, Yusheng twisted Chao Yuan's head off. He then pushed Chao Yuan's body to the ground. Everyone's hearts beat wildly, and they trembled violently. This scene could not be compared to their attacks. Their breath caught in their throats and they stood there frozen, staring fixedly at the scene before their eyes. Yusheng had plucked off Chao Yuan's head, and now stood victorious upon the battlefield. Chapter 1051, All was dead silent upon the battlefield. All was dead silent upon the battlefield. Li Yao had ordered Chao Yuan to bring him Yusheng's head, but now his own head had been removed. Yusheng had torn it off, killing him in brutal fashion. Even the cultivators from Emperor Xia's realm were deeply shaken by this scene. The army stared at Yusheng, secretly asking themselves, who is this man? Xia Qingyuan sat there. Another one of her valiant officers had crushed Chao Yuan of Emperor Li's realm. And so Emperor Xia's realm had won a second victory in the flag battle. At least one of Emperor Li's realm or the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm now had no way of making the blood they had shed here worth it. Moreover, Chao Yuan's death would have made the head of the Chao family quite upset. Although he wouldn't dare to act personally, he could at least support his brothers. After all, he was not the only prince of Emperor Li's realm, he was one of Emperor Li's 5 most powerful vassals and had great power of discourse. He felt that he had miscalculated, and had underestimated Yusheng's power. Judging by the power he had shown today, he was at the limit of combat power below the saint level. He was not even necessarily any weaker than Wang Chuan. If Yusheng had this kind of combat prowess, then Yi Futian would be even stronger. These two must be the main generals of Emperor Xia's army. The saints of the 3 realms were quite surprised by Yusheng's strength. The sacred general of Tian's face relaxed a bit. Emperor Xia's realm had already achieved 2 victories. Even if they lost this last fight, they still had proven themselves to be the strongest here, which would be good for morale. Yusheng lifted Chao Yuan's head and rose up into the air. He smeared some of the blood on the emperor's flag, and then tossed the head towards Li Yao. The blood of 2 great cultivators of Emperor Li's realm was now on that flag. Li Yao looked at the head at his feet, then up at Yusheng up in the air. The 2 of them stared at each other. He could feel intense murderous intent coming from Yusheng's gaze. It was the same as Yi Futian, they both wanted to kill him. After all this, Yusheng returned to Yi Futian's side as if nothing had happened. Only the last fight of the flag battle was left. In this fight, Emperor Xia's realm would be the first to send out someone, and the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm would be the last, giving them the advantage. But Emperor Li's realm would not easily give this battle up, and would probably send out someone extremely powerful as they tried to seize victory. But if they did this, it was highly likely that they would have to fight fiercely with the great demon of the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm, and one of them would be killed. No one even considered Emperor Xia's realm. They had already won twice, so they probably would not take the risk of competing in this fight. But if they did want to compete, would it be permissible for them to send out Xia Qingyuan? The main general naturally could not participate in a flag battle. Therefore, the last battle would be between the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm and Emperor Li's realm. "Why don't you send someone out?" said Li Yao coldly as he swept his gaze over Xia Qingyuan. He was waiting for Emperor Xia's realm to send someone to their death. Xia Qingyuan looked behind her. They had Shao Sheng, Gong Sunzhong and others here, but none of them were willing to go out to fight. They wanted to give up on this last fight. After all, they had won twice in a row, so they didn't have to worry about the last one. Moreover, even if they wanted to fight, there was a high probability that they would lose. Their opponents would probably send out their top people. If they fought, they would likely face a tough battle. Little Condor, called Yi Futian, and suddenly, a black-winged condor waddled through the crowd towards him. A black-winged condor. A strange look came over everyone's faces as they saw this demonic beast. Li Yao cast a cold glance at Yi Futian and said, "You're sending out an ordinary fool to die. You'd be better off just retreating." Black-winged condors were extremely common demonic beasts. Killing one of them was not a big deal, and would not even give him the pleasure of revenge. He had known that Emperor Xia's realm would let this battle go, but he had not expected them to be this shameless. They were not even sending out a person, but instead had sent a beast out to die. "You fool!" The black-winged condor stared at Li Yao. It beat its wings and soared towards him, looking down at him as if he were an idiot. He dared to belittle Grandfather Condor. And he looked at who it was involved with and still dared to mistake it for an ordinary condor. Even those big famous demons were nothing to him. When they ran into Grandfather Condor, it would cook and eat them as usual. It had followed Yi Futian for so long that it no longer made a habit of eating raw meat. It was going to enjoy this. Li Yao saw the petty condor looking down on him, and suddenly, powerful murderous intent flowed out from him. He suddenly smiled, and coldly said, "It must have been difficult for a lowly condor such as yourself to cultivate to this level. If you seek death so willingly, allow me to give it to you." On saying this, he looked back to a figure behind him and said, "Don't let him die too easily." "Very well." The figure nodded, then stepped forward. He was a youth wearing snow-white robes. Although he had been on the battlefield all along, there was no dust or dirt staining him. He carried a sword on his back in a thin scabbard, which meant the sword inside must be thin as well. A disciple of Dali Sword Mountain. When they saw the sword on his back, the people watching up in the air could guess where he had come from. Emperor Li's realm had factions of swordsmen as well, and Dali Sword Mountain was their most famous holy land for swordsmanship, equivalent in power to Lihan Heaven. This white-robed swordsman who had walked forward had come from Dali Sword Mountain. His style was outstanding and his aura was unparalleled. He looked at the black-winged condor calmly. Even if the black-winged condor had some tricks up its sleeve, it would not be stronger than a great demon of the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm. His main opponent in this battle would thus be the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm. As for the black-winged condor, he would cut through it easily. At that moment, a young demon covered in divine golden light strode forward from the Demon Peacock Emperor's lines. His sharp, arrogant eyes were gold. The black-winged condor could feel a great pressure coming off of him. It could see that his original form was that of an extremely precious gold-winged rock. There was a family of god-winged rocks in the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm, but there were very few pure-blooded members of the family. Any of them would be a treasure in the realm, but now one of them was being used to try and seize victory in this flag battle. Futian swept his gaze over the three beings who had come forth, and suddenly a strange look came over his face. He naturally knew the black-winged condor very well, and he actually felt space rule power coming from his opponents. Little Condor was good at that as well. He had dominated many demonic beasts over the years, but the black-winged condor was the only one that had followed him since his youth. It could feel his every sensation, and as he grew stronger, the black-winged condor had as well. It matched his every step forward on the path of cultivation. It could even be said that they had achieved enlightenment together. And so, he had let the black-winged condor take part in this battle. But everyone thought he had sent it to die. The white-robed youth walked towards the black-winged condor, and said, "Since you've come to die, let me fulfill your wish first." On saying this, he moved as fast as thought, and suddenly thousands of swift and sharp sword wills were slashing forward as he charged towards the black-winged condor. But at that moment, a terrible, beautiful dark golden light was flowing over the condor's feathers. The light covered his entire body in an instant. The sword wills slashed down, but they only struck the golden light. They were unable to wound the black-winged condor. The cultivator from Dali Sword Mountain frowned, then smiled and said, "Interesting." On saying this, he disappeared and reappeared right in front of the black-winged condor. He slashed out with his sword with enough power to shock both gods and ghosts. There was an ear-piercing sound as space itself seemed to be cut. The sword swept across the ground, leaving sword marks in the dirt. But the end it only cut through an illusory figure, as the black-winged condor itself appeared up in the air, beating its wings. A strange look came over the face of the white-robed swordsman from Dali Sword Mountain. Everyone saw the black-winged condor circling up in the sky. Suddenly, countless images of condors appeared there, all of them were spatial afterimages. Space rule power. Everyone stared up into the air. Were they seeing this right? The black-winged condor sped up, causing a terrible storm to sweep across the sky. Extreme shadow. A bolt of golden lightning swept out, and all the images of condors rushed towards the same spot like golden afterimages. The white-robed cultivator rushed into the sky as fast as lightning. Both of them disappeared from where they had been and collided together in mid-air, then separated instantly. The white-robed swordsman slashed out wildly with his sword, and suddenly, the sky was filled with slashing swords that cut through everything. The black-winged condor flew around him, and the space around him seemed to tear, turning into a terrifying space storm. Can it really be that strong? Everyone stared at the formless demonic beast. They could not follow his trajectory. Boom! 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 They collided many times until the white-robed swordsman felt his arm go numb. His attacks were no weaker than his opponent's, but he was not as strong, and he could not bear this many repeated attacks. And he was gradually slowing down. Whoosh! A powerful wind blew out, and one of the golden afterimages coalesced into a long halberd in the black-winged condor's talons. Another golden afterimage swept over, and the black-winged condor appeared in front of the white-robed swordsman. This time, at the moment the swordsman slashed out with his sword, thousands of swords cut through the air towards the condor. However, all he could see was the golden lightning. The lightning seemed to have melded with the halberd. At that moment, space and time seemed to freeze. The white-robed cultivator's face changed as he felt his movements become restricted. He immediately understood that he had underestimated his opponent. This evil creature was truly crafty. Boom! The golden lightning crackled towards him and shattered his sword. The halberd pierced through the air. In the next moment, he felt a cold bite at his throat. You asked for this. The black-winged condor pulled out the halberd, letting his opponent's body fall to the ground. It swept its gaze towards Li Yao and spat out a single word, fool. On saying this, he rushed towards the gold-winged rock. Chapter 1052, Li Yao stared at the corpse on the ground, and his eyes were gloomy. Li Yao stared at the corpse on the ground, and his eyes were gloomy. All 3 battles, all defeated. What he had called in disdain as a beast, had killed the great cultivator of the Dali Sword Mountain. If it was the previous battle with Yu Sheng, that would be more acceptable, but this battle just gave him a sense of absurdity. Demonic beasts were even more dependent on talent than human. Unless there was a special chance encounter, the race they were born into determined the fate of the beasts. Therefore, when the black-winged condor stepped out, everyone thought for sure it was going to its death. Emperor Xia's realm had given up on that particular battle, and Li Yao even thought that Emperor Xia's realm was acting kind of shamelessly by sending an insignificant beast to its death. But who could have thought that the black-winged condor killed his swordsman from Dali dynasty? Moreover, this condor, twice contemptuously called Li Yao an idiot. At this point, the eyes of the people turned to watch the battle between the black-winged condor and the rock. The speed of the 2 demonic beasts were fast to the limit, fighting in the height of the sky, causing a terrible spatial storm between the heaven and the earth. The black-winged condor even morphed, and each of its feathers turned into a dark golden color, faintly revealing a demonic light. Its eyes were extremely fierce. Its body was immense, its strength dominant, and it repeatedly colliding with the divine bird, the rock. The talon of the rock was impressive, its body was like having been casted by golden divine metal, it was able to traverse the void with unparalleled speed, and its power to attack was equally powerful and incredible. Who could have imagined that a black-winged condor would dare to collide face-to-face with the rock? The many great demons of the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm who gazed at the battlefield also revealed surprise in their eyes. What kind of genius was this black-winged condor? Die! A sharp voice pierced the void, and the rock's body bloomed with unparalleled golden brilliance. Its body seemed to expand, its wings fluttered across the space, and the countless feathers on its body turned into sharp blades, slashing toward the black-winged condor. The pupils of the black-winged condors were dark and arrogant, and the aura of space solidification covered the void. The golden brilliance that were shooting this way seemed to have slowed down. Its speed suddenly increased, and passed through the endless light of slaughter. It descended before the rock in an instant, the sharp claws seemed to tear the space and stab toward the head of the rock. The wings of the rock trembled fiercely, and actually broke through the aura of the space solidification. The golden claws also had the power to tear through the void, and they collided together. Afterwards, everyone saw 2 demonic beasts tangled deep in fighting, between heaven and earth. The storm of space shredding grew ever more intense. This bird is too large to be stewed in one pot, the leisurely voice of the black-winged condor was heard, which shocked all the great demons of the demonic realm momentarily, and then the demonic aura swam out, wanting to tear the black-winged condor into pieces on the spot. A black-winged condor dared to insult the divine bird the rock, that it could not be stewed in one pot. Even Kong Zhan and Kong Xian could not help the twitching of the corners of their mouths and stared at the black-winged condor. Xia Qingyuan was slightly surprised. This black-winged condor seemed to have the cultivation ability of Yi Futian, and was an enlightened demonic beast. No wonder the roc is a divine bird, Yi Futian said to himself. If it wasn't for the battle of sacrifice, this beast would make a great mount. The condor had been following him for many years, and was enlightened by all of his cultivation. It had received the power of the demonic beast upon Mount Tian, and had been bathed in St. Zhang's medicinal bath. It had also slayed many monsters in the endless ocean to increase its combative power, and made many a sea monsters into stew. Other than the fact that its physical body remained unchanged, all of its other abilities had long since evolved. Previously that swordsman was at a disadvantage in his power, but the roc could directly compete with the smaller condor in strength, physique and defense. The wing on this bird is so meaty, it must be delicious when it's cooked. The voice of the black-winged condor was heard again, and the roc made a loud shrill, as if to give a violent attack. The black-winged condor zigged and zagged all the way in retreat, and the two golden shadows were constantly shifting and moving in the void, as if they had broken through the void. What, in the void? The cultivators of the demonic realm frowned. The black-winged condor seemed to retreat with an enchanting rhythm, dancing and flying in the air, and its movement gathered a violent momentum which wrapped it in a great storm of undeniable force. This damned beast was so deceitful, it had deliberately angered the roc. The roc's attack was getting stronger, but after many violent attempts, it was still unable to overcome the condor. The roc's energy continued to be depleted, and appeared to be exhausted, at least for the time being. At this moment, the black-winged condor moved. There was a long halberd clutched in its sharp claws, carrying with it a terrible storm that shuttled through the void in an instant, descended in front of the roc. The roc felt an incredibly overbearing and barbaric pressure swept over it. It let out a scream but did not avoid the onslaught. Instead, it extended its sharp claws into golden blades, trying to stab the other. The halberd pierced through the sword and it was broken and crushed. The halberd pierced through the claws of the roc, and then went on to penetrate its abdomen. The power of destruction was raging, and the roc made a pitiful whining sound. The brilliance on its body was still shining, its wings shot out endless sharp spatial blades. With the dark golden radiance attached to its body, the eyes of the black-winged condor turned into the eyes of darkness, as if they were enchanted. It rushed toward its opponent with the long halberd stay inserted in the other's abdomen. Its sharp claws clamped on the neck of the roc, and then ripped it open. Blood instantly spurted out. The black-winged condor took a bite. At this moment, it seemed to have turned into a bird of dark magic, wanting to drink the blood of the roc. "Come back," Yi Futian spat out a command, and the black-winged condor released the body of the roc immediately, allowed its body to fall down. The black-winged condor returned with a beautiful arc, landed in front of Yi Futian. Its demonic pupils disappeared, revealing an innocent look. Yi Futian reached out and flicked him on his head, said, "The enlightened demonic beast is strong than anything, you yourself is a divine bird." The black-winged condor seemed to partially understand what was being said to him, but he still felt it was a pity that the blood of the roc had gone to waste. But Yi Futian was the boss, whatever he said must be right. Yi Futian glanced at the fallen roc. Many of the great demons had the exalted reputation of being sacred beasts, but it was not because all of them they were sacred, but only that they had the potential to becoming that. Sainthood was a qualitative change. Whether it was a person or a demon, once entered into the divine and baptized by the great path, a rebirth occurred to change them from head to toe. Therefore, Yi Futian had stated that an enlightened demon was stronger than anything else. Once it became a demon saint, even though the black-winged condor itself was an ordinary bird, as a divine bird, it would metamorphose drastically. What the cultivators call the saint plane, for the extraordinary to be sanctified, they must shed their mortal body. Therefore, there was no need to drink the blood of the roc. This battle had already enraged the great demons of the demon peacock emperor's realm. He did not much care about the attitude of Emperor Li's realm, but to offend the demon peacock emperor's realm would be too much, and it would not be a good idea for the other two to join in alliance. Seeing the previously ferocious black-winged condor appeared in front of Yi Futian as a tamed pet, many expressed a look of amazement. In the War of the Sacrifices, Emperor Xia's realm had won all 3 battles. The crowd that was watching the battle from afar reveal an odd look. Emperor Xia's realm was the least favored force among the 3 realms. However, at the Battle of the Sacrificial Flag in the beginning of the battle for the Empty Realm, Emperor Xia's realm greeted the Empty Realm with a complete and total victory. So now, who else would dare to predict that Emperor Xia's realm would definitely lose? Yu Sheng, and that black-winged condor, were they the wild cards of Emperor Xia's realm? But that did not seem right either. Either Yu Sheng or that beast, they both seemed to obey the command of the white-haired youth next to Xia Qingyuan. Who was this handsome white-haired young man? In the army of Emperor Xia's realm, it seemed that he held a high position, very possibly second only to Xia Qingyuan. If so, was he the secret weapon of the army of Emperor Xia's realm? Many were now curious about Yi Futian's identity. Naturally, Li Yao knew him. Kong Zhan and Kong Xian also casted a glance at Yi Futian and seemed to realize that Xia Qingyuan was not their only opponent. Behind Xia Qingyuan, Tian Ji held the flag of Emperor Xia high up, and the blood-stained royal flag flew in the wind, making crisp sounds. The blood on the imperial flag was shocking to behold, but at this moment the army of Emperor Xia's realm was in high spirit. With victory of all 3 battles, the blood sacrificed on the imperial flag was a sign of glory. The flags of Emperor Li's realm and the demon peacock emperor's realm were still clean. Under the watch of many great demons, Kong Xian levitated, and slashed her own tender skin and dripped blood on the imperial flag of the peacock realm. Since they could not garner a victory, she would make a sacrifice to the flag with her own blood. Li Yao also levitated into the sky and followed suit, solemn and tragic. Li Yao turned around and gazed at Xia Qingyuan and Yi Futian, and said, "This is just the beginning, put the imperial flag up in the city." The Battle of the Empty Realm officially began. When he finished speaking, he waved and led the army to depart. "Sire, the daughter of Emperor Xia is quite the beauty. If captured alive, would sire reward her to me?" Next to Kong Zhan, a great demon's eyes filled with evil light and stared at Xia Qingyuan. "If someone could capture the daughter of Emperor Xia, she will be your spoils," Kong Zhan replied. His demonic eyes glanced at Xia Qingyuan. "That woman also looks good, her skin is delicate, she must taste very good." Yet another demonic beast turned to the direction of Yao Shi, the evil light of his eyes was blazing. Many demonic beasts were lustful and sinister, and now that they were in the battlefield, they were even more unscrupulous and unrestrained. "That royal highness of yours also looks pretty good, how about having her come over and serve my master?" The black-winged condor glanced at the talking demon with its enchanted pupils. Although it was not familiar with the princess and Yao Shi, but since they were the beauties next to its master, they both belonged to the master, and it was out of turn for these monsters to even think about touching them. Kong Xian's eyes shot toward the black-winged condor like a sharp blade. The 9-color divine light shining upon her torso, and suddenly gave out a great sense of oppression. She was bathed in brilliant glory. Many great demons were also angrily roaring, staring at the black-winged condor. How dare this beast to humiliate their noble princess? To serve his master? It was unthinkable. The black-winged condor looked at the beautiful 9-color divine light displayed by Kong Xian, a little surprised. This woman was pretty powerful. "You heard about serving my master, so you decided to fan your peacock tails." The black-winged condor proudly raised its head. Hearing his words, the 9-color divine light shot from Kong Xian's torso. Behind her, many great demons roared and coming forward, couldn't wait for the war to immediately begin so they could tear this animal into pieces for being so rude. Yi Futian slapped the black-winged condor on the head. Was its ego this inflated? "Shut up," Yi Futian whispered. This guy was pulling his legs and attracting unnecessary hatred for him. Sure enough, he saw Kong Xian staring at him, looking extremely unfriendly. The fanning of the tail was a mating ritual of lowly animals such as the male peacock. This idiot dared to humiliate her with this analogy, truly unforgivable. Chapter 1053, Futian felt rather speechless with the black-winged condor. He pressed his hand on the bird's head, turned around and left, feeling a chill running down his spine. Futian felt rather speechless with the black-winged condor. He pressed his hand on the bird's head, turned around and left, feeling a chill running down his spine. He probably had just got himself into trouble, as the asshole of a bird actually told Kong Xian to serve him. Xia Qingyuan wore no expression on her face when she said, "Let's go." The massive army of Emperor Xia's realm left as soon as she gave the word. Putting the imperial flags after the flag battle at the highest point of the imperial city signified the beginning of the Battle of Empty Realm. Deaths occurred during the battle were to stay within the battle. The Battle of Empty Realm had always been extremely brutal, and the trading of pointed words hardly had any bearing when life and death situations were common. Anyone could have said anything brutal and unforgiving at anyone. While the black-winged condor had indeed insulted Kong Xian, but those demonic beasts on the other side were pretty much doing the same as well. Everything were to be decided on the battlefield. With the imperial flag placed within the city, does it mean that we'd need to put garrisons as well then? Futian somehow came to walk at the very front together with Xia Qingyuan, with the army following right behind them, as he asked her. "Yeah." Xia Qingyuan nodded. One of the Battle of Empty Realms rules, the city with their flag taken down would be eliminated from the battle. For many years, many from the losing side perished from defending their flags. Don't think about gathering a force to just go about taking down the flags of others. Well, we've won all 3 battles of the flag battle, but you've seen what they were made of. None of them were weak, and furthermore, that was before divine implements were brought out. Futian understood what Xia Qingyuan meant. There were many at the very cutting edge of the top-notch figures among the armies of the 3 great imperial realms. There were even the likes of Wang Chuan among them. Furthermore, with the princes and princesses, no one would have believed it if any of them were to claim not having top-notch ritual implements with them. If the armies were to bring their full might to bear, they could have even killed saints at the first of the divine steps. While the might of an individual would have allowed them to kill their way throughout the battlefield, but if said individual were to take down an imperial all on their own, it would have proven next to impossible. In Futian's case, it would have only been possible if he were to burn his imperial will. Futian was barely managed to stay alive doing so with Emperor Xia deciding to spare him. If he dared to pull something like that at the upper worlds, it would have been akin to asking for his head to be put on a guillotine. Furthermore, if we were to attack, wouldn't that mean that we'd have to guard against yet another side attacking us? Futian asked. That's a given. As such, we'd need to watch their moves constantly. Other than that, we'd need to be alert against cultivators appearing in any of the 3 war zones. Even if there were to be unaffiliated cultivators from the Empty Realm, they might actually turn out to be in the enemy's employ, or at least, they could be spies. As such, if we were to find anyone within the war zones that were not of ours, we'd need to take them down. Xia Qingyuan then continued, one other thing. We couldn't afford to expose our true power right at the very beginning. Doing so would end up forcing our enemies to team up then. Futian added. Battles fought between 3 forces are more complicated than usual. We couldn't afford to trust any side, as there would only be one victor in the end. There's a risk of being set up if we were to team up with anyone, and no one would bother making the first move when launching attacks. Worse still, we'd still need to be on guard against each other, for fear that the other side is actually setting you up while pretending to be an ally, enabling them to cut down our flag first. All manner of scenarios took place during the past battles of the Empty Realm. Until one side became clearly more powerful than the other 2, the balance remained unbroken, Xia Qingyuan explained. In the last Battle of Empty Realm, the leading figure of the Emperor Li's army had been a student of the imperial advisor of the Dali dynasty. He had been quite a strategist, going so far as to be willing to lure their opponents by sacrificing 1/4 of their army. They pretended to be weak all the time, making both Emperor Xia's realm and Demon Peacock Emperor's realm lower their guard. Emperor Xia's realm would have been able to secure victory by taking down the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm, so Emperor Xia's realm allied with Emperor Li's realm. However, during battle, Emperor Li's realm played both sides, letting the two other realms duke it out between each other and wearing down their forces considerably. After the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm's flag was cut down, Emperor Li's realm's forces burst with all of the power all of a sudden and ambushed Emperor Xia's realm's forces. They killed all the way in Emperor Xia's city. Massive casualties resulted, the imperial flag was cut down, and Emperor Li's realm's forces emerged as the victors. Xia Qingyuan's voice was calm. It was apparent that she knew the history of the last battle of Empty Realm like the back of her hand, so as to take the lesson to heart. In actual fact, despite having concealed a good portion of their powers, Emperor Li's realm's forces were indeed the weakest among the three back then. It was especially so after losing a good portion of their forces. One could have only said that the student of the Dali's imperial advisor has indeed had indomitable will and a very shrewd mind. While Yi Futian knew little about past battles of Empty Realm, but given how it was a battle fought once every 10 years and the battles were directly tied to command of the realm for a decade, one could have assumed that any methods imaginable could have been brought to play in the battlefield. Many behind them saw both Xia Qingyuan and Yi Futian being at the very front of the army, walking side by side. Many looked rather puzzled at the scene. Both Yu Sheng and the Black-Winged Condor had been Yi Futian's people back in that flag battle earlier. Both of them bagged 2 victories and one could have assumed that Yi Futian was also incredibly formidable himself. As such, it was only natural that the princess valued him so much. However, no one thought that she would have valued him that much, so much so that she came to see him as her equal. Both Xiao Sheng and Gong Sun Zhong sported grim expressions. Xiao Sheng had prepared himself to enter Emperor Xia's palace through fighting in that year's Battle of Empty Realm, which would have enabled him to accumulated merits and renown in the battle, enabling him to legitimately serve Xia Qingyuan and wield actual power over Emperor Xia's forces. However, the scene before them seemed to have said that Xia Qingyuan had already made Yi Futian her lieutenant. That had been the expectations Xiao Sheng's family had placed on him. The army returned to the city and placed the imperial flag at a palace at the central region. Xia Qingyuan ascended the steps and addressed her people below, in this year's Battle of Empty Realm. The army of Emperor Xia's realm shall be divided into 5 legions. The Tian and the Dou were a legion in themselves respectively. I expect the leading figures for these 2 legions had already been assigned by the sacred generals. Yi Futian shall lead the legion consisting of those from the 9 states. Those of other forces here at the upper worlds, despite being of different forces, we shall stand in this battlefield as one legion, which I would lead personally. Those who train in Emperor Xia's city here at Empty Realm, shall be led by Tian Ji. Any questions? The myriad of top-notch forces in the upper worlds, Divine Cloud Valley, the Shao Clan, the Xianyuan Palace, the Jiutian Temple, the Qin Palace and many others, deployed their very beast and they looked formidable. Furthermore, Xia Qingyuan appeared to be the only one capable of lording over their respective leading figures. If they were to be left to their own devices, they would have stayed among their own and made streamlining their actions difficult, which would have in turn been a liability in the Battle of Empty Realm. There was a force from Emperor Xia's realm remaining in Emperor Xia's city at Empty Realm. The killings were stopped when the battles were over. With the victor taking control over Empty Realm, they naturally would not have provoked the other 2 sides by killing unnecessarily. We shall serve you, Princess. Xiao Sheng and Gong Sun Zhong were the first to bow and pledged their vow. The mighty ones behind them followed suit. Of the 5 legions, Yi Futian's was the numerous and they could have hardly been even called a legion. Xia Qingyuan allowed them to be recognized as a legion on their own, as from her perspective, despite lacking in numbers, there were several top-notch figures among them, which could have served as vanguards or secret weapons of Emperor Xia's realm's forces. Xia Qingyuan continued to delegate tasks. The cultivators of Empty Realm knew the place better than anyone, so they were tasked to protect the imperial flag and monitor the enemy's movements. Details about operations were naturally delegated to Tian Ji. When Xia Qingyuan was delegating tasks, Yi Futian chose to walk off on his own instead. Where are you going? Xia Qingyuan asked Yi Futian. A stroll outside the demonic city, Yi Futian said. black-winged condor was mentally linked with him and appeared rather excited. It flapped its wings as it came to Yi Futian's side. Xia Qingyuan looked at Yi Futian and knew that he would have never obeyed the chain of command, just as she expected. As such, she never intended to give any tasks to him in the first place. Brother Yi, the battle of Empty Realm could not be fought with individual bravado alone. You might be formidable as an individual, but that would not have helped in the battle. It is best that you listen to what the princess has to say, Shaoxing said with a smile and appeared rather amicable. Yi Futian took a look at him before turning her eyes back to Xia Qingyuan. Please rest assured, princess. I'm only there to look at how things are and I have no intentions of taking risks. Xia Qingyuan heard Yi Futian and nodded, saying, be careful then. Thank you, princess. Yi Futian nodded and then at Sword Saint, Gu Donglu, and the others, saying, Big brother shall be in charge in my absence. Yi Futian stepped onto the black-winged condor when he was done. The bird flapped its wings and took to the air, heading far away. Hey boss, are we going to pick up your concubine? The black-winged condor's eyes glimmered and looked rather excited. That daughter of the demon peacock emperor might be a demonic beast cultivator, but she has little difference to humans. And that body of hers, man, perfect. Boss sure is quick with his actions. Lord Black-Winged Condor here sure is looking forward to it. Now I wonder if you'd fit in a pot, eh? Yi Futian lowered his head and glared at the bird, causing it to squirm, feeling rather vexed. Wait, so boss is uninterested in that demon girl at all? You'll get to open that big mouth of yours when we're at their turf, Yi Futian continued. The bird's eyes sparkled, as it was akin to allowing it to provoke those from the demon peacock emperor's realm. At the Dali dynasty far away before the Battle of Empty Realm was about to begin. The palace of Dali dynasty was extremely regal. It shot into the skies and looked even more magnificent than Emperor Xia's palace. A middle-aged man in cultivator's robe was seen at the top of the sky-gazing tower of Dali Palace, casting his gaze into the stars. He waved his hand and the stars began to shift, as if the great path had swift as well. The robed middle-aged man was an impressive figure, stood above the billions at Dali dynasty and served only the emperor himself. The man was none other than the imperial advisor of Dali. The imperial advisor of Dali was the most knowledgeable person throughout the entire Dali dynasty, and everyone in the dynasty knew that there was no powers that the imperial advisor was unable to master. The imperial advisor took only a handful of students, yet every single one of them were impressive geniuses in their own right. He was a huge factor to Emperor Li's realm's present-day glory. The imperial advisor frowned with great concern as he observed the changes of the celestial phenomenon. Two beams seemed to have shot from his eyes, enabling him to pierce the stars and see the secrets behind them. However, his eyes actually bled after observing the stars for quite a while. It was a harrowing scene to behold, and yet, he seemed to have felt nothing. He then gave up after being at it for quite a while. He sighed deep down. The might of Dali dynasty is in decline. But why? Chapter 1054, The Black-Winged Condor flew all the way through the empty realm, heading for the demon peacock city. The Black-Winged Condor flew all the way through the empty realm, heading for the demon peacock city. To Yi Futian, his main target on that trip was Emperor Li's realm, and the demon peacock emperor's realm was not within his sights. He cared little for the outcome of the war. So long as those from Emperor Xia's realm were not performing too poorly, there was no way they would have lost in the Battle of Empty Realm. It was especially so when the imperial flag of the demon peacock city was concerned. Cutting it down would have been a breeze, although some methods would have been required. There was not even a need for their armies to clash to get that done. As such, he headed straight for demon peacock city alone with the black-winged condor. That place had huge number of demonic beasts guarding it at the moment. Demonic aura was so thick that it shot to the heavens. The black-winged condor dived from above and saw one demonic beast after another taking to skies, ready to intercept them in the air. formidable violent aura was seen in their eyes. They eyed the place behind the bird and were surprised to find no army, it was just one human and one beast. Worse still, it was that foul beast that dared to insult Her Highness. Boom! Strong gale tore through the space. The black-winged condor sped through the air and continued on its way to the sky above the city. The army below the city rose together with them, barricading the city below altogether. One demon beast after another shot to the sky, getting ready to intercept Futian and the black-winged condor. Terrifying demonic aura swept through the place and they saw one eerie beam after another shot from below. It seemed as if the demon lions ganged up on them in a ferocious manner. The black-winged condor's eyes shone with golden demonic light and brought its claws to bear. Terrifying space-tearing powers shot below, tearing those demonic attacks apart one after another. Its speed was frightening as it continued moving forward. It quickly appeared at the central region of the Demon Peacock City, right before a demon hall. The armies were garrisoning there. Both Kong Zhan and Kong Xian looked up, glaring at the human and beast above coldly, thinking those two to have had death wishes to simply barged in like that. The black-winged condor was very high up in the air and posed no threat to the imperial flag of the city. Even so, however, the armies below continued to be on guard against them. The terrifying army of demonic beasts took to the air. Are these two really trying to just take the flag on their own? Boss, can I talk now? The bird asked Futian telepathically. Futian did not answer, and the black-winged condor took it to be silent approval. Excitement was seen in the bird's pitch-black eyes. It spread its wings in the air and screeched at the crowd below, Kong Xian, you demonic woman, come up and serve my master. Futian felt rather speechless. What the hell is this guy thinking? Is that the only thing it knows? He did not, however, stop the bird from talking. If it liked provoking the enemy that much, he saw no reason to stop it. Divine light of 9 colors shone on Kong Xian. That fiery body of hers took to the air. She was dressed in feathered garb of the peacock and looked demonically beautiful. Its voluptuous body and stunning appearance shone with a feral grace about it. You really have a death wish. A howl was heard from below. A rock tore through the space from below, holding a golden spear and dazzled as it streaked through the space in a heartbeat, aiming to kill the black-winged condor. A gale was whipped up and the space glittered. The black-winged condor appeared somewhere else and making its opponent miss. It nonetheless kept its eyes on the rock, feeling the power gushing from its opponent, and saw the bird actually holding a space-type divine implement. You lowly human. You dare to insult Her Highness. The rock's eyes tore through space and shot forward at Futian and the black-winged condor. My master had the potential of an emperor. It'd be the honor of Kong Xian, the demonic girl, to be able to serve my master. She should come to him personally and beg to be pampered. The bird then continued, as for you lowly beasts, you shall bow before my master. The bird fired away with impunity seeing how its master did not bother stopping it. Futian was feeling exasperated, and wondering why he had never discovered the beast to have possessed such talents in the past. The shamelessness the bird exhibited easily eclipsed his own. Furthermore, the bird was acting all pompous and holier than thou, speaking in a very condescending manner, as if it was actually a stead of an emperor, feeling very proud of itself. However, Futian remained looking as if he was enjoying it all. He stood on top of the black-winged condor and acted as if the bird was telling nothing but the truth. His silver-haired and white-garbed silhouette remained eyeing Kong Xian, in a formidable, unpredictably powerful stance. He was thinking if he should make it a king of blabbermouth of sorts, if the bird were to ever become a demon lord. Kong Xian looked up at the black-winged condor and then Futian, who was standing on its back. He eyed her with an unfazed, serene look, as if he was appraising her looks and figure right there and then. If Futian had not gave the bird his permission, it would have not dared to be so insolent. Kong Xian's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Despite having an enduring disposition, demonic aura nonetheless coursed throughout her body. Divine light of 9 colors glittered and her white, supple hands were clenched. Me, Kang Xian, should go to him personally and ask to be pampered? This is unforgivable. Orders to the Godly Wing Legion. A voice was heard saying coldly beside Kang Xian. One demonic beast after another flapped their wings and ganged up on the duo in the air. There was one thing in common with all those demonic beasts: the possessed wings, and were versed in speed attacks. They consisted the fastest elite legion in the grand army of Demon Peacock Emperor's realm. Kill them, Kang Zhan said coldly. The group of demonic beasts shot to the air. Several rock moved the fastest and streaked through the air at Futian and the black-winged condor. They wanted to see how those two would have ended up dead. Let's go. Futian gave his orders telepathically. The black-winged condor streaked higher into the sky like a bolt of lightning. The legion of demonic beasts had no intentions of sparing them. They all sped like lightning bolts as they pursued the duo, shooting into the clouds. I'll go up and kill them. Divine light of 9 colors glittered on Kang Xian. She hovered in the air and headed high into the sky. Beware of traps, Kang Zhan reminded her. The human and the beast had came to provoke them with mean words, insulting Kang Xian. What are they trying to do here? All manner of tricks were used in the battlefield of the empty realm. Lowly tricks of all kinds had been used before. The likes of flushing out the enemy into the open and entice the enemy to leave their vantage ground were naturally commonly seen tactics. With the 3 armies of the imperial realms getting into their respective cities not long ago, Futian showed up before everyone settled. It was entirely possible that he was there to ambush Kang Xian, which made it all the more important to be on guard. I won't go after them too far. I'll get back to the city soon. Kang Xian had already shot to the air by the time she finished reassuring her brother. She was extremely fast and disappeared in an instant. Although she knew that the black-winged condor was only doing all of that to get to her nerves, she remained indignant. She was compelled to kill that foul beast and that wretched human cultivator, who allowed his stead to insult her like that. Serve him and ask to be pampered, eh? The Godly Wing Legion of the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm was flying at frightening speeds. However, that black-winged condor was not slow in any way itself. Having developed compression of space rules, the powers enabled it to continue to streak through the air at near impossible speeds. Many demon beasts were gradually left in the dust, with Kang Xian and some top-notch demonic beasts who were extremely adept at speed, being the ones able to keep up with the black-winged condor. You dared to speak in such an insolent manner, and yet you now run like dogs with tails between their legs? Kang Xian quipped coldly. She looked unervingly divine while basking in the divine light of 9 colors. Would you dare come alone, demonic girl? Me and Master would be happy fight you for 300 rounds. You'd definitely be willing to submit yourself to my master after you fight him, the black-winged condor answered without turning its head around. It continued to streak forward and its voice was heard throughout the place. The divine light of 9 colors coursing all over Kang Xian felt like the light of the great path. Her chest heaved as extreme killing intent was seen burning in her eyes. The light turned even more glittering as she accelerated all of a sudden. She alone was the only one capable of close in on the black-winged condor, so much so that event rocks were left in the dust. It was a testament of how frightening her speed actually was. She is fast, the black-winged condor said to itself for her being to be able to close in on it so easily. However, its eyes continued to look unfazed and without the slightest hint of anxiousness. Despite the fact that there was no way for it to defeat the daughter of the Demon Emperor, it nonetheless had someone to back it. The bird would not have dared to be so insolent otherwise. The divine light of 9 colors shrouded the entire place. Dazzling feathers of the peacock appeared in the air, blocking out the sky altogether. Hey boss. She is really getting serious. You really don't want to think about it? The black-winged condor screeched. The feathers of the peacock shone throughout the heavens, which truly looked like a peacock flaunting its tail, looking incredibly dazzling. Kang Xian's expression was a grim one. The black-winged condor felt as if the sky was blocked out by the light of the peacock under the powers of the divine light of 9 colors. Extremely huge feathers of the peacock were seen blocking out the sky. An extremely terrifying devouring power manifested and making it difficult for the black-winged condor to continue forward. It seemed to even beginning to make it swept in the other direction instead. Boom! The black-winged condor's wings shook violently, intending to continue streaking through the air. Its body burst through the air, and yet it quickly found that it had not even budged an inch. It continued to move at the very same spot, with space being pulled behind its body. The demon peacock emperor had heavenly means and was a lord over one whole realm. That alone was a testament of its powers. All great monsters at Saint Plane of the demon peacock emperor's realm were under its rule, and they were beings that comprehended the powers of the great path. As the daughter of the demon peacock emperor and had extreme talents, she and her twin brother, Kong Zhan, were known as the most exceptional heirs to the throne. With their training being at the very pinnacle of Sage Plane and half a step into Saint Plane, they were at the level of getting into Saint Plane, and their powers had the might of the great path in them. Kong Zhan and Kong Xian were the leading figures of the demon peacock emperor's realm's forces in that year's Battle of Empty Realm. They both were also the strongest of them all. As such, Kong Xian dared to lead her people to come out to kill those two without fear of getting ambushed. It was a testament in her great confidence in her own power. Even though the black-winged condor had showcased its extremely formidable powers before, and Yi Futian, as its master, would have definitely been stronger, but she remained fearless. Yi Futian turned around and eyed Kong Xian. He somewhat felt an aura similar to that of Wang Chuan from her, that she was someone a step away from attaining sainthood. That dazzling divine light of 9 colors and the feathers of the peacock that shrouded the place, already had the might of the great path in Ti. Furthermore, she was the descendant of the demon peacock emperor, which meant it was extremely possible that her powers were above that of Wang Chuan. However, Kong Xian was not his target. He deemed it best to simply leave the descendant of the demon peacock emperor alone. Due to Kong Xian's status, the emperor would have definitely had something up his sleeve concerning his descendants. If he were to actually control Kong Xian, he would have most probably ended up alerting the emperor, and he might have even needed to suffer the recoil himself. The victory of the Battle of Empty Realm would have definitely been theirs, but his main target was still Emperor Li's realm. He had no intentions of offending an emperor of the demon beasts. If Kong Xian were to find out that Yi Futian was actually considering if he wanted to put her under his control, it would have been anyone's guess what she would have felt. Her stared at Yi Futian with a cold expression. That human looked incredibly exceptional and was definitely a rare, strikingly handsome man. But she never expected him to be so shameless and despicable. Chapter 1055, Yi Futian turned around and walked towards Kong Xian. The black-winged condor behind looked on with glittering eyes and said, "Hey demonic girl, my master is going to teach you a lesson now." Yi Futian turned around and walked towards Kong Xian. The black-winged condor behind looked on with glittering eyes and said, "Hey demonic girl, my master is going to teach you a lesson now." Yi Futian had an urge to just chuck the bird into a pot and see if it would have fit right there and then. While he did permit the bird to provoke the enemy, but it seemed as if it was really overdoing it so much, that he felt compelled to teach the bird a lesson instead. Kong Xian's eyes were fixed at Yi Futian. One demonic beast after another zipped by behind her. She pointed at the black-winged condor and said, "Kill it." Cold eyes came to glare at the black-winged condor within seconds, causing the bird to shiver. While the bird was indeed very confident of its own powers, it deemed it rather stupid to just stay behind and fight, choosing to bail instead. It zipped away with just one flap of its wings, leaving Yi Futian behind. The demonic girl needed a lesson and its master would have naturally gave her one. There was no need for the bird to worry about him. Gale blew and one demonic beast after another streaked past, chasing after the black-winged condor. Their cold, brutal eyes seemed to be such that if they were indeed able to catch up with the black-winged condor, they would have tore the bird to bite sizes. The Battle of Empty Realm had just begun, yet the Black-Winged Condor had already become the #1 target of the army of Demon Peacock Emperor's realm, and one that needed to be killed before anything else. That asshole of a bird is just too much. Kang Xian shrouded Yi Futian with her aura. There were several other top-notch monsters other than her, that did not pursue the Black-Winged Condor, staying behind to watch the fight between the two instead. Their wings flapped about in the air as their demonic aura got extremely overbearing, barricading Yi Futian. While all of them were extremely confident of Kang Xian's powers, but she was nonetheless a princess of the Demon Peacock Emperor. As the daughter of the Demon Peacock Emperor, Kang Xian's status in the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm would have definitely been on par with that of Xia Qingyuan in Emperor Xia's realm. As such, there were definitely mighty ones staying behind to guard her, as leaving her outside alone was utterly unthinkable. Furthermore, both Yu Sheng and the Black-Winged Condor had displayed extremely powerful might in the flag battles before. The Black-Winged Condor was but a stead of Yi Futian and seemed to take only his orders, which meant that Yi Futian's powers must have been above that of the Black-Winged Condor. Furthermore, he would have been considerably more powerful than the bird for being able to subdue it, making it fully willing to serve him. Even so, none of them had any intentions of participating in the fight there. With Kang Xian around, they firmly believed that she would have definitely been able to take him down, regardless of how powerful he actually was. At that moment, Yi Futian's body was surrounded by Kang Xian's divine light world. The extremely dazzling feathers seemed to be pulsing with the rules of the Great Path, as if Kang Xian's might of the Great Path alone ruled that very area they were in. Zoop zoop. Blinding divine light of 9 colors from the peacock's feathers shot out, heading straight for Yi Futian. The light had intense killing intentions within it, as if it was out to wipe out everyone targeted by the light. Yi Futian felt the pressure and was somewhat aware that his opponent's power seemed to resemble the rules of light practiced by the Hall of Holy Light, yet was of greater power. The divine light of 9 colors seemed to be something evolved from the usual power of rules of light. Yi Futian was able to clearly see the might of the Great Path heading straight for him and was extremely overbearing. His will was triggered and terrifying light of the stars appeared around him, but they were quickly reduced to nothingness under the divine light of 9 colors. The shattered light of the stars were even swallowed by the peacock's divine feathers right there and then, assimilating them into the power of the divine light of 9 colors. That was the power of the Great Path overpowering that of the rules, which was in its nature, overpowering effects brought forth by something of a higher order of magnitude in its very nature. Yi Futian's space-freezing rules were punched through right away by the divine light of 9 colors. The dazzling, devastating light seemed incredibly beautiful nonetheless as they showered on Yi Futian. Kang Xian glared at Yi Futian's silhouette with an extremely cold expression. None would have been able to take an attack from the divine light and emerge unscathed, yet Yi Futian did not bother to even evade. Boom! The divine light of 9 colors bombarded onto Yi Futian's body, which rang violently when the light hit him. Defense light was seen coursing about Yi Futian's body, but the divine light of 9 colors was nonetheless able to punch through his defenses and hit his body right away. At that moment, Yi Futian was able to clearly sense how powerful the divine light of 9 colors truly was. It seemed to have consisted of any type of offensive powers, destruction, shredding, overpowering and the sort. In that very instant, Yi Futian felt that he was being bombarded by multi-layered power of rules, intending to tear his body apart. Such was the talent of Kang Xian, talents inherited by the descendants of the Demon Peacock Emperor. Her predecessor was at Renhuang level of training. His powers embodied the way of the heavens and was in all ways, overpowering. His descendants were blessed from birth by being destined to be able to develop comprehensions of the great ways. Kang Xian, for example, would have become a saint at the very least, and she would have been able to get there naturally, without having to do much. The ultimate dream that many human and demonic beast cultivators toiled to achieve, would have probably been the starting point for her instead, as she was able to get that far without doing much. This guy sure has a death wish. The demonic beasts around Yi Futian stared at him. All of them were surprised that he dared to take on the divine light of 9 colors from Her Highness using only her body. Not even great monsters in the demon peacock emperor's realm who were known for their extremely formidable constitutions, would have dared done such a thing. Their bodies would have been torn apart right there and then, and they would not have even had the time to realize anything before they ended up dead. Violent ringing noise was heard and the scenario in everyone's mind did not happen. Futian's body was shaken, yet he stood where he was in a steady manner still. He was indeed bombarded by the divine light of 9 colors, yet the light was unable to destroy his body. The demonic beast sported peculiar expressions, being surprised that his body was even stronger than those top-notch great monsters. Kang Xian was just as dumbfounded as she looked at Futian. The divine light of 9 colors was unable to destroy him. Her eyes were incredibly cold. Boundless divine light of 9 colors continued to shower below, bombarding Futian's body like it cost nothing. Rumbling noises continued to be heard. Futian's blood boiled and turned. The divine light of 9 colors circled about on him, as if the attacks were tempering his body instead. Kang Xian only came to realize how unervingly formidable Futian's physical body was. While the person had been shameless and despicable, yet his powers were just as they expected. It was no wonder why he dared to provoke them at the demon peacock city all on his own. The divine feathers of the peacock burst with boundless divine light around her. Kang Xian's hand extended in Futian's direction. Boundless divine light manifested as a peacock, which looked like a true peacock demon saint, flying straight at Futian, opening its mouth to chomp on him. The currents in the space around them reversed and were being absorbed into that big mouth. Even the might of the rules of the Great Path was being devoured by that peacock. Futian felt as if a gale had whipped up around him. The currents around his body was being absorbed into the peacock's mouth in a frenzy. He seemed to have a hard time holding himself still, seemingly about to be devoured by the peacock. Rules and spiritual qi in that space had all been devoured, and the place seemed to have been drained altogether. Such demonic means nothing short of heavenly indeed. Futian intended to coalesce a halberd with rule powers, but quickly found it difficult to materialize said weapon. He was able to sense all manner of powerful limitations within that space, as if the place had been completely taken over by Kang Xian. He looked up at Kang Xian, who was above him, finding her sexy silhouette to look more alluring as she was basking in the divine light of 9 colors. He let the violent divine light of 9 colors bombard his body. He took one step forward, going along with the devouring powers instead. The humongous peacock devoured all straying light and Futian was swallowed by that peacock together with the light. In that instant, he felt as if he had been thrust into the world of the divine feathers of the peacock, with boundless divine light deconstructing everything in it devoured. Futian's speed remained that of a lightning bolt, sprinting at a single direction. He lifted his arm and terrifying will of rules coursed about on his body. Boundless light of particles glimmered on his fist. When he threw out a punch, it seemed as if their surroundings were about to crumble. That peacock wall was shattered right there and then. His body burst through the peacock's shadow, heading straight for Kang Xian directly above. Kang Xian was totally unfettered despite seeing Futian coming straight for her. Divine light of 9 colors continued to course about her body and she threw a punch as well, with the boundless divine light. She actually intended to take on Futian in close quarters. Demonic beasts possessed extremely powerful combat prowess to begin with and that daughter of the demon peacock emperor was naturally no exception. Fists from both sides clashed and terrifying, violent rumble was heard. Futian's fist was imbued with terrifying offensive force capable of wrecking anything it hit, yet when that power clashed with the divine light of 9 colors on Kang Xian's fist, his powers continued to shatter instead. The power that he drove into Kang Xian's arm was unable to even faze her. She simply ended up twitching from the wild tremor of his powers. Futian threw yet another punch without hesitation and Kang Xian continued to look fearless. She did not choose to back away during that last clash, opting to fight Futian right there and then instead. Boom, boom, boom. Violent rumbles reverberated throughout their surroundings. The divine light of 9 colors from her continued to destroy everything else around. None would have expected Kang Xian's sexy body and petite fist held such frightening powers. However, the great monsters around them were shaken to the core as well. Yi Futian is actually able to clash head-on with Her Highness? With the exception of His Highness Kang Zhan, there were probably no one else below Saint Plain in Demon Peacock Emperor's realm capable of doing what Yi Futian did right there. Boom! Yet another rumble was heard. A dazzling arc zipped past Yi Futian, retreating far away. Kang Xian's body burst with terrifying glitter of light. It seemed that saintly might was cast again, intending to bring out a divine implement. However, the halberd of time and space appeared in Yi Futian's hand at the same time, pulsing with brilliant light. He took one look at Kang Xian and said, "You're indeed formidable, Princess Kang Xian." That steed of mine had a potty mouth, but it told the truth nonetheless. If you're willing to serve me, I would actually consider it. His body turned around and left with a beam of light as soon as he finished. Those great monsters intended to pursue him, but Kang Xian said instead, "Stay back. Call those demonic beasts who went to pursue the bird." Sweat seeped through her clothes and her sexy body was twitching about. Her cold eyes glared at Yi Futian's departing silhouette. That despicable bastard. However, she was nonetheless able to sense how formidable Yi Futian was in that battle and was on par with her powers. She was unable to keep him around and so, chose to give up pursuing him instead. Furthermore, with the others pursuing the black-winged condor, she was concerned if they have fallen in enemy traps. That bird was very shrewd after all. Kang Xian was never Yi Futian's target. He headed straight to one direction after he left. In a barren land of a mountain in empty realm, the black-winged condor and the group of demonic beasts were all there. Those demonic beasts were incredibly pissed and it seemed the black-winged condor had led them to run in circles. It lured all of them there, yet there were no ambushing troops found. At that moment, the black-winged condor halted all of a sudden, turning around to glare at those demonic beasts, which halted and glared at the bird in return. Coldness was seen in the black-winged condor's eyes as it said, "You guys dare chase me this far, eh? You're all done for." The bird shared a mental link with Yi Futian, and it knew what to do to synchronize with its master, with just one thought from Yi Futian. Those demonic beasts from Demon Peacock Emperor's realm, including Kang Xian, were all probably set up by the bird's master. A silhouette zipped past from far away, and it was none other than Yi Futian, coming to meet up with his bird. Chapter 1056, Refusal to Fight. Chapter 1056, Refusal to Fight. A fierce light flashed in the big demon's eyes as they saw Yi Futian coming towards them. Her Majesty had not taken care of him. They were not even sure just how powerful Her Majesty was, but long ago all of the strongest members of the younger generation of each demon family had said that they were weaker than her. Demonic beasts respected the law of the jungle more than humans, and so they were in awe of truly powerful demonic beasts. Thus, the most powerful demons would not give Kang Xian any true recognition or respect just because she was the descendant of the demon emperor. Why would powerful demons like the rock listen to the orders of a weakling? Yi Futian must have fled from her. Whoosh! A crowd of great demons surrounded Yi Futian. Princess Kang Xian had not been able to capture him, but these demons were ferociously powerful, and also very careful. Yi Futian walked forward towards the rock, which was surrounded by brilliant golden light. His eyes flashed with dazzling golden lightning. "We'll kill him together," spat the rock in an arrogant voice. A violent storm suddenly whipped up as a group of demonic beasts surged forward. They slashed out with sharp claws as they attacked him in the manner of the demonic families. Their destructive aura seemed like it would annihilate everything around them. The black-winged condor looked at them with contempt. Would surrounding him be of any use? Soon they would know the fear of being dominated. Although the black-winged condor was itself dominated, it was happy to be so. Nobody had forced Grandfather Condor to follow the boss back in the beginning. Its form flashed as it rose up into the air. It looked off into the distance, seemingly keeping a lookout. Below, Yi Futian held the halberd of time and space. Destructive lightning appeared around him, and crackling sounds rang out all around as demonic beasts were killed one after another and fell to the ground. When the other demonic beasts saw that something was wrong, they tried to flee, but soon they were all caught up in the attack. They saw a pair of eyes that pierced their very souls, leaving an unforgettable impression in their minds. Before long these demonic beasts had been wounded and fled. They went back to the other demonic beasts who had come to call them away, and together they left with Kong Xian for Demon Peacock City. Many people in the city were extremely angry. They had let Yi Futian and the other fools escape, and so many plans were made to kill them. But Princess Kong Xian said that although she could have defeated Yi Futian, she would not have stayed there just for him. They thought that the matter would end there, but they never would have imagined that before long Yi Futian and the black-winged condor would appear in the skies above Demon Peacock City, right above their heads. Kong Zhan, Kong Xian and countless demons looked at the man and the demon up in the sky with extremely cold eyes. Would they never be free of them? Do you want to serve my master, witch? If you do your best, you will have the chance to win his favor, the black-winged condor would often call from the sky. It continuously provoked them, but when Kong Xian sent demons to pursue it, it would just fly up high in the sky and escape. This made many of the cultivators of the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm want to kill Yi Futian and the black-winged condor and grind their bones to ash. Especially that beast who boasted incessantly. They wanted to pull out its tongue and cut it into pieces. Several days later, Yi Futian and the black-winged condor had still not left Demon Peacock City. They had been surrounded many times, but had always managed to escape. And every time they fought, a few of the demonic beasts from Demon Peacock City would be lost. Yi Futian and the black-winged condor had been a thorn in the side of the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm in the battle at the Empty Realm. Finally, Kong Xian ordered for everyone to completely ignore Yi Futian and the black-winged condor, and to let them sit up in the air and taunt them. However, constantly hearing the black-winged condor's taunts made it so that the demons in the city could not rest easy. Gradually they even began to become numb. If a day came when they did not hear the black-winged condor taunting them by asking Kong Xian to serve Yi Futian, they would have thought it strange. In the city, many people suggested they send an army to attack Emperor Xia's realm. But if they did so, they were afraid that Emperor Li's realm would take the opportunity to invade them. Moreover, Yi Futian was still here. In the Empty Realm, those who were paying attention to the Battle of Empty Realm all gradually heard the news about Yi Futian and the black-winged condor provoking the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm. Many of them were silent for a while. This Yi Futian and his mount were truly shameless, and were using a shameless method to gradually drain the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm's strength. They pitted Princess Kong Xian, a daughter of the Demon Peacock Emperor, and a powerful hero, was humiliated daily by Yi Futian. Many cultivators were uneasy on her account. Of course, there were also those who thought that it would be amazing to have Kong Xian serving them. But they didn't have the guts to say this out loud. The cultivators of Emperor Li's realm also heard the news. Over the next couple days, Emperor Li's city and Emperor Xia's city both reorganized their armies, preparing for an occupation. They sent spies to the Empty Realm to investigate their enemies' movements. Emperor Li's realms knew of all of Yi Futian's actions. In Emperor Li's city, Li Yao heard all the reports. A cold light flashed in his eyes. They may have won 3 victories at the flag battle of the Empty Realm, but does Emperor Xia's realm really think they can win this war? He asked coldly. Yi Futian and the black-winged condor were wasting the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm's strengths all by themselves, which was a good strategy. It was a good way to deal with Kong Xian. If it had been done to him, he'd have no way to counter it. Yi Futian is indeed extremely strong if he is able to contend with Kong Xian. According to the news we've received, the siblings Kong Zhan and Kong Xian are the strongest demonic beasts in the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm. This implies that Yi Futian's power is no less than that of Xia Qingyuan. The two of them must be enough to crush the siblings, otherwise this provocation would already have gotten them killed, said a young man beside Li Yao. Is it possible that this is all a scheme hatched by Emperor Xia's realm and the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm, and they're putting on a show for us? Asked Li Yao. He seemed full of doubt. Probably not. Many demons have died at Yi Futian's hands these past few days, and many of them were from top families, like the Rock. If this is all for show, then the Demon Peacock Emperor is being extremely arrogant. He could not easily sacrifice the Rock. Li Yao nodded. He naturally understood this, but there was no disadvantage to being cautious. What recklessness to think that they can know and decide the outcome of this battle. Yi Futian's talent is outstanding, but he has valor but lacks strategy. Li Yao smiled. What do you think we should do, Yuan Jin? Yi Futian and his mount must have thoroughly angered Kong Xian and the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm by now, answered Yuan Jin. So we should make an alliance with the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm? Li Yao continued to ask for advice. He placed a great deal of trust in this student of the Imperial Advisor of Emperor Li's realm who had personally come to advise him in battle. Thanks to the Imperial Advisor's student's assistance in the battle for the Empty Realm, Emperor Li's realm was stronger than it had been 10 years ago, and now they had the advantage. With advice from a student of the Imperial Advisor, how could they not expect victory? In this battle of three sides, everyone will constantly try to deceive each other. Especially since the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm will try to get revenge for the lesson they learned 10 years ago. But they will also be on guard against us, and will not just casually form an alliance, said Yuan Jin. They will only do so if there is an opportunity in it for them. In that case, what should we do? Asked Li Yao. Now that Yi Futian is drawing the Peacock Emperor's realm's ire, His Majesty can directly send an army against Emperor Xia's city. We have no need to form an alliance for this future war, we just have to keep attacking Emperor Xia's realm. Over time, us and the Peacock Emperor's realm will form a tacit understanding, other than the precautions that we take against each other. This will be stronger than a verbal agreement, said Yuan Jin. And as a result, both Emperor Li's realm and Emperor Xia's realm will be expending their resources. This will make those demonic beasts believe in our sincerity. Li Yao smiled. He knew what Yuan Jin was getting at. First they would form a tacit agreement and destroy Emperor Xia's city, taking it out of the picture. Afterwards they could fight with the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm. Moreover, it would be a sincere alliance. They would not use any underhanded tricks, as those demonic beasts would probably sense them. In the wars of the upper realms, Emperor Xia's realm is at a disadvantage, and thus we use trickery. This time, we just need to go with the flow in order to win this war for the Empty Realm. Yuan Jin appeared full of confidence. In that case, then I must ask you to go out to battle with the army, brother. Li Yao smiled. Although he was a prince of Emperor Li's realm, he had cultivated with the Imperial Advisor, which made Yuan Jin his sworn brother. There were many princes of Emperor Li's realm, and they secretly fought among themselves without end. The Imperial Advisor was highly regarded by Emperor Li, and thus all the princes greatly respected him. The news spread quickly throughout Emperor Xia's city that an army was gathering in Emperor Li's city, and was about to set out towards them. The whole army was quickly called together and prepared to form battle matrices. At that moment, many cultivators were gathered beneath Emperor Xia's banner outside the palace. Each of the commanders had come to Xia Qingyuan's side, including Sword Saint, Gu Donglu, Yu Sheng, and others. Many of the cultivators of the top forces of the upper realms were there as well. Emperor Li's realm had launched such a decisive attack on them that they were all a bit surprised. But since they were coming, they would naturally meet them in battle. Have you sent someone to notify Brother Yi, Princess? Xiao Sheng asked from beside Xia Qingyuan. On occasions such as this he would naturally call her, Princess. Xia Qingyuan nodded. She had already sent someone to Demon Peacock Emperor City to find Yi Futian. Emperor Li's troops were pressing on their borders, and there would likely be a large battle. Right now Brother Yi is taking on Demon Peacock Emperor City all by himself, proving himself worthy of the title of hero of this generation. But now that Emperor Li's army is pressing upon us, Yi Futian is acting resolutely, preventing us from being attacked on both sides. Xiao Xing spoke calmly, not hiding anything. He stated the pros and cons clearly. Xia Qingyuan nodded. But he is strong enough that by himself he is worth 1,000 men, said Xiao Xing with a smile. Just as he was speaking, a group of figures appeared in the air riding on a divine implement, crossing the sky at an incredible speed. They descended, and bowed to Xia Qingyuan. Here is our report. Yi Futian says that as long as the princess is here we will surely win this battle. He will continue to observe the movements in Demon Peacock Emperor City. A strange look flashed in Xia Qingyuan's eyes as she heard their report. Understood, she said indifferently. But she cursed Yi Futian inwardly. What was he trying to do? If he had some kind of plan, he could at least tell her. Chapter 1057, High up in the sky, the clouds danced in the wind. Even from far away one could feel the pressure that stretched down from the air. This level of pressure was like that which would come from a real saint. High up in the sky, the clouds danced in the wind. Even from far away one could feel the pressure that stretched down from the air. This level of pressure was like that which would come from a real saint. The army was obviously pressing close, and would be there soon. Xia Qingyuan looked up into the sky. This would be the first incident of the Battle of Empty Realm. And as far as Emperor Xia's realm was concerned, they needed to defeat Emperor Li's main assault. That was why she had hoped Yi Futian would be there. Given his combat prowess, even fighting by himself he would be nearly untouchable, and would be worth as much as 1,000 men. But Yi Futian refused to fight. She didn't know what he was thinking, but she didn't resent him for it. Li Yao had slain Hua Jieyu, and so the person who wanted Li Yao dead the most was Yi Futian. But the enemy he had chosen to act against was not Emperor Li's realm, but Demon Peacock City. He must have his own plan. War is coming. Emperor Li's army presses upon our borders, and yet he wantonly refuses to return and fight. He may be an outstanding talent, but it is too much for him to ignore this battle, said Gongsun Zhong. Princess, by ignoring military discipline like this, Yi Futian has shown himself to be too arrogant. I never would have thought Brother Yi would refuse to fight either, and I don't know why he's doing it, said Xiao Sheng. Princess, why not order someone else to take command of the forces of the 9 states? You know war is coming, and yet you do not prepare for it, instead stirring up trouble here. What evil intentions are you hiding? Gu Donglu swept his gaze over them. Gongsun Zhong and Xiao Sheng had been born into some of the top forces of the upper realms, especially Xiao Sheng. He was the princess's cousin. The two of them had always followed the princess's lead, trying to become her confidants. He could see right through them. But Xia Qingyuan regarded Yi Futian very highly. Was he standing in their way? Yi Futian has already arranged the 9 states' forces quite well, so there's no need to change them. Why don't you go prepare your own battle matrices, said Xia Qingyuan coldly. No joy or anger could be heard in her voice. It was like a winter that lasted thousands of years. Everyone nodded, and naturally did not say too much. The cultivators of the upper realms went off to form up into a phalanx. The strongest cultivators below the saint level of the 3 realms would compete in the Battle of Empty Realm, and many of them had divine implements, and some of the divine implements were quite high level. And some of the cultivators were halfway to the saint level themselves, and would achieve enlightenment with only a single step more. A battle matrix like this had the attack power of a saint. There was no single person in the world below the saint level who could shake them. The phalanxes formed up one by one. The battle matrices of the Sacred General of Tian and the Sacred General of Dou were the most powerful among the army. Even though the individual cultivators in them weren't the strongest, they were among the strongest that had been selected from the army. They had been thoroughly honed until their ability to form matrices was the strongest. They could perform thousands of transformations. These two branches of the army were equally perfect wholes. Relatively speaking, the troops from the 9 states were the weakest. They hadn't had any training, and those among them were all heavenly chosen ones, so there were no tacit understandings or arrangements between them. Other than the ones from the Holy Ji Palace, they all worked as individual units. You are more suited for individual combat. After the battle starts, form squads of a few people and hunt down their cultivators who flee, or watch to see where the weak points in the enemy's battle matrices are, and see when we have a chance to strike, said Xia Qingyuan to Sword Saint and Gu Donglu. This was the task she was going to assign to Yi Futian, to act as the army's sharp knife. With his near invincibility, even if he fell into the middle of the enemy army he would have the power to protect himself. He would not be easily killed by the enemy matrix because he was too weak. Yes, Princess. Sword Saint nodded at her order. Since this was the Battle of Empty Realm, he would not disobey her order due to the danger. Everyone in a great battle faced danger. The vast army, carrying the power to crush heaven and earth, stood in the air above Emperor Xia's city with their banners down. Princess Xia Qingyuan stood between the sacred general of Tian and the sacred general of Dou's armies with cultivators of the upper realms before her. She looked up into the sky. Up there were powerful armies coming from 2 directions. One army was a cohesive unit, while the other was like the armies of Emperor Xia's realm, divided up into individual camps. But at the same time it formed a whole. Li Yao had come himself. He was in the center of the cohesive army, looking down. He called across the distance, Xia Qingyuan, I once came to Emperor Xia's palace to propose a marriage. If you agree to enter Emperor Li's palace, I will give you the right to control the empty realm for 100 years as a wedding gift. How does that sound? If Emperor Xia's realm and Emperor Li's realm formed a marriage alliance, it would certainly be possible for them to win control of the empty realm 10 times in a row. Xia Qingyuan's eyes were cold. She swept her gaze up towards Li Yao, but did not answer him. As a woman, any response she could make to this humiliation would be meaningless. She could only meet him on the battlefield. She looked at the army that Li Yao was in, and felt a familiar aura from the cultivators at the very front. It was like the aura of the cultivators the Li Yao had brought to Emperor Xia's palace to provoke them to war. This was a group of human weapons, a group of undead soldiers who had been trained by the imperial advisor for the Dali dynasty. Seeing that Xia Qingyuan made no response, Li Yao waved his hand, and suddenly a powerful aura swept out from the army. The clouds all over the sky changed color, and saintly power pressed down on the vast city. The 2 armies went to war. In Demon Peacock City, Kong Xian and Kong Zhan stood before the palace. A golden rocks flashed over, piercing through the air and landing before them and saying, Emperor Xia's realm and Emperor Li's realm are fighting at Emperor Xia's city. How many men did Emperor Li's realm send? Asked Kong Zhan. More than half their army. They can't have left behind more than 1/3 of their forces to garrison their realm, answered the rock. Emperor Li's realm could not have sent out their whole army, otherwise the Demon Peacock Emperor would launch a surprise attack and directly cut down their flags. However, Emperor Li's realm had dared a lot. They had dared to dispatch a majority of their army on an attack. In the past, this kind of situation rarely occurred, in which 2 armies entered a direct confrontation like this. Of course, Emperor Li's realm had not only dared this because they were brave. In reality, if the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm dared send out their armies to attack Emperor Li's city, then the armies from Emperor Li's city might attack them here as well. Observe the battle, then come back and report, said Kong Xian. And be careful to avoid that bastard. These days no one dared go alone outside the city limits, since that man and that beast would launch surprise attacks from time to time. Yes, Your Highness. The rock turned and left. Kong Zhan and Kong Xian looked pensive. Next to them were the leader-level demonic beasts of the great families. An arrogant figure among them said, Your Highnesses, do you want to seize this opportunity? What is your idea? Asked Kong Zhan. Emperor Li's realm and Emperor Xia's realm are at war. If we take the initiative we can attack either of them, he answered. Your Highness, I don't recommend attacking Emperor Li's realm, said a gold-winged rock. Why not? Asked Kong Xian. If we launch a surprise attack on Emperor Li's realm, no matter if we win or lose we will become their enemies. If we win it will be good, but then we will have to face Emperor Xia's realm. And if we lose, Emperor Li's realm will change their target from Emperor Xia's realm to us, said the demonic beast. Instead, all we have to do now is wait and see. Let the two great forces fight, and wait for them to waste their power. In addition, that cultivator from Emperor Xia's realm has been so arrogant, and has humiliated you, Your Highness. Once they have expended their strength, won't it be advantageous to ally Emperor Li's realm? Kong Xian looked at the demonic beast. The proud young cultivator beside her looked at him strangely as well. He was a descendant of the head of the Golden Rock clan leader, Jia Luwang, and was the leader of their army. His name was Jia Lufeng. Not bad, she said to him. You know how to think. Although demonic beasts could open their minds to wisdom, they were not as good as human beings at rational thinking. Thus, in the Battle of Empty Realm, the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm had won the least victories. This was not because they were weaker, but because they had often been tricked. Which, at that moment a voice came down from the sky. Shut up. Kong Xian raised her eyes to the sky. She was even more attractive when she was upset. Her eyes were extremely cold. She had had enough of this. Master, this witch has a temper. That will have to be adjusted, came the black-winged condor's voice again. Kong Zhan's eyes were cold. He looked up at Yi Futian and said, Emperor Xia's city is under attack. Presumably there won't be anybody who will have time to worry about us now. What do you mean, Your Highness? Asked Jia Lufeng. Have many cultivators of the demonic families not died at his hands these past few days? Kong Zhan's eyes grew even colder. If we kill them, it will be easier to make an alliance with Emperor Li's realm later, said the rock who had spoken earlier. The members of Jia Luwang's clan are the fastest. And we have one of his treasures. He turned to look at Jia Lufeng. He has an incredibly powerful treasure that he attacks with. Many cultivators once pursued him, and he killed them all with a single swipe of his halberd. We have unexpectedly failed to catch him time and time again, said Kong Xian. The young master's speed is unparalleled, and he holds a valuable treasure. His attacks are extremely powerful. If the young master pursues him he won't be able to escape, continued the demonic beast. I am willing to serve you, Your Highness. Jia Lufeng's voice was calm. He was a descendant of Jia Luwang, and he commanded the rocks in the Battle of Empty Realm. He was the strongest one there aside from Kong Xian and Kong Zhan. Jia Lufeng will lead the rocks to chase and pin him down, and you will lead two armies of demonic beasts in a secondary attack. Attack if you get a chance, said Kong Zhan. Although they had no way to kill Yi Futian, they could send him into a full retreat with Jia Lufeng's power. Before they had not dared to pursue him too far, as they feared a counterattack by Emperor Xia's realm. But now that they were at war they had no scruples. Even if they did not kill Yi Futian, they could make him fear for his life. All right, nodded Kong Xian. We will follow you, Your Highness, said all the demonic beasts. All their eyes turned to Yi Futian up in the sky, and their murderous intent burned fiercely. They had already suffered Yi Futian for too long. They've finally taken the bait, boss, the black-winged condor transmitted to Yi Futian. Things were getting interesting. Yi Futian's face was expressionless. He turned and said, let's go. On saying this, the black-winged condor flapped its wings and left. They had dominated many demonic beasts over the past few days, but they still lacked demonic beast cultivators with any real power. There were not enough to complete their plan. Right now he could easily cut down the banners in Demon Peacock Emperor's city, but he did not intend to do so. He had a greater use for the demons of the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm. Chapter 1058, Interlocking Links. Chapter 1058, Interlocking Links. Jia Lufeng turned to face Yi Futian as he came towards him. He stepped forward and reverted to his original form. Suddenly, a dazzling royal golden rock appeared up in the sky, radiating brilliant light. His body was covered with divine golden feathers which were filled with saintly power. This was the top divine implement of the Golden Rock clan, the Garuda's wings. In terms of speed, even Kong Zhan and Kong Xian were no match for him. The Golden Rock had the reputation of being unparalleled in terms of speed in the demon world. Follow me. Jia Lofeng's arrogant eyes were exceedingly cold. As a demon of Jialo royal clan, he had always had intentions towards Princess Kong Xian. And since he was proud and confident, he would not wait until the future like Gongsun Zhong, but would instead go directly to His Majesty to ask for her hand in marriage. The younger members of the Demon Peacock family and the Golden Rock clan could produce extremely powerful demons if their powers were merged. The Jialo royal clan was worthy of a match with the Demon Peacock clan. Yi Futian and that beast had been humiliating Kong Xian for many days. He should have acted earlier. But now Her Majesty had decided to send a powerful battle matrix to pursue them. Whoosh! Golden brilliance bloomed as Jia Lufeng sped over, piercing through the air in an instant. He disappeared from where he had been and crossed dozens of miles in a flash, appearing in the sky far away. The group of figures reverted to their original forms as golden rocks and followed him across the sky, all of them moving incredibly fast. Kong Xian's form shone with light of 9 different colors. As she moved forward, numerous cultivators from top families in the demon world went with her, rushing to pursue Yi Futian. In the past, Yi Futian had always evaded their pursuit, as they only had a few people who could truly chase him. And they had not dared to pursue him too far, fearing an ambush by Emperor Xia's realm. All they had been able to do was ignore him. But now that Emperor Xia's city was engaged in battle, they would not have time to ambush them. The black-winged condor's body grew larger, and its wings grew more brilliant, each feather turning a dark gold color. It continued to streak across the sky, disappearing into the distance. But even so, it left an extremely powerful aura behind it. Yi Futian naturally knew that the demonic beast pursuing him was Jia Lufeng of the Jialo royal clan. After dominating a demonic beast, he had become familiar with the news of the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm. This news helped him to finalize his plans. In order to complete his plan, just dominating ordinary demonic beasts would not be enough. He needed a powerful demonic beast from a top clan, one of the top figures of the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm. Jia Lufeng could without a doubt become an important link in the chain. As he felt the pressure behind him, the halberd of time and space appeared in Yi Futian's hands. Behind him, Jia Lufeng was tearing across the sky, his golden feathers shooting out brilliant light. Each feather had turned into a sharp, unbreakable knife that cut through the air as they slashed towards Yi Futian and the black-winged condor. That whole area of the sky seemed like it would be buried in them. Yi Futian clutched the halberd of time and space tightly. It made time and space seem to cease their flow all around him. An invisible spatial light curtain appeared, like a wall of time and space. As the golden feathers struck towards him, they could not pierce the brilliant curtain. Whoosh! Jia Lofeng's figure flashed, and another feather streaked through the air. It pierced through the spatial light curtain, and a golden line appeared in the air. It looked like a beam of light as it shot towards Yi Futian. It was unbreakable, and it seemed there was nothing it could not break. Yi Futian glanced at the feather that was coming towards him and struck out with the halberd of time and space. It collided with the feather, and brilliant light cracked the air around him. The feathers burst off of Jia Lofeng's body, each one turning into an image of a giant golden rock. These images of golden rocks attacked, seeking to completely destroy the space where Yi Futian was. An immense pressure pressed down on the black-winged condor. This kind of attack power would have been dangerous even for Yi Futian. The light of the divine path that the halberd of time and space spat out burned even brighter as time and space seemed to flow even slower. The images of rocks also seemed to be slowed, but countless golden claws still lashed out towards Yi Futian. Yi Futian raised his arms, and he moved fast as lightning as he struck out with the halberd again. The space around him trembled violently, and in the next moment many of the images of rocks were shattered into nothing. Yi Futian continued forward, and the halberd of time and space struck towards Jia Lufeng himself. A terrible storm swept up in front of Jia Lufeng, and his feathers whirled around wildly in it, forming a brilliant golden spear. It gave off a light that sent cracks through the air. Jia Lufeng gripped the spear that had formed out of his feathers with his talons and struck out towards the oncoming halberd of time and space. A fearsome space storm that could tear through anything whipped up as the spear and the halberd strove with each other. The storm turned into a vortex around them from which an ear-splitting noise emitted. Boom! There was a loud noise as their weapons collided. Jia Lufeng was thrown backwards, and his spear turned back into feathers that scattered over his body. Amidst the dazzling light he stared at Yi Futian. This man's attack power was simply frightening. Yi Futian alighted on the black-winged condor's back and swept his gaze over Jia Lufeng's pursuing figure. The black-winged condor continued to streak across the sky. Jia Lufeng flapped his wings and flew up into the air above Yi Futian. His aura flared as he continued to stare at Yi Futian. The group of figures persisted in their long-range raid, crossing countless miles. Along the way, Jia Lufeng would make surprise attacks on Yi Futian from time to time. Even if he couldn't stop him, he could still hinder him. A mountainous area appeared before them. The black-winged condor shot downward and entered into a canyon. Jia Lufeng followed him, flying in the air above the canyon. Boom! There was a loud noise as the black-winged condor pierced directly through a huge mountain, flying inside of it. The light from Jia Lufeng's feathers cracked the mountain, and pierced into it, shattering everything that it touched. After a while they burst out the other side of the mountain, and continued on their way through the endless mountain range. When they reached the hinterlands of the mountain range, they continued forward. Yi Futian sat with his back to Jia Lufeng. A strange light suddenly bloomed in his eyes, gradually becoming boundless and deep. His eyes were like an abyss, so deep that you could not see the bottom. He held the halberd of time and space in one hand, and the will of the great path of space covered everything around him. Jia Lufeng felt a strange aura. He looked at the figure on the back of the black-winged condor. At that moment, he saw Yi Futian gradually turn around, and his strange gaze suddenly pierced him. A powerful spiritual storm plunged into his spiritual energy. It seemed like he was about to be captured. In that moment he felt like he was in great danger. Yi Futian appeared like a god in his mind as a frighteningly powerful storm drowned his spiritual will. He felt himself drawn into Yi Futian's eyes. In that moment his will formed a divine bird that firmly protected his mind. The terrifying storm swallowed up everything, including the protective divine bird. Yi Futian's mark was left upon it, and it was swallowed up into the storm. Whoosh! Jia Lufeng felt that something was wrong, and he turned around to flee. It had not been easy for Yi Futian to lure him here, so he would certainly not let him escape. The light from the halberd of time and space covered a vast area, and the whole mountain range seemed to be fettered by it. Jia Lufeng's feathers managed to cut through the bindings, but his speed was still affected, and he could not move as fast. He felt like time and space had turned into a swamp around him. Whoosh! A bolt of golden lightning flashed over, and afterimages of Yi Futian's figure were left behind as Yi Futian descended before Jia Lufeng. He struck out with the halberd, piercing through the air as he integrated the many halberd combat styles he had learned into the first move, Extreme Shadow. The feathers of the Garuda's wings turned into a spear, and Jia Lufeng gave a long roar. The spear and the halberd collided. There was a loud noise and Jia Lufeng retreated. Yi Futian flew up higher and began to circle around. More afterimages of him appeared, and a terrible storm swept across the land, and suddenly he lashed out with the halberd again. The two men clashed in the sky, colliding many times in a single instant. Jia Lufeng continued to fall back. Futian gained an even stronger advantage, and was able to stab out with the halberd countless times in moments. Boom! 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 The sky seemed about to split as thousands of halberd techniques were melded into the second move, annihilation. The halberd of time and space fell, and the space around them seemed like it would be destroyed, but the Garuda's wings protected Jia Lofeng's body. He spun around, his countless feathers fluttering as he tried to turn the tables by attacking Futian. Boom! A dull sound rang out. This was different from the halberd's previous strikes. Jia Lufeng felt like all of his organs had shattered, and golden blood flowed from his mouth. But what was even more frightening was that Futian's stormy eyes were still attacking his spiritual energy, and swallowing it up bit by bit. A powerful fear took at them, and he felt as if he himself would be swallowed up. He felt that he had no will of his own, and that he would be dominated by his opponent. Thump! 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 There was a series of dull sounds as Jia Lofeng's body crashed into the mountains. The mountains cracked under the strain. Even with the Garuda's wings protecting him, he still felt like his organs were shaking. Terrifying lightning curled around his body, piercing into his mind and destroying his willpower's resistance bit by bit. Divine light bloomed within his will, and he still managed to fight off the invasion. He was of the Jialo royal clan. How could he be dominated? At that moment, heaven and earth resounded as the whole area seemed to crack. Futian struck out with the halberd of time and space yet again, and Jia Lufeng did not even try to resist it this time. He just covered his body with the Garuda's wings. Boom! There was a loud noise as a mountain shattered. Blood flowed swiftly from Jia Lofeng's mouth, and his will seemed to shatter just like the mountain. He finally could be strong no longer. The storm swallowed up the protective divine bird, and Futian's mark was branded in his mind. In that moment, he felt that his life no longer belonged to him. He gave up all his resistance and lowered his proud head. The wind was howling far away. Futian stepped onto the black-winged condor's back and shot up into the sky. Kong Xian and the others reached the place and saw Jia Lufeng lying smashed into a mountain, with blood streaming from his mouth. Her face was extremely cold. "Jia Lufeng," she said. A demonic light flashed in Jia Lofeng's eyes, and he seemed to return to normal. He turned to face Kong Xian and said, "Princess, his attack power is too strong. I need several top figures from the royal clans to pursue and capture him." He looked at the figures beside Kong Xian. "Fine." Kong Xian nodded. She saw Jia Lofeng's wounds, but did not think too much about them. Jia Lofeng's figure flashed and the Garuda's wings unfurled. He wrapped several cultivators within them and brought them up into the air. This kind of method of carrying them was not very respectful, and would certainly not be suitable for Kong Xian. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.